The World Surf League Challenger Series arrives in Europe. The Atlantic Ocean converges with tall cliffs and sandy coves of Ericeira, Portugal to host an endless playground of year-round world-class waves. Here, surfing's next crop of superstars continue their pursuit of one common goal: a spot on the World Surf League Championship Tour. With 2 events remaining, time is running out for competitors to seize the opportunity and jump up the leaderboard with hopes of securing their spot on surfing's biggest stage. For some, the return to the CT will be familiar. For others, a lifelong dream coming to life. The fight for qualification on the World Surf League Championship Tour continues at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia.
It's a beautiful morning in Portugal. Welcome back to the Challenger Series, touching down in Europe once again, and a great part of the world to be. Really excited about what's set to unfold here in Ericeira, Portugal, as we welcome you to the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia, and joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through things. First day, Felicity Parmentier, Philippe Jervis. Bom dia, good morning, welcome.
Good morning. I'm excited to be here. It's been about 5 years since I've been in Europe, so getting back into the way of life here and ready for this Challenger Series event.
Philippe, you're part of the world, mate, and a great time of year to be here.
Oh, it's the best time of the year in Portugal. Best conditions, best weather, and the best surfers as well. So it's going to be a good week.
So first day of our waiting period here, and obviously lots of big talking points to go through throughout the week. And we're hoping that obviously the surf shows up and offers something for our athletes. We're going to find out exactly what's happening with the call soon enough. But yeah, just excited about getting things underway. First day of a waiting period. We do have a little bit of time to play with in our waiting period, so we can maybe try and pick the eyes out of conditions, but really hoping to get things underway. Well, let's find out exactly what is going to happen, because Travis Logie is making the big decisions, is standing by with Joanna Garnell.
That is right. Good morning, guys, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, Travis. Great to have you back. How are the conditions looking for today for the first day of the event?
Yeah, it's dropped a little bit since yesterday, but it's still really fun. There's like 3-foot sets, the odd 4-footer coming through. It's a little bit inconsistent, but when they come, there's like 4 or 5 wave sets. So it's really fun. So we're on.
And who's going to be in the water?
8 a.m. start with the women's round 1. Men's round 1 are on standby. We won't go into round 2 today. We have a promising couple of days in the middle of the window this week, so really excited.
And this is a really important event for our surfers, because we could be qualifying surfers here at this event. How important is this for them?
This is massive. I mean, surfers can wrap up their year in this event if they get a result. There's a few of them that are right on the cusp, so these heats are the most important heats of their lives. So it's going to be exciting to watch it go down.
Absolutely. Well, great news. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. All right, great call from Trav. We're on here. Going to kick things off with the women. 8 a.m. start, so that's coming up in just over 20 minutes or so time. And yeah, a smaller day compared to what we sometimes get here, but we're looking through that forecast and seeing some good days. Felicity, what do you like about the numbers, what we're looking at?
Yeah, I guess just got to echo what Travis said. You know, it is looking a bit smaller out there today. When the sets come through, though, they're consistent. And I did have a look further out throughout the week. You can see that it is going to pick up. You're looking at Tuesday, Wednesday. There are probably going to be some of the best days out of that waiting period. So we've got swell to look forward to.
Blake, mate, this venue, when it's small, still scoring opportunity, particularly around the low tide?
Yeah, we're going to have, because the swell direction is actually really good, so it's going to wall up from the outside all the way through the inside, and it should be fun. Even with the smaller surf, it should be super fun.
All right, and well, we've got Challenger Series events right here in Europe, 2 of those to go, but just looking at what's coming up for the rest of the schedule. We got some Challenger Series events to do here in Portugal and over in Brazil. But of course, we got the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships happening. That's kicking off real soon in Southern California. Of course, here for Challenger Series action. Straight after this event, we'll head over to Saquarema, Brazil as well for the Corona Saquarema Pro. And then big wave stuff kicking off. Flick, who's excited?
I'm scared.
Are you ready?
I'm scared. I'm excited and scared, but obviously we've got the Nazare Toe Surfing Challenge just up the road, and then we've got the Piahi Championship, so two very exciting events.
Lots of cool stuff coming up on World Surf League. We're on here this morning. When we come back on Dawn Patrol, we're going to chat through women's ratings. We'll be right back. Challenger Series is back in Europe, and we're stoked. Looking forward to kicking off here on day one of our waiting period at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. Official call from Travis Logie. We're on here this morning. We're going to start with the women and get things underway. A clean swell in the water, not the biggest conditions we've ever seen. Pretty shreddable. And getting underway with the women this morning. Let's turn our thoughts to the women's rankings. Obviously, just 5 spots up for grabs. It's pretty hotly contested. But Flick, I think we need to talk about Sally Fitzgibbons.
Oh, we definitely need to talk about Sally. She hasn't officially qualified yet. She's sitting in that #1 spot. She's way out ahead on 26,500 points almost. One thing to note about Sally is she has not missed a finals day yet, but she actually hasn't won an event yet. You look at the women sitting underneath her on that rankings there, they've actually won events. So, you know, Sally has been so consistent this year. To seal the deal, she needs a 3rd or better here at Ericeira. And you know what? I'm really liking her chances. I just think back to, you know, events on the tour when she was on tour where she did do well, like Bells Beach has a very sort of similar feel to this wave here. She's won Bells twice, actually, back to back. So Sally and right-hand point breaks, I'm liking the look of it. And you know what? I'm going to say it here. I think she's going to seal the deal in Portugal.
Yeah, it's a pretty good call there. You also just look at the way, not only the way she's surfing, but just the way she is. She looks stoked. Her energy's been really good. She's competing really well on this tour. And, well, with the experience as well that she's got, she's going to be really, really tough. We talk about on the challenges, Philippe, as well, sometimes that sort of youth story and surfers really trying to put their hand up. Obviously got surfers with the experience from the CT, and that's one of the cool clashes to see. But think about surfers like Sawyer Lindblad, who's up there in contention. She could go really good as well out here.
Oh yeah, there's so many points at stake right now, and everyone wants to do good. And this is a really important. It's a really important contest, and I think everyone is going to put themselves up there and just make sure they get a good result and clinch that spot.
Sally leading the charge. The Aussies are going good. 4 out of those top 5 spots, Flick.
I know, it's pretty amazing. So 4 out of the top 5 spots are Aussies, and 4 out of the top 5 spots are actually former CTers. The only Lone Ranger out there is Sawyer Lindblad, so that's pretty exciting.
Well, once again, our call here this morning. We're going to get underway shortly. We're going to kick things off with the women here on the Challenger Series. The beautiful full moon around the equinox in Europe. We're going to get a quick break. When we come back, we're talking men's rankings. We'll be right back. The Changers are back. Challenger Series, just 2 events to go. It's stoked to be back in Europe, one of our favourite parts of the world. But if you're in and around that qualification scenario, the pressure is mounting. Let's take a look at the rankings there. Hausmann's been unbelievable this season. Just blitzed it, smashed it. He's in. He's going to be a rookie. But looking down those rankings, another Goofy lurking not far away from him. Jacob Willcox going really, really good, Flick.
Oh, Jacob has done amazing this year. He actually hasn't had a worse place finish than a 9th. And he is looking to seal the deal here as well at Portugal. And you know what? He's so close. I like his chances on his backhand here. His backhand is so sharp and so precise. He started the year with a 5th on the Gold Coast.
Not that you're biased, of course, mate.
No, not at all. West is best. He started the year with a 5th on the Gold Coast, got 2nd in Sydney, and then he was actually number 1 on the rankings after that. Went to South Africa, finished 5th, and then a US Open 9th place finish there. So for him to seal the deal, he needs a 5th or better here at Ericeira. But yeah, it'd be so good to have another West Aussie on the World Tour. Obviously, we've got Jack Robinson, who, you know, absolutely leading the charge there. But I just look at Jacob, and he's just such a well-rounded surfer in all different conditions. He's got an air game. So, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Will he get it done here today, tomorrow,
Definitely,
next day?
Definitely got those Championship Tour skills, does the Western Australian Jacob Willcox. Someone else who's got plenty of Championship Tour experience, who we know well in this part of the world, Frederico Morais, Philippe. He's lurking there in 5th. He's going pretty good. He's looking strong and confident, and you wouldn't bet against him here at Ribeira.
Yeah, if you look at the historical part of the contest he already did here in Ribeira, and it didn't manage to get those good results here. But he got a really good result in Balito, and that just put him in the 5th place. And I think he wants to clinch the spot as soon as possible, and I know he's at home and he feels comfortable. He learned how to surf on these waves, so he should be doing good, and he should be performing and giving his best shot here. So I think he's pretty confident.
He's already achieved a lot on the Championship Tour, but I think it's fair to say, like, that desire, that fire, that's still there with him. He's still got tons of that competitive drive.
Oh, definitely, because he's trying to understand what he's going to do with his life, with his future, and out of nowhere he's in contention to get one of those spots for the world title, for the world tour for the 2024. And I think his mindset kind of shifted the last couple of contests, and now he actually has a shot, and he wants to. Because we're just watching on the webcast. Yeah.
Some morning free surfs from the likes of Frederico Morais, who looks pretty stoked with the way things are panning out. We're on here with the women, not far away from starting. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're chatting the schedule for 2024 on the CT, among other things. We'll be right back.
puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
Able to navigate that tube.
Into the barrel.
Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, drains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Bongia. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
Coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals.
This is what it's all about, winner take all. This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
We're back in Portugal for the Challenger Series, but the reason surfers are on this tour is to look forward, is to look to step up. And some delightful events standing up on the schedule for 2024 on the Championship Tour. We just had some vision of it then. Who's excited?
Got me really excited. Far out. That package just then was gave me goosebumps. There's some amazing events on tour for next year. Obviously, you've got your Fiji, which everyone's excited about. But for me, one thing that's interesting is Tahiti is actually on earlier in the year. So it's on in May. And if we think back to May this year, that was when that first big swell actually hit Te Ahupō, and it was insane. So, you know, this year the forecast was challenging for Tahiti, but the scenarios made it super exciting. So, you know, maybe looking to this year's schedule with that different change in time throughout the year could be maybe something bigger on the horizon.
Yeah, Philippe, if you're a challenger and you're in contention, obviously you're excited anyway about qualifying for the CT, but imagine just, you know, maybe you're goofy, you're going well on tour, you're Cole Houshman, and you see Fiji come up on the schedule. How stoked?
I think that's like the main thing for the 2024 season, and honestly, I'm super stoked to have Fiji back and Cloudbreak back, because it's definitely one of the best waves in the world, and obviously as a goofy footer, I want to see the goofy footers perform on lefts, because, you know, there's always that little debate between the amount of lefts and rights, and it's always good to get one more left on the tour, and I think everyone is happy.
Yeah, absolutely. So Challenger Series participation is not compulsory for Championship Tour surfers. Nevertheless, we got plenty of the big dogs in the draw here. Checking out names like Miguel Pupo, Leo Fioravanti, Kanoa Igarashi, Matt McGillivray. And the sea surfers there that have gone really well at this event in the past. The likes of Leo's absolutely on fire here last year. Kanoa spent a lot of time in this part of the world. A good mate of yours, Philippe. Pupo, we're stoked to see him back, right? He missed a lot of the season with injury.
Yeah, he did. This is actually his second event back since injuring himself. So it's going to be exciting to see him back competing at 100%, hopefully. One thing that I notice, you know, when you have these CT surfers come to these Challenger Series events, you know, they can potentially be squashing these Challenger Series surfers' dreams and taking away from them. So it is, you know, high stakes. And when you start seeing these guys take those people out of the draw, it can be quite concerning.
Last time out at Huntington Beach at the Willcox US Open, surfers to really jump up. Sawyer, Lindblad, Crosby, Colapinto, Eli Hanneman. Big results for them and put themselves right in contention, Philippe.
Oh yeah, you see how many spots Eli Hanneman he jumped off on the rankings with that win. That just shows you how much, how important it is to get that one win and just put you up there on the top 10, because it's 10,000 points, and you know what? You just don't need that many points just to qualify. So
you know this wave really well. You know the kind of surf we're going to be getting. What names do you like? Who do you fancy to really put their hand up here? Maybe some surfers just kind of lurking there. Who do you reckon is going to jump up the ratings?
Yeah, I think there's going to be always all the Aussies, because they all come from those right-hand point breaks, and they're going to do well here. Macy won last year, and you did a lot. You see a lot of Australian surfers doing good here, and you know, because it's going to be different throughout the whole week. So I think today we're going to see the backhanders with a bit of more of an advantage, and when the swell gets up, it's going to be a little bit better for the forehand. So it's going to be interesting to see during the week what's going to happen, because the conditions will change and the approach will change as well.
Flick, we already talked about Sal. We've got Bronte McCauley as well, your fellow Western Australian, going really good. But what other names? Who else do you like? Maybe some of the up-and-coming surfers?
Yeah, there's a couple of people I've got my eye on, but one is Macy Callahan, last year's event winner here, and current number 14 on the rankings. So she's outside of that top 5 picture. However, I just love Macy surfing when it comes to right-hand point breaks. She's got a really beautiful pace to her surfing, and the one thing that we talk about is flow, and especially on right-hand point breaks, which I think is super crucial, you know, sort of the difference between a wave looking really nice and a wave not looking so good and well put together. So Macy, I think, is definitely one to watch out for.
Yeah, and obviously coming back here with the good juju from last year as well, that great memory, getting the win here, the flow out here absolutely on point. I think that's a great pick up there, and we like surfers to link up their turns, right, and make it all look beautiful. This is going to be, it's a long wave, right? Even today where conditions are quite small, it's all about linking up those turns, Philippe.
Yeah, as I said, the wave is gonna go and connect from all the way from the outside all the way through the inside, and yeah, those transitions in between turns, and just take advantage of those little spots where you can actually push the turns a little bit stronger. And yeah, the judges will, they'll always like to see the connections in between turns, especially on longer waves. And there's a few moments where this wave kind of dies off on the channel, and then you just need to maintain that speed to make sure you can finish the wave like strong. But with this swell, I think we're gonna see a lot of really strong turns, because the wall is pretty steep. As you can see here, there's so many really good waves. It's going to be a sick day of competition.
All right, thanks very much, Philippe Jervis, for your thoughts this morning on Dawn Patrol as we get ready to kick off. And our call is we are on for the women as we check vision from above of this long reef point. And even with a smaller swell in the water, it's ruler edged and crisp out there, just clearing the last few stragglers of free surfers. And getting ready to kick things off with our opening heat for the women. It's the round of 48. And the very first heat will feature the likes of some strong talent out of Europe, like Nadia Aristabe. On screen right now, Nadia, one of those goofy foots who's had good results at this wave. Let's check it out and see how we set up. So out of the Basque Country, Aristabe, Ella McCaffrey from the USA, Kobe Enright from Australia, and Janir Gonzalez Echebarri, also out of Euskadi, the Basque Country. Janir recently crowned European Pro Junior champ, so she's coming here with that winning feeling as well, Felicity.
Yeah, that can always be a really good thing. You know, you want to kind of carry that momentum, so it'll be interesting to see if she can do that. And it's always nice. You just get this big boost of confidence. And coming up into the Challenger Series, you know, these women that she's coming up against are really well seasoned. You know, I look at this heat here. I know Kobe, she surfed a lot of heats on the Challenger Series. Ella as well. So, yeah, it's a tough heat, this one. And first heat of the morning too. So it's always a bit of a tricky one. You kind of...
I was going to ask you about that. How do you prep for that? You just assume we're on whatever, right? Just like the commentary team does.
Yeah, that's right. I think you've just got to assume the best, assume it's going to be on, and just go through the motions, you know. Like, I mean, I think back to when I would compete and stuff, you know, it might be called off, but you kind of just want to go for your free surf. You want to get adjusted, feel out your boards, get your feet in the wax. So, yeah, no doubt these women might have already had a free surf this morning, warmed up, and, yeah, underway.
Half-hour heats here for our surfers, and we're on no priority at the start of the heat. And it looks all very orderly out there as these women are lined up and being patient and looking to get the first blow struck here on the Challenger Series. Of course, there's no safety net if you don't finish in the top 2 in this. If you travelled a long way, well, you might be packing your bags or hanging around a free surf, of course. Enjoy Portugal.
It's a good part of the world here. Really, really wave-rich coastline. There's so many different surf towns to go visit and have a look at. So I had my surf myself the other day. It was very fun, just down the road, not at the event site because it was very busy with Challenger Series surfers warming up. But yeah, back to what I was saying before. I mean, the first heat of the morning, it's always a bit of a guinea pig heat. You know, everyone's watching this heat, trying to see, you know, once this first wave gets surfed, where the judges' heads are at, where the scale is going to be set. And so, yeah, no doubt that the women coming up in the next heat will be watching this one for sure.
Yeah, looking forward to getting this one underway here We talked about that forecast, and it's not going to be sort of epic magnitude, the swell this week. So great call just to kick things off on day one of competition. And you know what? I don't know if my coffee had enough caffeine in it this morning. Jeanette isn't the European Pro Junior champion, but her sister, Annette, is.
There we go.
Yeah, just tidy that up.
Very good.
So
maybe she's going to ride off her sister's good juju here.
Well, do you know what? They absolutely do buzz off each other's results as well. And there's a really strong crew from the Basque Country, actually, on the men's side as well. There's a whole new crop of talent in that age group around the juniors, and then just sort of like early 20s. There's a real big buzz. I mean, how many times have we seen that? You get a little squad going. It's been one of the stories for the Americans as well on the Challenger Series. You get that kind of team unity going. You can even get like almost that siege mentality going as well, and it works really well. You're a long way from home, and it helps to have that squad energy, right?
For sure. I think the mentality's changed a lot over the last sort of like 5 years. I think even 10 years ago, you know, surfers would come individually and things like that. When they'd surf their heat, they'd leave, and someone having a look, Ella having a look at that one, but pulling back a bit. Yeah, surfers would leave, you know, as soon as they did their heat, they'd be out of there. But it's really nice to see the Australians, the Americans, the Basque Country, they're just all, you know, sticking together and rallying around their fellow countrymen and women, because, you know, it's nice, even the men and women supporting each other. You know, the men will come down to watch I know the Australian guys will be there supporting the Australian women, and just gives a nice team morale and team aspect to it. A lot of these women and men are also staying together too, which is actually, you know, it's kind of sort of unusual. You know, in other sports you might not really get that. So that also adds another dynamic to, yeah, competing as well. You know, you're staying with these people, getting to know them, and yeah, going to dinner with them, cooking meals.
Being an Aussie, being completely on the other side of the world, it's a big change, but it feels like Portugal's a relatively easy and comfortable country to adjust to.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I love the European way of life. It's pretty beautiful over here, and the waves are just amazing. You know, there's so much to choose from, and the only thing that is a bit hard for the Aussies is the time difference. So there's no doubt a lot of these competitors would have arrived at least a few days beforehand. So yeah, the jet lag sucks, the flight time sucks, but once you're here, it's amazing.
Yeah, and certainly when the waves come to the party as well, it makes all of those little kind of niggles go away. As we had a little vision just up there at Pontinha, so that's the top of the point. Some free surfing available up there. Also gives our surfers just a little peep on a set indicator. So far, lost a couple of minutes in this one. Nothing really happening for our surfers. They're having to just be patient.
Yeah, it's always a bit tricky right now. You know, time's ticking down. No waves have been caught, and there's no priority right now. So as soon as this first set comes through, it's going to be really interesting to watch this first little scenario go down, who's on the inside and who's being more dominant, because as time ticks down in these heats, and when someone stands up, you know, this heat is underway, and if you're not on that first exchange, you know, you're going to be at the back of the line. You're hoping that, you know, the person who took off didn't just score an 8-point ride. So it's once this first set comes through, it's going to be really interesting. These girls are going to be really hungry to get this heat underway. You can see Kobe in the white. She's actually sitting the deepest right now. So she's, you know, there's all these funny little games that are actually going on that we're kind of not really seeing right now. But yeah, Kobe asserting sort of dominance right now and taking that inside position. You got Ella there in the blue. So she's, well, sort of, there's no priority right now, but you know, you got to think that she'd be in line for that wave number 2. But yeah, you can see on this shot right here, just how the girls are actually sitting quite close to each other.
So a 9th over in Sydney for Kobe Enright. That's her best result this year. Just done a couple of events, the Australian events. Got herself a start over here in Europe, looking to get a start going in this heat. And our call has been made with a little deliberation from Travis Ogie. We saw some sets stand up. We've got extended lulls, but the key thing is when the sets do come flip, we've got multiple waves, 4, 5, 6 waves in a set. So hopefully opportunity for everybody.
For sure, I think so. In that early morning vision, we saw a few waves coming through, so there's definitely opportunity out there. It is small today, but when the sets come, like Travis said, you know, there is, you know, four wave sets, so definitely opportunity.
Daniela Rosas there. She surfed brilliantly here last year, and she was really good energy. We actually had her in the studio as well to call a couple of heats. I think she called her good mate Sawyer heat. She was really, really good with some cool insights all the way from South America. Knows a little bit about surfing in cooler water in a wetsuit. And loving her time over here in Europe. She's got a game face on this morning, as you might expect.
Oh, definitely. I mean, like you said earlier, if you don't finish in that #1 spot or the #2, you're packing your bags and you're going home. So there's such high stakes at this event. You know, there's no rebel charge round, there's no second chances. So a lot of pressure building, you know. A lot of people fly from a long way away to come to these events, spend lots of money, they train, they put in the hours. And, I mean, to lose first round in this Challenger Series event is a big loss.
Yeah, Daniela coming up in a tough heat as well. Yolanda Hopkins represent Portugal in the heat. Natasha Van Groningen and Pua de Soto. So tide's always part of our conversation here. It's a pretty big swing at the moment. We saw vision of that beautiful full moon, the harvest moon as it's known this time of year, but we've got over 3 meters of tide, so 10 feet, and that's going to change this wave significantly, Flick.
For sure. I mean, you can even see it in this shot right here, just that reef in the foreground. It's just getting lower and lower. We're talking to Philippe before, and he was thinking that maybe that was going to improve the conditions throughout the day. So hopefully we see that little bit less water on the reef, a few more waves pushing through, and hopefully, yeah, a little bit more consistent. So I had a lot of time ticked down in this heat without a wave scored yet. So it's just creating this pressure cooker even more. You know, it's we're down to 22 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we've compressed the time down with an extended lull on this groundswell, which just faded a touch overnight. There is still plenty of energy, but some of those longer lulls, it's super clean on the face, ruler edge. We've got light offshore breezes coming out of the canyon here that Ribera Dill has on what is probably one of the most consistent waves, not only in Europe, sort of anywhere. And it's one of the reasons why it's been such a good venue for competition here, because pretty much handling from 1 foot up to, we've had like 10-foot solid days out here, and it's always contestable, this long wave. But right now, the mental game from our surfers sitting there and just having to be patient, waiting to get a start.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, nerves of steel right now too. I mean, I'm sure this isn't the way that all these ladies thought that this heat would get underway. The ultimate start in a heat, you want a quick start. You want to get your feet in the wax and you want to take off, and of course you want that excellent ride as your first score. So it's just making this situation right now pretty stressful for these women. So it's going to be, when this first set comes through, it's going to be interesting to see how they perform, because so much time has ticked away. We've had 10 minutes tick away in this heat without a wave being scored. Who's going to be able to get their feet in the wax and string together a wave?
Offshore breeze puffing out the canyon. There's Hopkins representing Portugal. Always good energies with their coach John, and they'll be sizing things up. She'll look for sure to go aggressive out here and looking to put a solid campaign together. She's blazed again on the QS in Europe this year. Has looked really, really strong. Loves it when there's a bit of size in the water. No slouch whatsoever when it's small. Hailing from down the coast, other side of Lisbon, down there in the south of Portugal, but she's got so much experience out here, and you know, we talk about it, but it doesn't mean it isn't true experience. So crucial.
For sure. She's also been around for a while, so she's surfed a lot of heats. As we see Pua de Soto on the screen there, getting ready for her heat. She's coming up in the green and, yeah, analysing the conditions. But, yeah, back to Yolanda. I really love her style of surfing. She's very aggressive. She's always attacking, and I just know that she's never going to back down from a challenge. She actually surfed this year, got a wild card into Peniche, and she ended up taking down Carissa Moore.
Down Carissa, took it down with style as well, and you could just see how much she was enjoying that, how much it meant to her. Represent Portugal. We've had those wild card stories in the CT down the years, but it was really, really cool to see her go well. Went all right in Tokyo Olympics as well, did Yolanda, and she's absolutely stoked to fly that Portuguese flag. We've got a fresh clock here. So brand new 30 minutes and not really much of a decision to make, just no waves coming through. There was nothing, not even really a paddle. So we're going to go again here, another half hour.
Yep, another half hour. Here we go. I'm pretty sure the girls will be rubbing their hands together about that, because it's nervous times when it's ticking down and no one's caught a wave yet. So yeah, brand new, fresh clock. Hopefully we see a little bit of movement in the lineup. You can see the girls are paddling out now, so maybe a couple of lines coming through. The girls are repositioning. Looks like maybe someone's going to have a look at this wave now.
Such a big playing field here at Ribeira de Las. Do you get a chance to see the line swing in from afar? Here we go. It's Ella McCaffrey. What she got for us as she opens up on a rail and just slices back into the pocket. There's a nice turn with plenty of spray. That's going to feel great, as is that offshore breeze accentuating the spray. And she'll go down the line for a finish. And after a long wait at the beginning of our first heat and even a restart, as soon as we reset that clock, it's straight on the tools for Ella McCaffrey, who is still going on an inside here, the thigh burner. And she'll just keep snapping all the way to the inside. Long rides here up to 200 meters, and she's going again. I think that's a 7th or an 8th turn. Gets a little combo to finish. Great start for Ella.
Wow, she really did well there. Absolutely milked that wave for everything it was worth. Her legs, yeah, definitely be a bit sore after that one for sure. I thought what was interesting is Kobe was actually sitting the deepest there and sort of was asserting that dominance in the lineup, but she chose not to take that wave. Kind of went underneath her, and girls looking like they're repositioning right now, actually. Just moving, maybe pushed each other a little bit too deep in that lineup.
All right, here it goes. Kobe Enright on and inside. A little white water on the face from that previous set. Here she is, looking to set up. This one will get steep in front of her here. Puts up a float, covers some ground. Stays in the pocket, crucial at Ribeira de Las. Look at this section for Kobe. She opens up, doesn't quite attack it. That's a nice turn. Good snap, good spray off the rail. And again, another nice combo through that mid-section of the wave. And really feeling things out as she opens up, puts it all the way back into the white water. Staying real close, looking for that inside runner, which isn't forthcoming, but a good wave there for Kobe. Meanwhile, here goes Janir, the Basque, one or two Basque goofies out in the water. That wave just pushed into deeper water, so unable to unlock along inside, which will leave Aristabe with priority. That's good to see some surfing going down.
Yeah, it is. Here we go. Replay. Janir, here we go on the backhand. Bit of a foamier one, this one. You can see there's a little bit of whitewash here, but she gets to work. It's a couple of nice turns here. We didn't actually see the start of this one, so here we are seeing the full length of this replay. So nice surfing on the backhand, but when I'm comparing it to sort of what I saw from Kobe and Ella, here we go, we have a look at Kobe's replay. So this wave started off quite whitewashy too, sort of throws it up into the lip for a little bit of a floater there, and kind of waiting for this section here where the wave sort of, as we say, it sort of grows, it gets bigger as she's surfing it down the line. You can see the wave size just changing there, and she's really being able to lay the board on rail there and just get underway with a couple of turns.
It's going to feel good to spray Ella as well. It's not just to spray your opponent.
Yeah. Yep. But here we go. Replay of Ella here. So this was the opening wave of the heat, and Kobe actually let this one go. So Ella goes, yep, all right, I'll take this one. And for me, this was my favourite wave out of all the girls' opening waves.
Just looked like she had a little extra speed, didn't it? And a little more venom through some of those manoeuvres.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, though, to see where the judges do go, because her wave did get quite slow here through this section. She really had to work, and it actually got quite small when you compare it to Kobe's, which way her wave actually got a bit bigger as she surfed it, and she was able to open up and kind of link it through a few bigger turns together. So judges have sort of got a bit of work cut out with them, and no doubt they're deliberating that right now, so we're still waiting for scores.
Yeah, speaking of judges, we've got notes from our head judge. All elements of the criteria taken into account. Judges want to see surfers utilise the wave of commitment and show a wide range of manoeuvres, really focusing on the ability to maximise speed and power to show good flow and connection between manoeuvres, and that does feel like part of the criteria that's going to be crucial at this wave, because there are scoring sections, but there is that downtime between, and it's about making those transitions look good.
For sure, and I think, you know, that's when we talk about flow, but I think flow can also be translated sort of into style, you know, because the way you link those manoeuvres together and the transition between that is what, you know, makes a wave really nice to watch and maybe not as nice to watch. So I'm interested to see the scores between Ella and Kobe, and you know, once we see that come through, then we're going to have a good idea of what the judges really are looking at. You know, are they looking for, you know, a nice clean wave, sort of maybe a little bit smaller, linked all the way through like Ella's, or are they going to take into account that Kobe had those couple of bigger sections where she was able to put it on rail? So anyway, here we go.
down the years at this event, we have seen different ways of doing it, different ways of getting number. We've seen big scores come through for huge one-hammer maneuvers. Also, the combos crucial. Just that middle part of the wave from Ella, the way she linked together those two snaps and that speed and that spray that she was able to get. You've got to feel, nevertheless, it went a little sluggish after that, but I feel like good points coming for her for that part of the wave. Judges taking their time, as we mentioned. It's a really big playing field here. You can see, particularly from the tower, if there's going to be a lull and a gap, they can take their time and go, all right, probably not going to get surfing for a couple of minutes here. Let's really nail this. Setting the scale crucial as ever in the first heat. We have had a restart, and pretty much as soon as we got that restart done, it was straight down to business waves for all of our surfers. Just a quick number in for Aristabe, who managed to snaffle priority by getting back out the back, but was still waiting for numbers on that exchange. Let's see where it goes. But stoked to get underway here in Ericeira, as the stakes, they ramp up with just this, the penultimate event. One more to go on the Challenger Series, so getting close to knowing who's going to be putting their hands up for qualification. A big week or so of surfing here in Europe. Do you reckon that's warm water or cold? Is that an ice bath, or is that nice, warm and balmy?
That is, I'm going to say ice bath, judging by the claw fingers that she's got going on there. I think it's an ice bath, which is really cool. Obviously, in this athlete area, they've got access to that. This wave is long wave, so if you get a long wave, your legs are going to be burning. You've done a lot of turns. Come in, maybe she's trying to get the body adjusted and ready for her heat. So, yeah, jump on in that ice bath. Pretty amazing, really.
Yeah, South Africans know a thing or two about cold water themselves. Surfing in a wetsuit won't be an issue for surfers like Zoe Steen, who's coming up in heat number 4 of this opening round. Right now, we got numbers coming in. Just waiting for, here we go. Wow, it's really close here, Flick. So that exchange between Kobe and Ella marginally went the way of the Aussie Kobe Enright. 5.67 for her.
Yeah, 5.67 for Kobe and 5.33 for Ella. And Janier locking in a 4.17. So Kobe out with the lead right now. And I sort of did think that. I mean, you know, Ella, you know, she had that wave. It was a little bit smaller though, and she there was a lot of downtime where she was trying to link sections together, but Kobe kind of just getting the jump on Ella there, and I'm going to put it down to that sort of couple of bigger sections that Kobe had where she was really able to put that board on rail, and yeah, so Kobe out ahead right now, but only just.
I'm happy to confirm that it's actually a warm bath there, Flick, so it's nice and warm in there.
Oh, was it warm?
It's a warm bath.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Yeah. Okay. Warm bath. Lovely.
What's your vibe on the ice baths?
I
into it?
Yeah, I'm really into it.
Yeah?
I myself have
Thought
the
you might
ice
say
and,
that.
ice and sauna set up. Yes, it's so
Ooh,
good.
Look at you.
Yeah, very fancy. Yeah, no, it's so amazing to have that, being an athlete, and or even just in general. You know, it has so many benefits, from, you know, improving sleep, digestion, lactic acid removal, good for recovery. Yeah, lots of positive effects.
And it just makes you feel like a total legend.
Increasing dopamine and really hardcore, you know. I do contrast therapy every morning.
So we're underway here on the Challenger Series. The best of the action is from Kobe Enright and Ella McCaffrey so far. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action on the Challenger Series from beautiful Ericeira. Stay tuned.
The EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, Surf for Tomorrow, by Vissla, creators and innovators, by Estrella Galicia, brewed and bottled in Galicia, Spain since 1906, and by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination.
Welcome back to Challenger Series and welcome back to live action. Let's pick up Nadia Edistabe out of the Basque Country as she swings on the backhand. Nice vertical hit from her. It's a signature move and she really wanted to connect with the next section, just ran away. That is obviously the risk. The harder you push it, chance of getting caught behind. So Nadia looking to open up there. Let's get another look, Flick.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slower wave at the beginning here. You can see she's just working that board on rail, trying to stay back to the source. But it was that turn there. You could see she maybe was just trying to get around that section, obviously. But she was just caught a little bit behind, maybe brought that turn a little bit further back. But we've got some live action here.
Yeah, here goes Ella as we pick up an in-between section for her and looking to keep that board loaded up with speed. Can't do so. Some of those deeper spots in the reef. It's quite an uneven reef here. With this swell direction, it's hugging it pretty well. It's wrapping in nicely, but there will be slower spots in the wave. And you go again straight away with a steep drop and then a good authoritative hit from her. So a much shorter wave, but getting a good slice of that lip there. Did the American Ella McCaffrey. She already opened up with a 5.33. Got the opening wave of the heats. We'll get numbers to come in from our panel. It's a smaller number for Nadia, just a 3 for her. We're waiting for Ella's wave. Those crisp lines will stand up and fill in. This tide will drain out, go towards the low. So we're looking at, well, there's 8 heats to go in this round. That should put us through most of the good part of the tide before things get mid to high later on this afternoon. Could be troublesome, but right now, conditions are just improving.
Yeah, for sure. Here we have a look at a replay here from Ella. So cutting back here for those first 2 turns, bringing it through to the inside, tags it there again, and wave just getting a little bit hard to read through this section here. She's working it, trying to get every little bit of point that she can out of this one, and as we saw in her first wave, she actually linked that one all the way through, but this one she didn't. She managed to get that other little wave on the way back out, and she's gone up into first now, so with that 2.83. So she has pushed Kobe into second now. So Kobe sitting out the back with priority and a couple of lines on the way.
This is what we want to see here. 15 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Plenty of time in this one as we see what looks like one of the better sets so far of the morning. And how stacked is that swell? There's multiple opportunities. Surfers in the line have decisions to make, doing exactly that. Kobe Enright paddling, and she'll lose priority here. She had the chin on the stringer. She was giving it arms, but didn't want her that one.
Wow, that is probably, I'm going to say, error. I mean, she was in second place. She got the highest wave score of this heat, that 5.67. Had priority. You know, she maybe was looking like she was a bit out of position there, a bit too far out.
Here goes Gonzalez Echebarri, opening up on a soft face, just swinging and staying in the steep section, looking to do this. Another snap, just putting herself in position, and again, just opening up a bit more, pushing on that back foot there, and then really opens up the shoulders. Almost gets caught as well to stay out of trouble as the wave gets a touch sticky, just adjusting the feet and looking for a finish here, and a little look around mid-ride. Meanwhile, with speed and with authority, Kobe Enright goes into the lip, straight back down to the flats, and opens up with a carve. So just contrasting that wave, a lot more speed and crispness to it, and another good ride for Kobe.
Yeah, it's got to feel good, especially after her losing priority paddling for that first set wave. You know, sometimes you can get a negative headspace after something like that. So to back it up with that wave just then, here we go, we'll have a look at the replay. And this is what Kobe did under priority right here. So takes off, sort of gets that little lip line floater there, trying to bring it through to this inside. She really lays the board on rail here, really opens up her arms. She's got a really unique style there through that carving maneuver. You see it again a second time. So I think she only needs a 2.49 to get back up into that first position. Have a look at the replay here from green. She's on a backhand, so slight point of difference here. Wave's a bit slower on the beginning, but she sort of gets a little bit more work done here. Really, really opens up the shoulders and brings that board back around. But yeah, this wave just sort of letting her down here, looking, it's talk about steepness of the wave, and this wave on the inside really didn't have that. It's quite fat, really not allowing her to get vertical probably how she would want, but still just tagging, trying to milk every little last bit out of this wave.
Yeah, when you compare those two, Kobe's just felt like a runner, didn't he? She was always going down the line with speed. By contrast, Janir had to kind of be patient and wait for the wave to stand up each time. I think there's a good chance of that being reflected in the score as we wait for our panel to deliberate on that. We've got a number for Janire, 3.33 for her, so a pretty modest number. Will be a healthier score, we reckon, for Enright, who's already got the high score from the opening exchange, and that little minor mishap with losing priority doesn't seem to have cost her because she got herself a wave straight away.
Yeah, lucky, especially in conditions like this, because there's been we had a restart in this heat, right? So there's really long lulls, and to make an error like that and it not cost you the heat is actually pretty impressive. So I'm going to say a bit of luck went her way there. But, also Kobe, she lives on the Gold Coast, so she hails from a land of right-hand point breaks. And I've noticed from my years of hanging out with Kobe and surfing with her, she's actually got a really good read for on point breaks. But just in general, I feel like she's, you talk about people being wave magnets. Kobe's kind of one of those women who, wherever you're surfing with her, she's always positioned herself for the absolute bomb to come through, and it just comes right to her.
I hate people like that.
Mate, they
really annoy me.
She's one of those women. It just all of a sudden, and some people think, maybe it's luck, but no, she just has a really good read on the ocean, and yeah, she's already proved it here. Locked in that second score, straight back up to first with a 3.63.
Yeah, good connection from her as we check out Ericeira, much better, really nice. And she goes with speed and that flow crucially. And looking to connect here, she'll get it done, joining up the dots. And again, a little stab in the pocket, one more, and straight into the bottom turn. So good linkage, did well to milk that end section really, but probably felt like the damage was done out the back with a couple of nice hits, just making sure she got the connection. She looks fired up and really looking to try and put herself in contention in this heat. It's been a slow start for her. Let's get another look here, Flick.
Yeah, I really liked this. I like her style. That was a beautifully timed first turn. Backs it up with a second one and sort of drifts the fins there. So for me, a fellow goofy footer, I really liked what I saw here. She got a bit stuck behind this section, but manages to get around it. Looks like that board, looks like she's riding a DHD, maybe an epoxy. I don't know, I'm not sure about the exact board dimensions and what she's riding, but yeah, the board just carrying her through that sort of fatter section there. We see drone angle here. This is that section where she just gets caught behind, manages to work it, get around this and get a couple of more hits. So I actually really like this. She, at the moment, needs a 5.17 to get up into an advancing position. So we'll wait and see what the judges think.
Ericeira, good relationship with this wave. Surfed really, really well in the countdown series. So the COVID season that was cut short. We fired up again with a couple of events in Europe, one in France, one down here. The waves were big. She surfed really, really well. There's a lot of surfers ending up dry reef on that end section. Her commitment was absolutely on point here and enjoys surfing this wave. All the Europeans in the draw will be very familiar with this spot coming through events through the age groups. Meanwhile, checking out our American Ella McCaffrey with a quick snap with speed as that sunlight illuminates the face as it pokes above the canyon here. And looking to connect through and staying above the board and just keeping the speed up without having to do loads of work. As things get a touch sticky, she'll stand on the tail and look for an inside. We mentioned that uneven reef, and it will suddenly go from quite fat to quite steep. When it does that, if you try and put your board up in the lip, get your points. That's what McCaffrey's doing here, looking for a finish. And she'll hit it again, so multiple maneuvers again. She's gone a long way here and crucially got that snap pretty much on dry reef. Another long, strong wave for Ella.
Yeah, she's just looking to consolidate that second position. For me, she just needs another score, right? She wants to get rid of that 2.83, which I think she would have done. Here we go. We have some live action. Red.
Ericeira cracking the whip backhand. Nice speed to this. You see the projection she's getting off the bottom turn. She's just caught slightly softer waves. She's having to kind of make the energy herself to make these connections, trying to force the issue here. She's doing it pretty well. That was a vertical hit for Nadia. And again, she'll meet the oncoming section. Not an easy turn to do here. Well surf wave. Not a great looking wave, but I feel like she squeezed all the potential out of it.
For sure. I mean, if you take off on a wave today and it's looking like it's got a little bit of potential down the line, because it's so inconsistent, you kind of want to make sure that you squeeze every scoring potential out of it. Here's a replay of this wave. I really like her style there, coming out of the top of that lip. She's got a great whip on her, getting really good extension out of the top there. But those last two waves surfed, I just feel like they didn't quite hit the reef properly. They didn't really stand up and probably bowl how these women would have wanted it to. There was a real difference between these waves compared to Kobe's 5.67, I think Ella's 5.33. I just think these ones sort of hit the reef a little bit differently. Didn't really have that bowl. This is Ella's replay of her last wave. A little jab in the lip there. Sort of getting around this section here. But you can see how this wave sort of is a bit fat. You can even see that little bit of foamy section oncoming. She's got to do a lot of work here to stay with it and just maneuver that board, keep it really lively through this quite fat section of this wave. So just, for me, clear difference to Kobe and Ella's first waves. Here we go. So we'll see. We're going to see after this, you know, where the women position themselves. There's 7 minutes remaining. What strategy kind of comes down into that as well. We've got Kobe out ahead, Ella in second at the moment, and we've got green and red chasing scores.
Yeah, setting up for a strong finish here. Those requirements, they're not big numbers for surfers chasing down. Of course, will only take 2 of these 4 into the next round. Under 7 minutes to go. And we just want to see those lines keep swinging through. This swell, it's got a really, really nice direction for this spot. Coming in pretty straight onto the reef fin. Generally, that means it wraps and runs down the reef, which is exactly what we want to see. That's what surfers like Kobe Enright in priority wants to see. She wants to see a set coming through. See if she can consolidate that lead that she's got. That's Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian, getting ready for the next heat. Hopkins out of Portugal. She'll be looking to go strong out here. Let's earwig in on John. So just debriefing on this spot. Well, briefing really before you head out, but she knows this wave real well, does Yolanda. She'll be looking to go hard and fast in a tough heat. Pua de Soto out in the water, a great surfer. The young Hawaiian, and Natasha Van Brunen as well from South Africa. Tell you what, on the challengers, just it's brutal. There's only 5 spots available for the women. The heats are stacked from the get-go, Flick.
Yeah, it is a really, really tough job ahead of you. If you want to qualify for the championship tour, there is only 5 spots available for the women, you know, and it is super tough because you've also got women on there, you know, like here Sally Fitzgibbons, who's sitting in that #1 spot, who has got so much World Tour experience. You've got, well, even, you know, look at the first, in that top 5 right now, you've got 4 women that are former CTers. So you're coming up against women who are so experienced. So to really have a crack at making the CT is so hard. And like we were saying at the start of this heat, there is no second chances. If you do not finish in first or second in this heat, you are packing your bags and you're going home. So really hard to get on a roll. And if you get on a roll, you want to stay on it.
5 minutes away from knowing who we're taking to the next round from this one. Let's check the recap and see how it's gone down. And it was the opening exchange. Ella McCaffrey getting to work early on.
Yeah, this is Ella's best wave. This is her 5.33 that we're having a look at there. That nice carving maneuver. I think all those points really came from those 3 turns that we just saw linked together there. She really worked hard to score everything that she could out of this wave. You can see here that wave really petering out to not much, but you can see her really working that board. She shifts her weight forward, moves further forward on the board and brings this one all the way through to the inside. If I was having a free surf, I probably would have already kicked out of this wave, but they're in a contest, so they need to make sure that they milk everything out of this wave. So, yeah, really good surfing there. And now we've got the top 2 waves of white here. Kobe Enright just absolutely going to town. She's got this 5.67 and it backed it up with a 3.63. This is her 5.67, and for me, her wave choice here was really good. It started off a bit small, but she really got to work here, and just her strength is these powerhouse carves, you know, where she can really lay this board on rail. Kobe is She's a taller girl, so she's got a lot of power behind her, and this is her 3.63, which she backed it up on. So just went straight to the lip there. Got a little bit caught behind, but she knows that she needs to back up the 5.67, which she does here. Really opens those arms out there and comes through with another couple of manoeuvres.
It is super tight in our opening heats for the women in the round of 48. All our numbers are in the last 2 waves of one of our best, one in red. Ericeira got her at the moment in second place, an advancing position, but not a long way back at all. McCaffrey and Gonzalez Echeverry. Live actions, we pick up Nadia here, loses it. So a soft one on the inside, pushing hard and going down. Enright uses prio, doesn't use it to great effect. She gets shut behind the section. So that was our surfers in second and first place, which means now an opportunity of under 3 minutes to go. Priority with Janir. Ella is not a long way back either. She's got second priority. She's just looking for a 2.94 flip.
Yeah, so she's got pushed out of that second position. Nadia went up there with her 3.97 on her second to last wave. So Ella's got a bit of work to do with 2.5 minutes on the clock. She's sitting out there. She's got second priority. So she is willing a set to come. She hasn't got the first option of wave. Janir's got that. So she's got to hope she's either selling Janir on a wave to make sure that she's got opportunity for the next one. But time's ticking down, and look, the clock might be working against her here because it is very inconsistent today.
How do you surf for a 3? Do you put that out of your mind completely and try and get a 7, or are you just literally thinking about putting a couple of moves together, milking it?
Look, a 3 out here today is, you could get a 3 with one turn. Let's be honest. If you really had a great section there and you really put the board in the critical section of the wave, with 1 or 2 maneuvers, you could get a 3. But I don't think you're surfing for a 3. I think you're surfing for higher, because when sets come through today, they're coming through in, groups of 2 to 3. So you got to think that behind me, Nadia could take off, or, anyone else could take off. So I've got to surf, obviously not for a 3, you're surfing for something higher.
All right, let's see how that plays out. Under 90 seconds to go. Beautiful morning sunshine out of the canyon here at Ribeira Dilas. It is the EDP Vissla Pro Ericeira, presented by Estrella Galicia. Penultimate event on the Challenger Series. We're looking to qualify surfers for the championship tour. This event, historically, just the time of year that it falls is crucial for qualification. And it just feels extra important as you get towards the end of the season for locking in a result. Final minute here. Second place priority, McCaffrey needs a modest number. The American doesn't need a big score, 2.94. Janir Gonzalez Echeverry needs a 4.11, and she'll go here. Not the wave she wanted at all, and you can see all that grimace from her as she realized. So obviously having a look, thinking there wasn't much out the back. 30 seconds to go. Let's see if McCaffrey can find a wave.
Wow. I mean, there is maybe a couple of lines a bit further away, but are they going to get there in time is the question. I know there's only 20 seconds left. Nervous times for her right now, for sure.
Yeah, I think Janir realized that was probably going to be it. Last opportunity, she had to go that one. It was a softer one, and what they sometimes do is just slip inside and then run away quickly, close out on the reef. It's exactly what happened there for Janir, and it looks like McCaffrey and Echeverry will be left without a chance to go again here. Kobe Enright and Nadia Ericeira. And Kobe finding the best waves out there. She did it basically by unlocking the best opportunity. You feel like Nadia Ericeira really just kind of forced herself on that heat.
For sure. I mean, I didn't see her coming. She kind of came from behind there and knocked Ella out. Ella was sitting in second place for majority of that heat, so that one's going to really be a tough loss for Ella.
It's all about getting it done, getting it through to the next round. So well done to our surfers advancing from that heat, Enright and Ericeira. It's a beautiful Sunday morning in Portugal. The challengers are back in town. We're bringing more live action from a beautiful Ericeira. Checking out Daniela Rosas, Yolanda Hopkins, Natasha Van Gronen, and Pua de Soto real soon. And a very warm welcome back to Portugal. It's the EDP Vissla Pro Ericeira presented by Estrella Galicia. We're underway here with a round of 48 for the women. And we're checking out Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian, Yolanda Hopkins from right here in Portugal, Natasha Van Grunen from South Africa, Pua De Soto from Hawaii. And that blend of young, upcoming talents taking on some more experienced heads. Love the way those storylines play out on the Challenger Series. Another great looking heat. John and myself, Paul Evans, talking you through it. Felicity Palmatier. Well, that one, we had a restart. We had to wait for the action, but I'll tell you what, surfers making it through out there this morning, they'll be double stoked.
Oh, for sure. You know, when the conditions are challenging like they are this morning, it feels that much better when you get a heat win or you're moving through with a second place. I mean, that was a really, really tough heat with that restart. We saw it's really, really inconsistent. So it's even, you know, we always talk about this thing called heat IQ, you know, or strategy. And today, that is really going to come down to the surfer who is going to put together a really smart heat. So positioning where, you know, at the start of the heat, priority, where you take if you take a wave, if you don't take a wave, depending on, you know, the circumstance in the heat is going to be super critical today. And, you know, a little bit of luck too, because we are playing with Mother Nature, and sometimes you just can be on the wrong side of, you know, of the draw of the set.
Yeah, conditions really sort of dictating the strategy as well. I think sometimes in a heat, particularly in a beach break, you need numbers. There's not much happening. You can just kind of go to the inside and look to kind of grub around and get something going, but pretty much just got to be patient out there and wait for the sets.
For sure, you definitely need to be patient, but you can see right here, I mean, when I look at this heat on paper, I look at Yolanda to having probably the most experience, and it's interesting to me that she's positioned wider than these other three girls here who are sitting deeper. So we're going to see how this all plays out. But, I mean, yeah, of course, in an ideal world, you want to be on the sets, no doubt about it. But I think what's super important in these heats is how you utilise your priority when you have it and when you don't. As we see Pua there in the green, also pretty experienced as well. I think, you know, surfing a few heats on the Challenger Series this year. Her dad, longboard world champion. So, you know, coming from a lot of surfing heritage there, family that's really, you know, trenched in surfing. We started surfing at a really young age, I'd say.
Yeah, an absolute natural. I was really impressed with her down in Belito in South Africa for the Challenger Series event. I thought she absolutely ripped that wave. Really fun. They're pumping surf down there. Some good barrels going down, some great turn sections as well. She's a great natural, really cool surfer to watch. Love the talent out in the water right now. Mentioned Daniela Rosas previously. I like the way she competes a lot. She has got a really good read on this wave from events past. And here she goes in live action. Here's the Peruvian. And she's got that smooth, casual style. And opens up with a turn on a rail. Look, she's eyeballing this section down the line. Really wants to connect here. And she does well to load up that board and get the speed going. Light on her feet. Wanted that section. Section didn't want her.
It didn't. But you know what? I was really impressed with the way that she was moving that board, because she got going so quickly. And, you know, on days like today where it is smaller, more challenging, equipment really is super important. And if you have a board that can carry you through those sections, and that board looks like it's going to carry her. I mean, here we go. We'll have a look at the replay here. And she's just waiting for this wave to get a little bit steeper. Goes for a cutback for her first turn. But even though the wave didn't do what she probably wanted it to do, but you could just see here she was working so hard, and that board really was responding. Just unfortunately, that wave was a little bit small and sort of let her down. But yeah, I really liked what I'm already seeing. She's looking hungry, and that board is looking pretty good underneath her feet. So if she gets a bigger set wave, just see it here, just really, really nice rail work. But unfortunately, that wave just running off without her.
So wasting very little time. Going again here. Here is Rosas. And another smaller section. And straight back at it. And it happened a lot here. You're making your way back after a wave. Some of these smaller ones will miss the bowl out the back and just hit down the reef. And Daniela says, why not? Let's swing. Her best result coming in the US Open. Got a 5th over there. So her beach break skills absolutely on point. That's been the best from her so far this season on the Challenger Series. She'll be looking to go deep into this one, try and get herself in contention right now, 24th. So quite some ways back. Here's a solid looking bit of energy, and this is what we want. So Hopkins having a paddle, but Van Grunen, she was deeper, and she's up here, the Goofy. What she got for us? Waited a while to do this, put a strong turn up with power. It's just the one hit for her. Meanwhile, here goes De Soto, who is deep on a wave that'll run away from her, which will leave Hopkins with priority. 23 on the clock. So I don't want to say full starts there, but surfers getting opportunities and not really able to go down the line on the wave.
You've got to be thinking that, here we go, have a look at the replay here from Natasha. This was a bigger set wave, and she only got the one turn, but I really like this one turn. It's definitely one of the most critical turns that we've seen on the backhand there, really allowing her to go up pretty critical into the lip there. This is the second wave from Daniela, and nice smaller wave again, and only sort of allowing her to get those couple of cutbacks. But if you're someone like Yolanda right now, you're sort of rubbing your hands together. All three other women sort of took off, but no real substantial scores, right? So Yolanda's sitting out there with priority, knowing that, okay, everything's all right. They have caught waves, but nothing of big consequence. But out the back.
Oh, great combo for Natasha. Love those two backhand hits. Hailing from South Africa, she will know her way around a right-hand point break. Really good combo from her. The first turn was spicy, and then straight into the bottom turn, putting the board up there again. So making her way back out and finding a wave. Let's see where this goes with the panel. That's going to feel a lot better to get a couple of waves in. So reduced scores for her. Half an hour for the surfers' two best waves. Looking to get out of this round. Here is the South African on the backhand.
Yeah, she is throwing a lot of spray. I'm really liking the aggressiveness to her surfing. That was only 2 turns there, and then on her previous wave was only 1 turn. So I'm actually pretty interested to see where the judges are going to go with these 2 scores, right? Like, are they going to score this because, or like give it a bit more score? Because even though it was only 1 or 2 turns, they were the strongest turns we've seen so far.
Definitely think the panel will just be really enjoying that aggression from Van Groenen there. And you think some of these long waves, we had a ride of, what, 40 seconds in the previous heat from Ella. But it's a lot of downtime on those waves as well. And it's sometimes hard to sort of regenerate your speed and get going. Those combos, those turns coming in quick succession, judges tend to favor that. And I think could well be a good number heading here for Natasha. But judges, well, they'll take their time, as we mentioned. They'll realize it's not a wave coming for a while. They'll look at the replays, make sure they nail it.
For sure. I mean, they're definitely up there analysing everything, looking at the replays. But this will be interesting. It's sort of going to be telling for the rest of the day too, and the rest of this women's round, because there's no doubt the women in the next heats will be watching this. They're going to, and they're going to be wanting to see where this score goes, because if it's a potential to get a score with only 2 turns, sort of changes your strategy going into your heat.
All right, line stacking up here at Ribeira Dillas. Challenger Series is back in Europe. It is the EDP Vissla Pro Ericeira, and we're underway from the get-go. An 8 a.m. start on the first day of our waiting period. I think we've got 8 days to run this event, so we can afford to pick the eyes out of the swell. We're making the most out of a slightly fading, but still pretty consistent west-northwest swell. That has lit up this wave for practice over the last couple of days. And positioning on the top of the point there, you mentioned Flick Hopkins with priority will be waiting to get going here, and she'll let that first one run because she's seen out the back. A good looking wave coming through. Meanwhile, Pua De Soto, good looking entry for her, nice and vert, got loads of the board through the lip. Just one turn, it was a nice turn. Just a quick maneuver on the outside section. Of course, the advantage of that is she won't have a long paddle out. She'll be back in the lineup, so it looks like Hopkins didn't go that next one. Using that experience at this wave to put herself in position here, making sure she's in the spot. So here goes Yolanda Hopkins on her opening section out the back. First turn on a rail for her, just snaps it. And then trying to find a section to run through the middle part, which it doesn't do. The first part of the wave breaking pretty hard and then instantly going kind of soft. And it's like you're recovering from your turn, wondering what the wave's going to do. And that wave, it's not really cooperating.
For sure. She also got hung up on that first manoeuvre, which sort of, the wave ran off without her. But as we look at the scores that just come through, that first wave for Natasha, one turn, 4.5. So to me, that's already sending signals that, you know what, you can actually get good scores for just one manoeuvre out here. She gets 2 manoeuvres like that, you know, you've got to be thinking that possibly could be going excellent maybe. So surfers in the next heats, no doubt taking notice of that.
All right, surfers who can curry the favour of the panel and get themselves through to the next round will be delighted with a pretty morning in Ericeira. One of them is Kobe Enright, who's standing by for a chat with Joanna Garnell.
Absolutely, guys. Good morning. What a way to start the event with a win right at the start. How does the restart affect your mindset? Because it can be pretty struggling already being in the lineup and thinking about what you're going to do, having those 10 extra minutes, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think being the first heat of the day, it's always a bit nerve-wracking out there just because you have no one to go off. So that restart really threw a spanner in the works, but I'm stoked it worked out, and yeah, I'm stoked I made that heat.
And being the first heat of the event, you also have to think about what the judges are looking for. How did you figure that out?
Yeah, for sure. That's always a tricky one too. And I think because you can't see what the other girls are doing, it's hard to get a gauge on what they are scoring. But I got one okay one at the start, so I just based it off that, and yeah, it worked.
And did you manage to get a free surf before your heat?
I did not. I was pretty lazy this morning. I just came down and watched everyone free surf, which was nice. And then I've had it out a little early, but just kind of cruised out there, and yeah, it was nice.
Well, it was really nice to see you. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And just quickly, I want to say hi to my family at home. I know it's late and they're watching, so thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Kobe Enright there. She's stoked. Didn't bother coming down early, Flick. Didn't fancy it. Didn't need to.
I know. I guess the other advantage of being the first heat, though, is you can chuck on the jersey and sort of paddle out. Maybe 10 minutes before the heat starts, the free surfers start to go in, you might get 1 or 2 waves. I did hear that's what she said, so she paddled out a little bit early before the heat. But yeah, different surfers with different approaches. You've obviously got your surfers that like, you know, I always remember, like, you know, you've got these surfers that like to get their crack of dawn, and you always see the same sort of surfers there every single morning. First one out, first wave.
I'll bet you all the money in the world that Yolanda Hopkins was down there about 4 a.m.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that. She is very keen. She's always one of those women that are on the beach, first light, looking to get that early morning surf in. It looked like her hair was actually a little bit wet probably before she paddled out, so I'm assuming she probably had a free surf beforehand.
All right, under 16 minutes to go in this. Couple of numbers in for Van Groenen. The first of them with a 4.5 for the one turn, then the 2-turn combo, 3.77. Now that's the best of the action thus far. We've got a 3.5 for Daniela Rosas, a smaller wave for her, but the South African at the moment with the lead in this one. They're not big numbers, but I think we've already seen, particularly from that first heat, it's probably not going to be, you know, combined totals up there in the high teens. It's all about just getting it done, getting it over the line.
Yeah, for sure. You've definitely got to adjust your strategy today and know that, okay, it's a bit slow going, it's super inconsistent, and, you know, seeing that Natasha got that 4.5 for one turn, I mean, that's a potential backup score for today. So, you know, maybe a strategy going out there is, okay, I want at least one set wave, and then my backup can be maybe just a one turn. I mean, Kobe got through with a total of 9.3, so that's quite low. So, yeah, backup definitely could be a 4.5, no doubt. Natasha's sitting out there now. She's got second priority. She's going to be wanting to improve on that 3.77. And
Challenger Series is underway here. We're stoked to be back in Portugal. It's the EDP Vissla Pro Ericeira. And it's the South African Van Groenen doing good early work in this heat. We'll be right back with more live action right after the break. Beautiful morning vision from Ericeira, surf capital of Portugal and Europe, as we check out one of that nation's brightest stars, Yolanda Hopkins, squeezing the juice here and just laying into those maneuvers. Yolanda swinging around on a rail, releasing spray in that morning sunshine and looking to go up and get some points on the leaderboard. She's got nothing really to get excited about thus far. A couple of ones from her, not the start she would have wanted. Let's pick up live action here of our surfer out of the west side of Oahu, Pua de Soto. And again, it's a similar kind of wave for Pua, just one section. Meanwhile, check this beautiful turn for the Peruvian, Daniela Rosas. That one got a little weird on her. She does well to recover that and just trying to get that board into the bowl. She'll do that here and keeping that rail lively, going from one to the other and just swinging again. Another really nice snap from her. I really like that one turn for Daniela.
Yeah, for sure. You can just see that she's surfing with a certain level of like assertiveness and also aggressiveness. Like she really laid the board on rail there, and you know, I wonder if that might potentially be better than that 4.5 that Natasha scored. We'll have to wait and see. Saw a couple of quick up and downs. Pua had a quick up and down, but surprising for me, Yolanda right now sitting out there with a kind of a pair of ones. You know, on paper coming into this heat, I thought that she would have been out of the gates blazing. She did have that wave. We're waiting for a score there, which she surfed really well. She was putting together those 3 turns there. It was a smaller wave. We're just seeing scores come through now for that last one. And there we go, 3.27. So Yolanda still looking for a score to get up into that second advancing position. Only needs a 2.06, so super low scoring heat here.
Yeah, it's really tight, isn't it, right now? We're going to get a number for Daniela Rosas. Let's see where that puts us. Good chance of, well, she's going to go for sure up into an advancing position. Let's see if she goes in to the lead. She'll need a mid-range number to do that. The Peruvian, just that beautiful style that she's got. I feel like she's using sort of amplitude of the wave as well, loading up with that high line and then able to do some sharp, incisive rail surfing. That board, as you mentioned, looks really sharp and light underneath her. She's looked sprightly so far in this one. Van Groenen, with that start that she got, built her a modest platform to look down on the rest of the pack, but she'll certainly want more from where that came, and she does have priority here, so she'll be able to just be a bit selective and try and put some kind of control in the heat. Hopkins was second prior. Interesting choice here. She obviously thinks this one's going to double up. Let's see if it does. She does have the experience at this wave. And here she goes, looking to take on the section. Doesn't really get the timing right there, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, look, hindsight's the perfect science. Right now we can sit and be like, yeah, you shouldn't have taken off on that wave. However, she only needs a 3.96 to get up into an advancing position. Daniela now with her last wave, that locking in as a 3.73, she's gone up into second position. So that was a smart decision by Daniela, and judges obviously really liking that first turn of hers where she was really able to put that board on rail, and leaving Pua and Yolanda now only hunting around for small scores, really.
Yeah, crucial threes, aren't they? Getting our order in this heat shaken up as Daniela rose up. That 3.73, just adding a bit more to what she had and putting herself in second. She'll definitely look to improve from there. Time to do it right now with 8:40 on the clock. A wide one might tempt some of our surfers. The danger here is you see a wide swing and she can take herself off the reef a bit. You get the takeoff bowl and then it kind of fizzles out. If you can hold your nerve and maintain priority on the main peak, that's going to be your best place to put yourself. And you can see there a reflection from Pua de Soto. The sort of wave she's caught really just not really happening for her thus far.
No, you can sort of see the waves that she's taken off on. Here we go, live action. This is looking like a good wave from Yolanda, just slicing through that second section there. Sort of, it'd be interesting to see. She only needs a 3.96. Wonder if she got any work done before that.
Yeah, you mentioned that. That's the sort of stuff we'd expect from Yolanda Hopkins. You look at the matchup and you think about what she generally tends to do, and you'd expect to see that kind of stuff early on in this heat, and it's been just a little bit of a stuttering performance thus far from Yolanda. That's going to feel a lot better just in the terms of she was able to go fast, she was able to open up, but she's going to want a lot more where that came from, Flick.
For sure. I don't think there was any other surfing that happened before that, right? So we're looking at sort of 2 turns there. Is that going to be a 3.96? I'm not sure. I don't know.
Let's see where that goes. It's with the panel, 7.5 to go at the moment. The South African Van Groenen is going all right in this one. She's got the lead. She's also got priority. She's just ridden 2 waves. And they have been the best 2 scores in the heat thus far. We're waiting for a number for Hopkins. It's in. It's a 277, so it is a backup number for her, but it won't change the requirement. She's still looking for that 396 with 7 on the clock. And numbers, I guess, are always relative. You think, okay, you got 7 minutes, you need a 3. Tell you what, out there right now, a 3. Well, she actually basically needs a 4, right? A 396. That feels like a reasonably hefty number. All right, here goes Pua de Soto, looking to fire up her heat. 4.23 the requirement for her. And again, just frustrating, a softer wave for her and just ran out of steam.
Yeah, you could see by her body language, really. Like, wasn't really into that. She's taken off on how many waves now? That's her 6th wave and hasn't managed to score over a 3 yet. So super frustrating for these women right now. It's very, very challenging. And, you know, looking at what Yolanda and Pua need, Yolanda only needs a 3.96, Pua needing a 4.23. You know, usually on any other given day, you'd be like, okay, right, I can do this. But today, with the conditions being so challenging, time ticking down and it being inconsistent, you know, it's a hard job ahead of these women right now.
6 minutes to go here at Ribeira de Ilhas. The Challenger Series fires back to life in Portugal. A beautiful time of year to be in this part of the world. And surfers in this heat looking for numbers won't be thinking about that right now. They'll just be desperately looking for opportunities. Surfers like Yolanda Hopkins wants a result here in Portugal. And at the moment, she's on the wrong end of a 3.96. Pua de Soto also looking for a 4. Let's check the recap and see how this one's gone down. And the South African Van Groenen early on getting work done.
Yeah, she really did on her backhand here. This was just 1 turn, but this was that 4.5. So judges really rewarding that, you know, and this is her 2nd wave, the 377. 2 turns again, but the 2 highest scores of this heat done for Natasha. So she's out ahead with a total of 8.23 here. You've got to think that the other girls are taking note. You know, you can get scores for just 1 big turn. I really liked this wave from Daniela Rosa. She just looked like she had a certain level of aggressiveness to her surfing that I was really liking. This wave sort of got a little bit slower here, managed to get another couple of cutbacks. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from her. If she gets another opportunity with a wave that allows her to open up, I'm excited to see what's to come from her.
Yeah, she's looked really good. One of the surfers you really feel her style, her technique matches this wave. At the moment, good enough for 2nd place. We'll fly by from our lookout above. This is a World Surfing Reserve here at Ericeira, and the start of a run of waves, which we've basically got waves every couple of 100 meters, different reef breaks, points, beaches, all sorts going on. This one's our Connex venue at the north of town, ultra consistent. And right now, it's offering opportunity for surfers to try and find favor from the panel and try and get themselves out of this round and come back and stay in contention throughout the week. It's a crucial week in professional surfing here in Ericeira as we look to wrap up the challenges this month. We're here over in Europe. We'll head over to Brazil shortly after that, and we'll know who's going to the championship tour. We've already been talking about some of those new venues coming up, all of that excitement yet to come. We've got longboards happening as well soon, and then flick, big wave season.
Yes, big wave season is dawning upon us, starting November 1st. Got the Nazaré Tow Challenge just up the road here, maybe an hour and a half up the road, town of Nazaré. Amazing contest to watch. You know, you've got the biggest waves in the world with the best tow teams in the world absolutely going at it. And then we've got the Jaws Challenge, which, in my opinion, is one of the most exciting events to watch.
And frightening.
Frightening, also frightening, but exciting. Yep.
All right, that's a requirement there for Hopkins right now. Looking for 3.96, 3 minutes, elbows out as she paddles and tries to find some space in the lineup. Pua de Soto, 4th place position, not where she wants to be. Hunting down a number of 4.23. She's very capable of a score like that, but she will need a wave to do it. And she'll go here and have to give way to Daniela Rosas, who in turn has to give way to the first priority of Natasha Van Groenen, coming at a section and hits it. Didn't go super hard at that. not able to really unleash fury as that one came towards her. And a lot of activity looking for that wave. It looked like a bit of a softer one, but our surfers seem to rouse interest in each other by taking off.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if you're one of those surfers that's in that second or third priority, you've got to force the factor here because they're going to need a score. They need to get rid of the person who's got that first priority, which they did, Natasha. So here we go. We have a look. Pua tries to take off. Daniela is like, no, I've got second priority. And then first priority here, Natasha's like, hang on a second, guys. I'm going to make sure I sign, seal, deliver this heat. I am taking off on this wave. So, yeah, pretty interesting there. A little bit of tactics coming into play. But now leaving Yolanda out the back with priority. 2 minutes to go. Needing a 3.96.
Yeah, we won't mix up the scoreboard with that, but what Van Grona did, as you mentioned, just made sure surfers unable to put points and threaten her position. She's in first place. It's the Goofy out of South Africa, 8.27. Not huge numbers, but actually pretty hefty in the context of what's come through so far this morning in over an hour of surfing with that restart we had in the first heat. It's Rosas, the Peruvian, at the moment in second, and she'll feel vulnerable, sitting on a couple of threes. And with third place priority as well, Hopkins, the ball in her court. She's got first prio. She needs a 3.96. Is she going to find a wave? And what's going through her mind right now as she scans the ocean, not looking super interested out the bat, and that looked like a concerned look for Yolanda.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you see Daniela right now, she's in third priority, but in second position, she's sticking to Yolanda like glue. And pretty smart decision from Daniela because she wants to put the pressure on Yolanda. I mean, why wouldn't you go and sit next to her and add that extra little bit of pressure?
Waves coming through here. Is this set going to hit the reef in time? Hopkins will pull the trigger on this one. Here she goes, looking for 3.96. Yolanda Hopkins, it's a soft wave. And a snap from her. It just feels sluggish. And this wave didn't look like it had loads of potential. Nevertheless, she will get a great finishing turn. That was really nice release on the fins from her, so showing a light touch. Is it going to be the 4-point ride she was looking for?
Oof, I mean, I'm not a judge, but that wave was quite small, and that last turn was really great. You know, if she had a bigger wave and she was able to surf like that, yeah, okay. But right now, I'm scratching my head a little bit.
It was a good choice to go. Nothing else came through. So first of all, she made the right decision using the priority, going that wave. But that sluggish pace to the opening of it might hinder the score. She spanked it to finish. That will be what the judges are looking at right now. And we are waiting. Just a reminder, that requirement for Yolanda, 3.96. This will be something of an upset if she goes out at this stage. A surfer who was unbelievable as a wild card up in Peniche on the championship tour in March earlier this season. And right now, it is with the panel, and she looks concerned there, Flick.
For sure. I mean, it's definitely not the way she would want to open up her Challenger Series event, you know, in her home country as well. You've got to be thinking, I mean, her head's on the board right now. And you know what? As a surfer, there you go. I mean, she didn't get the score. She sits in third. She would have been wanting more than that, you know. She definitely would have been wanting more.
So, as we see Hopkins making her way in, she'll be disappointed, just unable to really find her opportunity out there. Beautiful morning as we scan over the reef here at Ribeira Dilas, and we'll make it official. It's Van Grona in South Africa and Rosas, the Peruvian, make it through. We're going to eliminate Hopkins and De Soto. It's a beautiful morning on the Challenger Series in Europe. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have red hot takes and searing insights from Ben Mundy and Chico Alves. Join us for more live action from the Challenger Series right after this.
And welcome back. We have the privilege to be in Ericeira. Look at those rocks starting to show their presence felt as the low tide comes into play. My name is Ben Mundy. I've replaced the dulcet tones of Paul Evans, and Flick Palmer has had a rest. And I've brought in Chico Alves in the booth. Francisco Alves, local legend, one of the Portuguese's finest surf commentators, surfers, all-round personalities. How are you, mate?
Thank you so much for the presentation, Ben. It's always good to join you in the booth. And yeah, I'm really stoked to be here in Ericeira. Waves are looking amazing, and can't wait to watch the action unfold.
Yeah, I've seen you have a bit of a chat out there. You sort of know everyone around the I've seen you chatting to Saka Perez, Travis Logie, Frederico Morais. What's the vibe having the world's best surfers congregate on this little part of Portugal? Must feel good, eh?
Yeah, it feels great. It's a really technical wave. It's beautiful. Everything is great about Ribeira de Ilhas, but you need to really know the wave. So it's great to see guys like Tiago helping out guys that are competing. And yeah, Fred won, of course, to watch this event. And what a great day on end.
Yeah, they're all watching the heat. So right now we're back into the heat number 3 of the women's first round. Nikki Van Dijk, and this is her first wave. Chico, talk us through it, please.
Yeah, nice carve there to start this wave off. Winds up again. Let's see if you can find something here on the inside. And with this tide, and she finds nice click off the top there, and a lot of work to get something done. And sometimes this happens in the Ribeira de Ilhas, is where you keep finding and finding and finding to find this last section. And it's just like a really well-surfed wave by Nikki to start this wave it off.
And then Tessa Tyson as well on a backhand.
Yeah, nice late snap there. Another one. She clicks it, and it's just like the approach on your backside and your front side is really different here in Ribeira de Ilhas. As on your front side, you keep like running towards the wave, and on your backside, you want to be a bit more vertical. So a bit of a contrast in styles there, but I think nonetheless a quick start for both. I don't think the scores are going to go huge, but nonetheless a good start.
Yeah, really good start from both those surfers. As you said, a contrast in styles. As we see the fans down there, look at that. There's going to be a lot of autographs signed this week, and those Portuguese fans, they love surfing this part of the world. But waiting for those scores to drop for Nikki. Obviously, former CT surfer, so much experience, so much competitive nous. And, you know, she's from Phillip Island, which is down in Victoria, but obviously grew up, as most Victorians do, surfing Bells Beach in terms of all the competition. And, I mean, we talk about the comparisons between this wave and Bells a lot, probably a bit too much, I would say. But in terms of Nikki, growing up in right-hand reef breaks, she's going to suit this wave, right, Chico?
Yeah, every time Nikki comes to this part of the world, Ribeira de Ilhas, I feel like she can do it really well. I think she's got the style and the way she reads like point break, right hand point breaks is just perfect. So as you said, coming from a place like Victoria, surfing Bells all the time, it's just like a really fit to this wave. And I feel most like all the Australians that surf a lot of right hand point breaks, they love to come here. We saw guys like Dylan Monfort doing really good surfing last year, so and Jackson Baker, and I just feel like all of them suit this type of waves really well. So it's Nikki for sure one of the girls to watch this event, and yeah, I can't wait to see what she can provide next.
Yeah, and those two scores coming in there, a 5.33 for that first backhand wave from Tessa, and then a 4.67 for Nikki. So yeah, good solid starts. We saw that last heat, not a lot of sort of big numbers dropping, or a lot of fours. So straight off the bat, both Tessa and Nikki getting off to a really strong start. Tessa Tyson, a former world junior champion, and had a few big results back, sort of finding a bit of form. You know, she got a good result in Brazil recently, and Tessa, she's been around sort of, you know, a relatively young age, but she's got a lot of experience, and we've seen her surf so much, and her backhand is lethal, Chico.
Yeah, she did really well, as you said. Last year she got a 5th in Saquarema. She actually eliminated Teresa Bonvalor. I was watching that, and it was a really intense heat because Teresa needed to qualify, and she missed by 1 spot, and she needed that heat to actually make it. So it was Tessa who eliminated Teresa, and the battle of the Goofies in Saquarema was great to watch. But yeah, as you said, Tessa has been around for a long time now.
Yeah. Well, speaking of heat winners, I think down on the beach we've got the winner of the last heat down there with Joanna Garnell. All yours, Joanna.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Getting a win, especially with these scores, has to feel really good in these conditions, right?
Yeah, it definitely does. It just helps me to know that I've made the right decisions out there. And yeah, it's tough. There's not a lot of opportunity, and I just took what came my way.
And we were talking just before the interview that you said you've been here for 3 weeks, but you haven't really surfed here. What's that about?
Yeah, I came and I stayed with a family I love staying with in Portugal, down close to Cascais area. And it was just to kind of be in Portugal. I love it here. And just settle in instead of having the stress of like flights and everything. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here, and it's warm still.
And now you're sitting in 42nd on the rankings, so there's still a lot of points to grab, but what's your goal here at this event?
My goal is just to be putting my surfing out there. I feel like I've been holding back a lot, and now I'm actually finally starting to get a rhythm going, and that's all I'm looking for, is heat by heat, putting some scores together.
And getting those great conditions coming up, right, in the next round?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully we're going to get some bigger swell coming soon.
Well, we'll love to see you there. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joanna, and thanks to Tasha. Yeah, young lady, obviously thinks through her surfing. Coming here 3 weeks and hanging out is, such a good idea. If you can get to grips with this part of the world and get used to the power, and even though she hasn't been surfing this break, Chico, just being around this environment and getting to know Portugal, it's got to help you in the event, eh?
Yeah, I think so. I think Portugal is known for having powerful waves, and you need to spend time here to surf powerful waves, and it's always great to come to Ribeira with a bit of surfing on your pocket here over in Portugal. I just feel like everyone that comes here, they always say, wow, you guys got so many good waves, it's so powerful, and you gotta take your time to really adjust your surfing to it. So yeah, anytime you can come over and spend time surfing on the place where you're going to compete, it's always great. So
yeah, and I'll tell you what, these two other surfers in this heat want to do some surfing. Nixie Ryan and Sarah Wakita just struggling to get off the look at the brains trust there. See Frederico Morais second from right, Miguel Forch on the far left, who does a lot of backup, pretty much helps out Travis Logie with the big calls, knows this wave and this area inside out, so that's a bit of the brains trust. There is a drone shot of where we are right now, and look, I don't want to boast, I don't want to say, look, I'm having a better time than you, but this is where we are right now. It's a beautiful, beautiful part of the coast. You can see those indentations right now, though. That is Nixie Ryan. So she's up. There's a nice top turn from Nixie. She's from up Lennox Heads, also used to right-hand points. And we just saw Chico Alves, the little nice there, nice finish. Looks like Tessa's also had a wave. So a bit of action there. We saw those right-hand points. It's filling in this reef. I'll get you to talk through after we look at Nixie's wave, Chico, the various tidal sort of scenarios we get at this wave. But first off, I have a look at that little exchange, and it looked pretty good, Chico.
Yeah, this was a replay of white, a bit on the corner there of the waves from Nixie, and yeah, 2 cars and the wave just died off, but this one was the wave. Nice off the top, nice carving snap there, a bit of a extended carve, and bang, throws the fins out, and she was able to make it. So 2-turn combo out the back, and as we rewatch that wave, Ribeira Dilhas is a long wave, but you don't need a lot of turns to get good scores. They want to see powerful turns out the back.
Yeah, well, there's the first turn from Tessa Tyson, and there's the second one here. So 2 winds up, and need to get through this section. Interesting to see Tessa just sitting a little bit wider on the bowl, and it's a different sort of way of doing. She's coming into the inside here, trying to get one last finish. Oh, that's a nice turn, a big spray. So 2 different sections of the wave, Chico. Tessa sitting a bit wider on that bowl, but we saw Nixie and going a bit inside. What's the advantage and disadvantage of doing that? Talk me through that.
Well, when you want to surf the inside section, you want to get those double ups like Tessa got now with snap. Nice snap there, winds up again, carves, and you can see this wave is going to build up throughout the inside, because it was a bit of this wave broke a bit more to the middle of the point, And this last turn was the money turn, winds up. She was able to get speed down the line and bang, throws the fins out. So that turn was massive. So I think this is going to be the best number of the heat so far. And this was Nikki out the back, nice carve of the top. Nikki serves really tight in the pocket, and this finishing turn, well served wave, not as critical as the wave of Tessa, I feel like. But as I was saying, like when you see it further out the back, you tend to get those corners, but a bit more steep corners, but the wave is not so long. And when you get those double ups, smaller double ups, they tend to go all the way through the bank. And yeah, Tessa just got one of those. Normally, when it's this size, it's hard to understand which one is going to go all the way towards the inside. As we see the sister of Medina.
Yeah, Sophie Medina. And her dad, Charles, there, Charlie. So, yeah, Sophie, you've spent a lot of time with the Medina family and know Sophie well. She's a great character, and she's such a patch server. Hold that thought as we see Nikki Van Dijk, the Australian, just kicking the fins out. I was going to say, I thought she played a little bit safe on that last wave, and she just pushed it there and came a cropper. Yeah, Sophie Medina coming up next. And, yeah, she's a real bright spark, isn't she, Sophie? She's good to be around.
Like she's got a great personality. I think she's funny and relaxed, but at the same time she's so focused.
Yeah.
Like you can tell, like she loves to work. Like every time she can wake up at 5 and go surf and stretch, and she does everything like her brother, and she's obsessed with surfing. So I just feel like if you see her track record of results over the last 3 years, she's been improving a lot. So Sofia takes everything really serious. She can give you a big smile and tend to be like really cool, but at the end of the day, she means business.
Yeah,
like,
she's a lot like you in that regard. Just really serious about this whole surfing thing, right?
Exactly.
Just really take it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
just like you too, Ben.
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah, great. So she's coming up the next heat. We'll get those scores coming through. So Tessa Tyson was that way. We got the groans from. I tell you, here goes Nixie Ryan. She's paddled for that. She's lost priority. A bit of a mistake there. And I'll tell you what, we've got starting to worry a little bit for Wakita, but here she goes. So the Japanese-born Hawaiian comes around the corner. Oh, there's a big turn off the thing there, but just on this inside section here, waiting for a double up, and she's looking for it and doesn't get it. That's the problem with that inside. You get 2 turns, but if you don't max those out, Chico, you can get a little bit of a problem there. And the Wakita, that they look worried. There's a mum. She, done so much time here, but good style, Chico, but that wave didn't quite cooperate.
Yeah, that turn was big, though. The judges are going to love that one. But as you said, she took off really further out, and sometimes those waves are really hard to understand if they're going to like open up on the inside or they're just going to like run out of juice. And this is the case that the wave just disappeared afterwards. So I think Tessa's one is the type of wave that you want to get when you're surfing Ribeiradilhas, as we see live action.
Yeah, late takeoff from Nikki Van Dijk. Oh, first slash in the pocket. And she comes around the corner here, bit of open face. Here she goes, cut back. She's got that such smooth style. And she can't quite make that out. She's like a yoga freak. She's so fit. She's so gymnastic. She's so agile. And you can see that in her style, but you can see her. She just wants to get back out there. She's pumping furiously to get back to this next set. Again, that's the money turn there, Chico.
Yeah, I just love the drift of the fins there, and here she gets a really smooth cutback. Unfortunately, she couldn't get nothing else afterwards, but she was on her way for a good score. That first turn with the pink board looks really good. I think it gives an extra spark to the turns she's doing. And I think when you see anyone surfing small waves with a sparkling board, it's always, there's something about it. I don't know. I just feel like it gives an extra.
Yeah, a bit of pizzazz. Wakita waiting for her score. That wave at Tessa Tyson, the judges taking their time on that. You think it might be the best wave of the heat, trying to set a benchmark of exactly what it is, but they're just taking their time. And Nixie also backing up. So a few scores to come in. So Nikki's been in New York the last couple of weeks, hanging out in New York. Nikki Van Dijk, she's a great traveller, got a lot of things going on. And turning here, she's had inconsistent year for her. She's really, a CT surfer. She's got lots of experience. She's waiting for some scores. She's sitting around the 20th sort of mark on the Challenger Series rankings at the moment. A couple of all right results at the start of the year, but this is so important. We've got this event obviously now, and then one more coming up in Brazil. But you know, if Nikki's going to make a charge, she has to do it in Portugal, right?
Yeah, she needs to put foot on the gas now if she wants to do it. And yeah, what a great event to do it though. It fits her surfing really well, as we see the fishermen there trying to get some food.
Yeah, old school.
Old school, yeah.
Or is that just the way you always get close to the action? Actually, I might do that. Those waders, they're quite good for getting really close to the surf. If you want to watch your surfing like really close, yeah, I might get those for my sort of spectating.
I think coaches should use that to be close to their athletes out the back.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, while that fisherman scours for some mussels, while the surfers have a little bit of time to think about the scores, we're going on a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to live action. We saw a bit of the original Malibu action there. We've got the longboard sort of events coming up. We've got the, well, back to the home of longboarding, basically. It starts on October the 3rd, the Sprout edition there in Malibu. And I'll tell you what, is there a better longboarding wave in the world than Malibu, Chico Elvis?
I don't think so.
It's kind of where surfing kind of started, where Malibu's came into play. Right now, though, we've got some shortboard action. That's Nikki Van Dyke. It's all about the radical surfing, and she's just trying to push that wave over the edge. Can't quite find some open face. Those scores have come in over that course of that break, and we had Tessa Tyson, that wave of 6.33. Again, she's staying busy, but she's not getting the scores, Chico.
Yeah, she's just catching these waves that don't offer much to her. She had a good turn out the back, but then couldn't really find the inside section. And I feel like you need to have 2 strong turns out the back to get a big score. But if you don't do it, you need to finish it off really strong, which Tessa did. That's why she has the best score of the heat so far. She has a 6.33. So that last turn of Tessa was an exclamation point, and for the judges' eye, it was something really good to watch.
Yeah, exactly, and that's been the difference. And she backed up with a 5.33, so Tessa Tyson got a pretty good grip on this. Scores coming in here. So Sarah Waketa got a 4 for a first wave. Here she tries to back it up. First turn smooth. She's got such a great style. Now she warms up, hits it. Oh, and a bit of a fin drift, a bit of radical turn there. And just, we're talking about exclamation points. We're talking about that, Chico, and there was one right there then.
Yeah, this turn was the perfect combination of 2 turns. And for Sarah, a lot of pressure. She had she was sitting around for a long time waiting for her opportunity. She gets a carve, and I like the wind up for this one. She waits a bit here. She takes her time, and here she winds up and bang. Nice, really nice off the top there. She has a 4 now, so she only needs a 5.37. She can do it with this one. I feel like, Ben. So for someone that got a lot of time to think about what she wants to get in this heat, was really good to come back really quick.
Yeah, very different approaches. Here comes the heat leader, Tessa Tyson. She's out in front, using her priority well. She's been sitting a little bit wider. That one isn't going to really tally to her score. Yeah, but Wakita's showing some, yeah, as you said, maturity. She's only had 2 waves, but she's made both of them count. Really strong pedigree. Her dad's a famous pipe charger from Japan, but he's got his own little spot out there at second reef. Just Taka Wakita. He's just one of the legends of the pipe world, and Sarah's, showing that kind of commitment, but in a very different format. But she just looks strong, looks composed. And now Nixie Ryan sitting there with priority, 7 minutes on the clock. She's also only had 1 wave herself. So you think about that. Nixie's come all the way from Australia, all the way from Ballina, trying to make her way in this world. Every heat matters, and straight up, she's had 1 wave. She's got 7 minutes to kind of make this trip count.
Yeah, that's the type of pressure that you need to get used to it. When you're traveling the world and competing on the challenges, you're going to have your ups and downs. And right now, there's 6 minutes to go, and she's got the skills to actually get a wave and get like a really good score on the line. But with all that pressure that you just said of traveling, and sometimes that can get into your head and be like, wow, I can't believe I just made all the way to the other side of the world and I'm on this position right now.
Yeah, and there's someone that hasn't traveled very far to get here. That's Carolina Mendez, a classic standout performer, and Suzuki, another one in that Japanese brigade there, getting ready to roll. So here we go. So we talk about Nixie. She has to give way, or she hasn't. She's let Wakita go on the outside, and you can see that's not going to count for that one. Nixie has won on the QS before. She won in Boomerang on the Australian or the Australasian qualifying series. So, and that, to win in Australia, to win in a 3,000 QS event in Australia is no easy task. And she's only 18. She's really young, so she's got a really bright future. And she's won before. She's shown a pedigree. But this is where it all comes down to it. All the best, well, surfers trying to get on that CT. They all converge. It's so high level. And Nixie at the moment just needing a 5.17 to move up into that all-important second place. And Sarah Wakita waiting for a score to come in as well. And we're going to see if that's enough. Sarah only needing a 5.37 as we see some sets out the back. So this is where Nixie has got priority. And this is where the lineup is all important. The first one or the second one. She's going to pull the trigger on the first one. Here she goes. So Nixie Ryan. First turn's important. It's a nice little carve in the pocket. A little bit sluggish. Cut back. So she still hasn't put any juice in these turns yet, but she's warming up here. There's a nice carve. She's got such a good rail work here. And another one. She's waited a long time, we said, for this. And now she's trying to eke out. Should be disappointed there wasn't any steep sections on that wave. Looks like Nikki went the second one. We'll see what she did out the back. But Nixie, well, at this stage, still chasing a score. So Sarah Wakita got a 4.53 for the last wave. So Nixie still needing a 5.17. It was a set wave. She had to pull the trigger. But do you think it's enough, Chico?
Well, as we just see the replay of Nikki, she got the second wave of the set. As you said, a really slow wave. Trying to work her way towards the inside section, but the wave didn't really cooperate. But this wave was beautiful. Nice carving snap out the back. And I like the connection here. You can tell she has a bit more speed on this one, and this one, another carve. But I just felt a bit of lateral surfing on this one. The wave was there, and it was a set wave, but couldn't really offer her a steep section. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to be enough, just because she didn't add the steep section. But the wave was beautiful, though.
Yeah, you're right. 3.47, so not enough. Does improve the score, but not the 5.17 that she required. I mean, she had to go that wave. It was a set wave.
Yeah.
She was in position. She did everything right. But sometimes Javier Diaz, it does that too, doesn't it? You get a set wave. You're never quite sure if it's going to do, exactly what you need. It's, even though it's a reef break, even though it's pretty uniform, sometimes you just never know when it comes up. We see the recap though, Chico, and Tessa Tyson, so impressive.
Yeah, she started off really quick with snaps like this, surfing really well, and you can see she's not pumping her board. in between maneuvers. She's surfing with the speed of the wave, which is helping her out really well. And this is Nikki with smooth carving and really good connection in between maneuvers. Nikki sitting in second now, and this was the wave of the heat so far. Nice snap, extended snap. I like the spray there. And she's just surfing through the pace of the wave, which is something that looks really, really beautiful here in Ribaradilhas. And this last turn was the money turn of this heat so far. She was able to generate speed and bang, throws the fins out and makes it. She was happy with that one, so
yeah,
nice
she should
heat.
be. Tell you what, that spray as well, it's a real unique kind of colour way on that board. It's great to see that kind of, you see a lot of surfboards, you think you've seen all the sprays, haven't you, all the types, but that's just a nice olive green with a little white rails. I quite like it, sort of fresh, and I'll tell you what, it's working. Tessa holding a pretty commanding lead with a solid double-digit heat total, which in this early rounds is always going to be enough to put you right in the commanding position. So it's all about this race for second. Sarah Wakita needing a 4.84. Nixie Ryan now needing a 5.17. Nixie is in fourth priority. That goal on your screen. Now in second position, chasing a small score, a 4.84. She only had 2 waves. She's been patient, and now she has to make it count. She checks her watch. She'll look at a clock and say it's 90 seconds remaining, so no time. And Nixie also now needing a 5.17 and in fourth priority. She's really, really in a tough spot. You see those waves with a minute on the clock. You see those sets out in the distance, but they take forever to arrive, don't they, Chico? And
yeah, you can see them unfolding from Pontinha to Ponta Preta. It's like you can see them coming from behind, and yeah, but they take a while. And for Wakita and Nixie, it's just like it's taking ages. But yeah, the heat is going really quick for them now, and for first and second it's just like going really slow.
Time is unspooling at a rapid rate. You see those lumps, 40 seconds. I think we might see hopefully just the last flurry of action. Hopefully Nixie and Sarah just get one more opportunity. Tessa Tyson in priority, in the lead. She'll be really happy with her position. It's all about this second spot. If this waves, 25 seconds on the clock. You see Sarah just sitting down the end of the line, trying to get some distance. And I think time is going to run out for these surfers. And such talents. It's brutal sport, this. It's cutthroat. Basically every single heat, we lose 2 quality surfers. And it looks like with the hooter going now, we've lost Sarah and Nixie. And you can see the disappointment. Tessa Tyson, she's not disappointed. She's had a great heat. And she'll march on through to the next round. So really solid performance from Tessa, composed, got a great start, Chico, and just never let go.
Yeah, I think the wave choice was impeccable for Tessa Tyson, and that makes all the difference here in Ribaradilhas. As you said, it's a perfect wave, but you need to choose them well. And congrats for Tessa and Nikki for making this one.
Yeah, top seeds going through in that particular event, so we'll see Tessa into the next round. Right now, though, we're going to go a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia, after this break. Welcome back to the shores of Portugal. We have got a bird's eye view of some of the best surfing going on in the planet right now. And we've got, what, I reckon a whole week ahead of us. But right now we're in the round of 48, heat number 4 of the women. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined back in the booth by Chico Alves. A good mix here. Got the local hope, Carolina Mendez. There's Nikki Mendy, just getting over those rocks. I'll tell you what, it's low tide, isn't it, Chico? This wave, obviously very tidal, but there's some big tides at the moment, and it plays a huge part.
Yeah, I feel like the tide right now, it's not ideal. It's just really, really low. And when you have a bit more water on the rocks, the wave tends to open up a bit more. So I think towards midday, I think it's going to get better because you have a rising tide after, and it's just like it's going to get better and better because once the wave hits the perfect spot on the rock, it's going to stand up a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. The sort of mid-tides always tends to be the best at this wave. We're going to low tide around 10:30, but the full moon last night, or close to it, we saw it there, Venus just popping right next to it. Beautiful night here in Ericeira last night, and those big moons means big tides, and we're just bottoming it out, but there's such a lot of reef here, and it looks like Zoe Stein. So, apologies, that's Carolina Mendez, the local hope. Carolina, I mean, Chico Alves, she knows this wave so well. How many heats do you reckon Carolina surf? Hold that thought.
Wow.
I'll just see Suzuki winding up and really sparky. You can tell straight away. She's got her feet in the wax and she's trying to get this little section coming through here. Winds up again. She's got a little bonus, hopefully on the inside. Nice carve. And she's going to look for that little finish. And she does. Bit of flare. Well surfed from top to bottom from Suzuki. Carolina was set as well. I mean, yeah, we talk about local knowledge, and yeah, Mendez has just surfed so many heats of SG in her time.
Yeah, I feel like she had all the nationals from Portugal here, and she has a lot of experience in Ribeiradilhas, and I think she's trying to get a major true result now. But I love this wave from Suzuki. One thing that pops into my eyes straight away is the speed she has. She surfed with a lot of speed out the back, and she was able to connect really well this wave. So looking on point on this one and finishing it off this wave really well. She read this wave perfectly. So we can tell she had spent a bit of time here training and preparing for this event for sure.
It's a really weird, not a weird concept, it's a basic concept, board speed, isn't it? It's like, okay, but especially with these elite surfers, when you just know when you see someone that's very good at surfing, they just go faster. I mean, it seems like a simple thing to say, but you can see it, can't you? That's the difference between a good surfer and an elite surfer, is that board speed, and Suzuki's got it.
Yeah, it's just like a different gear sometimes.
Yeah.
You just see them like standing up, and you're like, wow, there's something great coming. And it's exactly that. They all have a surfboard, but sometimes some go a lot quicker. So. Yeah, Suzuki there just showing a bit of a difference in her approach, and 4.67 to start this year.
Yeah,
also.
really strong. Nice start there. We've got Sophia, also Mendez. I remember during the lockdown, and the pandemic was on, WSL managed to put on some events remarkably. We had an event here, and Carolina got to the final, I think, and it was marked by just putting it all on the line. She ended up on those rocks about probably 10 times. Like, was doing, when the tide comes in, they're doing like crazy turns right on the rocks. So she's not afraid to put on the line, is she? She's so committed competitor.
Yeah, she's really competitive and committed. And Carolina, you can tell that she's a fearless competitor. And one thing that I like about Carolina is her style and her smooth approach here. She connects the dots really well, and she surfs through the pace of the wave. That's something I think I've said like 10 times last year, but I'm going to say again. Any surfer that wants to do well here needs to surf on the pace of the wave and not on their own pace, because Ribeira asks you for surfing with calm and through the pace of the sections. You don't need to rush anything. It's just like if you see back then guys like John, Julian, Gabriel surfing this wave, it's just impeccable the way they just wade off the bottom and attack the lip once the lip is there, instead of like trying to reach the lip. And they sometimes wait like 2-3 seconds off the bottom, and the lip is there. And for some guys, it's like, oh, it's so hard to find the leap on this wave. And for others, it's just like, oh, the leap is there for them every time they go up. But mostly it comes down to those long bottom turns and those longer lines to wait for the right timing.
Yeah, you've got to slow it down, don't you?
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's not a quick wave. Yeah, if you read it, the points are there. But if you just go like, what, a yard or two in advance, you miss out on so much scoring potential.
And yeah, it's not like, I'm not going to say it's a wave that is made for slow surfing, but if you don't need to be slow or surf it slow, but if you surf it through the pace of the wave, it's impeccable. And we saw guys like Ryan Callanan last year surfing through the pace of the wave and surfing so well, throwing like excellent score after excellent score. And I need to take my hat off for Ryan, because on your backside in Ribaradilhas, I feel like it's even harder to read the wave. So
yeah, some great surfing from Ryan last year. Got his spot on the CT and then backed it up with a really strong performance this year. Getting 11th, I think 11th he finished, just out the top 10, maybe even 10th. So yeah, he used this as a bit of a springboard to really get on to great things last year. You see Mendes, a really strong push from the Portuguese women, especially on the European circuit. They're dominating the qualifying series rankings. We've obviously got Frederico Vissla, who is the world junior champion. And what was that like, having a Portuguese sort of world champion surfer? It's been a while coming, but yeah, you guys must have been over the moon.
Yeah, I remember back then when we had Vasco for the first time here in Ribaradilhas, was like probably 8 years ago. But yeah, I was in Nazaré surfing. I was like, wow, he just won. He's a world champion, and I'm his age. I was like, wow, what a great achievement. And then Kika just did it again. So I think it's an amazing example for the new generations, that they can be world junior champions and they can do great things.
Yeah, well, speaking of former world junior champions, I think Joanna Garnell was down there on the beach with the winner of the last heat, Tessa Tyson. All yours, Joe.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Congratulations on making through that heat. How important do you feel that your wave selection was for this heat?
Every time it's a point break, like snapper or here, you feel like the wave selection is the most important, because we all can surf well. And it's a challenge for me because I'm not patient at all. So I'm trying to get the rhythm, but as well wait for the good ones.
And how do you calm down that anxiety when you're in the water? Because you say you're not a very patient person.
I'm still trying to manage that. I'm really working hard on it because it's really confusing. Sometimes your nerves can work well and sometimes it just doesn't connect with yourself. So it's really hard to find the right momentum.
And you've been doing really great on the qualifying series. Are you thinking about making some moves here in the Challengers?
I haven't, actually. This year I've been doing really bad, to be honest. No worries. So I feel like I have nothing to lose. I'm just trying exactly to get that expectations of doing well out of my objectives, out of my goals, because I have nothing to lose now. I will not be able to qualify, I think. So whatever, I'm just trying to work for next year again.
Do you want to say something in French back home?
Bien sûr. Merci à tous de regarder, de me soutenir. C'est vrai que c'est des compétitions qui sont vraiment importantes, mais comme je l'ai dit en anglais, j'essaie juste de travailler sur ce que je peux, d'essayer de comprendre qu'est-ce que je peux faire, qu'est-ce que je peux améliorer pour l'année prochaine me donner à fond, quoi.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Chico Alves, you speak Portuguese, you speak Spanish, you speak English, you speak French. What did Tessa say there at the end, please?
She said she's having a bad year. She wants to regatta, put in some work, and come back next year with some solid results. But yeah, I learned how to speak French when I was really young, so it's great to understand what she's just said.
Yeah.
And it's just something that I had to learn because I was amongst a lot of French friends competing on the junior. So yeah. Was great to understand what they say now.
Yeah, and she just trying to sort of use this as a no expectation. But I'll tell you what, while Tessa was speaking, we just saw Zoe Stein on her backhand just start to light up her first wave. She's took him 10 minutes to get it, but she's done really, really well. As we see, Paula Nadeau, speaking of French legends, up in the next heat. Pretty stacked heat there, actually. But yeah, Zoe Stein, just sort of rangy backhand style. As South Africans tend to be really those goofy footers. really strong traditionally on their backhand. And Zoe off to a strong start with a 4.73. Those scores starting to filter through. Only 4.67 as the first wave for Suzuki that we saw pretty much off the bat. And now all the surfers just trying to realign themselves on the bank. Interesting there, Tessa saying, you know, she's not a patient surfer, and she has to sort of calm herself down and try and think. But that's the way people are, aren't they? Some people are frothers and want to catch loads of waves. Some are more relaxed, but you know, it's trying to find that balance, isn't it, Chico? It's hard work.
Yeah, especially in Quebradillas, there's big lulls all the time. You really need to be selective. So for guys that like to get that froth and those waves early in the heat, it can get into their head sometimes. But yeah, I think Ribera, you just need to be really selective. We saw guys like Tiago Pires winning year 2 times back then. And one thing he knows is how to select waves. It feels like every time he stands up, it's a different wave and with a lot of potential on it, as we see red.
Yeah, Suzuki, wow. Nice first turn. Throws her arms up, a nice aggressive turn. Only 2 turns, but you can see her intent. The wave didn't cooperate, but I tell you what, she looks like she's got some real spark. Nanaho, and she just, this first turn, Chico, I liked it.
Yeah, a lot of pressure there on the back foot, throwing the fins out. A lot of spray came out of that wave. And I like the expression on this second turn, a lot of intent and commitment. And I just love the 2-turn combo there. The wave was just really hard to surf and really bad. The wave was just small, but the way she surfed the wave was just like really good. So I just feel Suzuki, when she gets the opportunity, like a really good one, I think she's going to go into the excellent range. You can tell she's on point with the surfing, the board, and yeah, you can tell
she looks good, doesn't she? I'll tell you what, someone's going to make a mark. There's some sets coming through. Sophia Medina has only got 1 score. She's got priority. She might want to pull the trigger on this one. A bit of hassling going on, but it's her time. And here she goes. So the natural footer. There's the first turn in the pocket. There's a second one. And can she finish it off? Nice. And kicks the fins out. And can she hang on? And she does. And you can tell by... We've seen that claim before somewhere, haven't we? But we'll talk that through. Dad there watching closely. Obviously shepherded Gabe Medina through his first 2 world titles. And this is great surfing, Chico.
Yeah, I like the start. Quick snap there. The board looks great. Really speedy, but this turn, bang, throws the fins out. And here we thought she lost it, and she made it. So I think this is going to give an extra to this last turn. Nice. Bang off the top. Back foot there, helping her out. And yeah, she was able to work her way through this turn. And the look at the judges. I'm here. I made it. Give me the score. So Charles, a really intense coach and father for Sophia, and Gabriel over the years, really serious about what he's doing. And 5, 6, 7. So Sophia jumps into the lead with this one.
Yeah, she was patient, and now she's pulling the trigger again, trying to back up that 5, 6, 7 straight away. Little carve. The thing about that last one was those fins. That one's not going to go into her scoring range, but yeah, just that flash of fins was the one that got her over the edge. And look, it's really hard not to keep mentioning her brother. It must be difficult, you know. We've already fallen to that trap, and she's a great surfer in her own right, but with such a famous legend, the icon of the sport, it must come with obvious advantages, because Gabe's a legend. He's so supportive of it, his sister, but it must come with pressure too, right? It must be difficult.
I think for her, it's not difficult.
Right.
I just feel like it's, you know, like when it's her brother, like she doesn't look at him like we do, like an icon. So I think she feeds off him the energy of being focused and just the good part, not really like looking at him and being like, whoa. So it's just funny because I've spent a lot of time with them, and the connection they have is just like really close, and the energy he gives her is just beautiful. It's not like, I think Gabriel looks at her like an icon.
Yeah,
which is
right.
Really,
no pressure.
really beautiful to see.
Yeah, that's a good point. As we see some sets approaching at the back, maybe the biggest waves of the day, and it's clean. And it looks like Zoe Stein is going to have a crack here. The Giffy footer just comes around the corner. Nice little wraparound cut back. Next turn is going to be pretty important in terms of scoring. There she goes. Clicks the top. And that's a one-turn kind of a wave, but you can also see the aggressiveness of the surfer. Meanwhile, at the back, Suzuki got the second wave of the set. You see that little bit of texture from the first wave. There she goes. A little bit of a safe turn there, but now she starts to warm up. That second turn was nice. And there's a carve, and you see her body talk. She's like just putting so much sort of effort into all the turns, just trying to eke out that little bit. 0.5 here and a 0.3 there. So a good three-wave set there coming through, and we'll just have a bit of a shakedown. The judges got a bit of work to do after that. But some solid surfing from all the surfers. Talk us through, Chico. This is Suzuki.
Yeah, as you said, she looks really athletic. You can tell she puts in some work, fitness work. Bang. Really quick there. And this one was the money turn through a lot of water and another carve. So 3-turn combo there and really quick, tight off the top and off the bottom. Surfing this one. Bang. Throws the fins out. I love the technique right away for this carve. Opens up her shoulders, look all the way back around. And this was Zoe out the back. Slower start, but as you said, this wave looked really clean, and the last turn was money. Bang. Two different approaches. In my opinion, I really enjoyed the Suzuki one, but this one nonetheless, a big turn, a bigger wave. Judges always like set waves, so I think it's going to be interesting comparison between these two.
Yeah, exactly. The judges, a bit of work to, as you say, real contrast. Suzuki just had that flow, which is obviously a really important part of the criteria, and she linked her turns, and as opposed to Zoe just getting that one backhand whack in. So got some judges, they've got a bit of work to do for once in their life, so we might leave them to it. We're going to go to a short commercial break. We're going to come back with more live action and the scores here from Ericeira. Please stay tuned for the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. We've just seen some of those, one of the best exchanges of the day so far came in. And we peer over the contest structure, over the low tide. We've got about half an hour till that tide hits action. We've got some live action here to Carolina Mendez, the local hope. Just as the first little check turn, now she starts to wind up, goes down the line, and she just gets a bit of foam to do with it, and it knocks her off balance. That wave not helping her out. So Carolina yet to, that was a first wave with 20 minutes gone in the heat. Second wave, and she hasn't got any type of score to get in. Those numbers we went before the break though are filtering through, and we liked Suzuki's wave, a 6.1 Chico, and that one sort of big turn from Zoe, a 4.33. So you were right, Suzuki's flow sort of just trumped Stein's kind of aggressive one turn, but those two surfers out in front. But Medina is going to say something about that. So this is a wave here, only needing a small score to move up into second. Oh, there's a turn. You see fins showing on that carve. And that pace Chico was talking about, she seems to get a nice read on this wave. She's not forcing it. And here she goes in, coming through and trying to finish. Can't quite finish it. looking for 3.39. You see disappointment with that lack of finish out the back. Also Stein not finishing off her wave, so a flurry of action and more. Suzuki, that's a nice turn in the pocket. Drives around the corner. Roundhouse cut back is nice. Just bites the time. You can see her pushing that back foot down really hard, and now she's going to try and finish off, and she can't. So all sort of opportunities on those 3 waves, but maybe each surfer leaving a few points out there potentially. Suzuki in the lead. Medina's wave is probably the one we need to focus on the most, but she looks good, this young Japanese surfer, doesn't she, Shiko?
Yeah, she's surfing really tight in the pocket. As I said, she's surfing through the pace of the wave, and feels like the wave is standing up for all the time, every section, and that's why her scores are going higher. And yeah, she's been reading this wave really well, and Suzuki looking really on point on this heat, and this was the replay of Zoe. Just a really slow start. These ones tend to open up a bit more towards the inside, and you need to chase it, but nonetheless good work here to keep the momentum on this one. Tries to make this last one and couldn't really generate the speed to attack that last turn, but I really enjoy this one from Sofia. I feel she improved a lot since last year. Nice carving. I love when she opens up the arms all the way around, gets another snap in, and just a really hard wave to serve. And it was slow, but those first 2 turns, they looked great, and this last one, just as Zoe had the problem of connecting towards that last maneuver, because there's like a part of the wave that gets really hard to navigate through. So I think Sofia, she needs only a 3.39. So I think it can be right there.
She might get that, yeah. Good surfing. You're right about the improvement. Like, I mean, we're lucky that we come here every year and get to see these surfers. And each year, you know, these young women, some of them are 18, 19. There's Leilani McGonigal. You know, they're young and they're just improving so rapidly. And Sophia, yeah, you said we don't get to see it day in, day out. It's a big jump, but the improvement is there from these young surfers. It's great to watch.
Yeah,
where they're going to go is anywhere.
Yeah, I just feel like the foot positioning on their board feels a lot more controlled. I just feel like she's moving her weight from back foot, front foot a lot better. And from last year, if you see the event highlights, and her surfing now is just like way better. So in like 8 months, 9 months time, she just improved so much. And yeah, Sofia, I've been watching some national events from Brazil, and I had the pleasure to see some heats of her, and she's surfing really well. So only needing a 3.39, the score is coming in, and it's going to be close.
Yeah, it's close. She didn't finish it off, and it wasn't that sort of strong a start, but she doesn't need a big number. It's going to be pretty close. We'll see the scores just coming in. 5 minutes on the clock. She's got a 3.57, so just enough to move up into second. That means Zoe Stein, South African, now needing a 4.52, and the local hope, Carolina Mendez. She's got a mountain to climb, 7.67. You'd think almost 2 waves needed, the way the scores are going with 5 minutes on the clock. And the Brazilians, obviously, the men's surfing, they're dominating the sport over the last decade between Felipe, Italo, and Gabe. And the rest of it, but the women's just not quite up to that level. We've seen obviously some great service. Hasn't quite sort of matched the men's, and it's, I'm really looking forward to where the women's Brazilian, they need to step up, because there's so much talent there untapped, right? You travel there a bit, you watch the nationals, you're saying that there's got to be so much potential in Brazilian women's surfing.
Yeah, I think there's some young ones coming up really good. They're not really known yet, but yeah, I've seen some clips. I know there's big talents coming up over the course of the next 4 or 5 years from Brazil.
Yeah, and you know what? We go to Saquarema next, next year for the CT and also for the Challenger Series, and you just start to see, I think, over the next 4 to 5 years, you'll start to see those Brazilian women just start to filter through and start fill up more of the early rounds. And we saw it in the men's 10 years ago. Every event, there was just more Brazilians, wasn't there? I remember seeing it actually here, down in Cascais. I saw Italo Ferreira for the first time. I just rocked up, was working, and I was like, yeah, who's this kid? And then you could tell, I was like, oh my God, this guy is a freak. And they just pop up, and there's so much talent from that country. And and Sophia's just, I think, hopefully the tip of the iceberg, really, in terms of extra talent filtering through. Charlie, he's focused, isn't he, that man? He's watching intently. He's watched a lot of heats. He's got incredible surfing knowledge and a surfing brain. And he's watching his daughter. He knows that she's not safe. Zoe Stein, second priority, needing a 4.52. Mendez needing a bigger number. But as long as Zoe Stein needing less than a 5, Sophia is not out of trouble just yet. How do we get here? Well, let's go through the recap, Chico. I'm going to ask you, just go talk me through the waves, give us your insights, and see how we got here.
I think Suzuki looked really good right off the first wave. I just felt she had something different, a lot of speed and connection with this wave. You can tell she has been training here, and she's looking fit and ready to go. So Suzuki showing right off the gate that she was going to be hard to beat. I love the connection in between maneuvers she had, and surfing really, really well. So this was the 610 she had. So really well surfed wave by Suzuki. Started off slow, but then finds the money here and connected some really big turns. Nice snap there. This one was the money turn, bang off the top, and straight away, beautiful opening up carve there on the face, 610. So and this was Sophia's wave, the 567, and was most likely all about that last turn. Sorry, this was the 357. So this was the comeback wave for Sophia, and connecting all the dots really well there. Beautiful surfing, and that board is looking really good under her feet. Looking really spicy, Sophia.
Yeah, she got that big one, almost that one big turn has kind of got her into second space. There's 90 seconds on the clock, and there's just looking a little bit a lack of motion in the ocean. That'd be good for Medina. She'll be happy with that. But Stein and Mendez just praying for some action with a minute to go. The last heat, it went like this. Surfers needing a score, and no waves came in. He's feeling it every sort of minute. Matters. He knows how important this first round is. Just to get through this first round, get that first heat win, you know, justify your travel, all the energy, all the hard work, all the time and effort, and it means a lot. And right now, she's clinging on to second, and she's praying that no more waves come in. A few little lumps and bumps approaching. 30 seconds on the clock. Mendez is going to have to go something. She cannot. She leaves that one. Stein's going to look at it. She's also saying that's not going to be enough. 20 seconds on the clock. It's crunch time, really. They're going to have to pull the trigger. There's a few little waves. Lines coming in. Medina on the inside without priority. Lets that one go. 10 seconds on the clock. And we might have a bit of a damp squib of a finish. And it's going to be all over, she cried. So unfortunately for Mendez and Stein, didn't get an opportunity. But the two best surfers of the heat got through. It's fair to say, Chico Alves. I think they got the best waves and surfed the best. So Stein was impressive. I'm really looking forward to seeing how she sort of progresses throughout her career. But Suzuki, too good. Dina just hung on and did enough. And those two surfers were through to the next round. And they were seeing a nice sigh of relief. But we're going to keep on going. Got another stacked heat. We're going to get a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from Ericeira right after this.
The EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, Surf for Tomorrow, by Vissla, creators and innovators, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
The World Surf League's Challenger Series welcomes you back to the fair shores of Europe, Portugal, the spot. Ericeira playing host to some of the best in the world, chasing down vital points as we get to clinch out an interesting season. Lots going on the Challenger Series, lots of talking points throughout the week. Right now we're focusing on conditions for the early rounds. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you all through it, the local knowledge and expertise of Philippe Jervis. Welcome, mate.
Thanks, Paul. It's great to be in the booth again. It's great to be here with you. And yeah, go ahead.
It's all about not losing right now. You can't win the contest on the first day, but what you don't want to do is get eliminated.
Yeah, you just want to make sure you get through this heat just to make sure to get that main round and just improve your scores, improve your points on the rankings. And yeah, it's very important heat for everyone. A very important round for everyone.
Let's set it up. We're going to check out the Costa Rican Leilani McGonigal, Sawyer from Peru, Pauline Ado of France, and Arena Rodriguez Vargas. So Pauline Ado already with a couple of laps of the championship tour. It was a little while back now, though. She's still looking really, really strong. Here's a wave from Pauline early on in the heat.
Yeah, a nice combination of a couple nice turns, nice cutback, just waiting for that wave to stand up. And it's a little slow out there. I was just watching the waves with all the boys, jerking shoves and kickers, and as we see the replay of Leilani's wave, a nice finishing turn. Unfortunately, just that one big turn on the outside. It's hard to read at this time as we see straight into live action, Paul.
Sawyer here, swinging, nicely done, keeps the board alive and electric. Zaha tags it. So a strong finish from her. She's a great surfer. Really impressed with her. And looking to build a strong campaign here in Portugal and then head over to Brazil, of course. We'll finish off the Challenger Series. We'll know who we're sending to the CT in a couple of events' time. It's obviously a big part of our conversation here throughout this week in Ericeira. Leilani McGonigal, a couple of quick waves for her. Didn't get massive numbers for the first one, a 2.9. It'd be another fairly modest score, you would have thought, for a second wave, but showing the intent and staying busy early on.
Yeah, you have to. Just a combination of nice first turn on the outside, just waiting for the wave to stand up. A little bit of a foam climb there, and unfortunately, yeah, you know what? The tide is getting super low. It's almost low tide. As we see, this is Sol's, I think it's going to be her best wave. Still waiting for scores. A nice rebound cut back straight into a nice carving. A lot of flow on that wave. She didn't move the board that much and finished this one off really strong on that finishing turn. So very well served by Sol. A lot of speed, a lot of connection in between turns. So I think the judges will like that.
So as this tide goes up, we're pretty much on low tide right now. The section out the back offering most of the points of what we've seen. Here goes Vargas. Good wave for her. Good aggression into the lip, pushing on the tail. And because she went straight up and down, that wave will run away. Maybe not as long as some of the runners that connected with the mid-tide, but most of the scoring on this takeoff bowl out the back.
Yeah, imagine we were watching the day before this one, and the girls were actually sitting on the inside bowl. They were not sitting on the outside, because sometimes, as we see the replay, a nice roundhouse cut back. She waits for this finishing turn, nothing too major, but just put the board, the feet on the wax and just feel it. Yeah, as we were talking, as we see, this is the perfect way to see. The tide is so low that sometimes with this size, the wave kind of breaks in two. You have the outside peak and the inside peak, and most of the times you cannot go from the outside all the way through the inside. It doesn't quite connect. Every once in a while with this tide, there's a few ones that you can actually connect from the outside to the inside. So sometimes you get those west insider waves with a lot more steep wall and a lot of scoring potential. So it's going to be interesting to see all the strategies from the different surfers, Paul.
Yeah, all about finding yourself. Two waves, getting points from the panel, doing that thus far. Sawyer, the 4.67 for her. And the judges able just to open up the scale a bit, pushing hard, critical sections, maneuvers done in the steepest part of the wave. Beautiful scenes as we Just look at that wide shot from above, looking down at this iconic right-hand reef point, and just lines wrapping in. It's just something about seeing swell wrap in, even like not a big swell, but just a small, and just seeing that curve. And when you're sitting in the lineup and you see lines and you know you got a wave come in, that excitement builds, whether that's a heat or free surfing. It's really entertaining to watch. Here goes the early leader, Sawyer, and she gets caught on a sticky section right behind her. The veteran Ado uses priority, able to push harder on a rail. It's Pauline, and then looking just stay connected here. She has tons of experience at this wave. Goes up with a vertical hit. That was nice from Popo, and she'll get a little double up. We'll try and connect with a double up runner. Doesn't really happen for her. You see that kelp poking through. It's pretty shallow on the reef right now. Look like McGonagall got a quick one behind her. If you pull in Ado, you've got that experience. You're feeling the charge of the young generation. It's all about mixing up with them.
Yeah, she has been competing for a long time, so she's a really experienced surfer. As you see, she idolized the priority on this one. A nice first cut back. As we see here, this is the most important part of this wave. She tries to connect all the way through the inside, but the wave just kind of dies off on her, even though she got a pretty big turn there. And as you can see, this is way out the back. So there's, as we see the replay on the nice foam climb, and she's gonna go around that section. And this is the money turn on this one. A nice snap off the top, and she tried to connect with the inside. As you see, she tries to go over that little double up, and if you can manage to do that, you can go all the way through the inside. So as we see, the girls kind of repositioning themselves and trying to look for those long and steep walls.
Beautiful looking set standing up here. Priority is with Vargas. Doesn't like the look of the first one. Sawyer likes it though, and here she goes. So using her second priority, opening up with a big swing. Look at this section for it again. Whoa, really nice, great technical surfing, releasing the tail, and just as we compliment her, she gets it a touch wrong and just bogs. So the panel will score what she was able to do. Won't necessarily penalise her, but you just see slight frustration. She would have wanted a bit more, but this second turn was sweet, Philly.
Yeah, she started off pretty well. Nice first carving, and this one, she pushed it really strong, and here, that was a bit of a problem there. That was a little bit of a mistake we're gonna see here. As she waits on that first carve, straight into this strong carve, just pushing that back foot. But here, she didn't have the momentum, she didn't have the speed, and she kind of, look at this carve, just pushing that back foot really strong.
Sick.
That was really technical.
Releasing the tail.
Yeah, releasing the tail. But she made a little bit of a mistake there, because the wave actually had a bit of a scoring potential right in front of her.
She did the hard part well by showcasing variety and pushing extra hard on the turn, and the relatively straightforward task of just connecting with the next section just went a bit wrong for Sol.
For me, it was a bit of a timing issue. She was still trying to recover from that big turn, and she tries to go over the section really fast and ended up bogging the rail. But as we see, the surfer in green up and riding.
Yeah.
The other Peruvian surfer.
Not a great use of priority there from her. She waited a while with prio. She let the wave go that Sol took and surfed well, and then she uses priority badly, really there. A bit of a waste. She'll try and get back out and have to think on 19.5 minutes remaining in this one. Surfer's able to get 2 good scores, get themselves through to the next round. Someone that did that early on was Suzuki, the Japanese surfer. Absolutely ripped her heat, and she's standing by for a chat.
Yes, she absolutely did. And it's your first time here at Ericeira. To get a win, that has to feel really good, huh?
Yeah, it was a little bit slow hit, but I was get a couple lucky good waves. Yeah, that was fun.
And it's also your first time on the Challenger Series. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. So last year was I'm joining the QS, but I'm so excited this year.
And do you want to say a few words to your supporters back home?
Yeah, 応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。すごいエリセイラいいところでめっちゃ楽しいんで、この調子で次も勝てるように頑張ります。
Well, there you go. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Great stuff. And now Suzuki, as we'll pick up vision there of Leilani McGonigal, the backhand attack, nice and crisp from her. Stayed in the pocket, Philippe, and that's going to be crucial to do well on your backhand in these conditions.
Yeah, definitely one of the best waves of the heat, and especially when it comes to scoring potential. As we see the replay, look at the size of this wave, just right out the back, nice first carve. You just have to time it really well here, just to make sure you're on the right spot at the right times. As we see here, she just waits to push strong on that outside turn, and as we see the finishing turn, strong finishing turn as well. So Leilani, doing really well on this wave. She's just waiting for the right time to attack the leap, and that's probably one of the most important things here in Ribeira. As we see here, you have the opportunity, you have to attack strong, and that's what the judges want, and that what the surfers want as well. As you see here, just finish that one off. Nothing too major, but still 5.1.
Yeah, it's really strong fence. A hard turn to do. To hit the closeout backhands on a down the line kind of wave is a really tough one to do, particularly a foamy section like that. It feels a bit easy just to put it right up in the lip, let the lip push you down. But banking off the white water, tough to do, and the high number of the heat so far comes in the 5-1 for Leilani. Goes to second place at the moment, and already seeing these scores just nudge up now. The surfers have a better read on exactly where the scoring potential is, what the judges are looking for. Sol Aguirre, her last wave is a backup 4.03, and you've got to be thinking 4 of those 4.03 points basically came from that one turn, and how she was able just to release the tail. That was really good technical surfing.
Yeah, it was. She read it really well. She had the first setup turn, just she waited for the wave to wall up and make sure she can put a lot of pressure on those turns.
Interesting that you mentioned about the setups. It's not like every turn you're trying to score with here. It's all about putting yourself high on the wave and getting the timing right when a good section does stand up. How does that work?
Yeah, here in Ribeira de Ilhas, you have to be on the right spot at all times, and sometimes it's hard to get a good board that just goes with it and has that flow that you need for this kind of wave, especially with this size, because sometimes it's really hard to connect transitions and connect the sections, and you need to maintain that momentum and speed, and it's really important. And I know that I've been competing here for almost 20 years, and I know that if you can do that, if you can maintain that speed and that power, and you can put the board on the right spot at the right time, the scores will come out, that's for sure.
Under 16 minutes to go in this one. It is one of our Peruvian surfers, Sol Aguirre, at the moment with the leads. 8-7 her total. Surfer out of Costa Rica, Leilani McGonigal, a flat 8 for her total. She does have the highest individual wave of that 5-1. So she improves her backup. She's got a great shot getting into first. Doesn't have priority at the moment. That's why she's sitting wide and inside right now. Priority is with Pauline Nadeau, surfer out of Anglet, France, a veteran with considerable CT experience and really looking for a big result here in Europe to light her campaign up on the Challenger Series this year. Just looking for 4.51 at the moment. Arena Vargas with a bit of work to do. Fourth right now, 5.27. And Vargas, that use of priority, not ideal. And with 4 surfers in the water, when you do have priority, you need to make it count fully. Yeah, especially here, because it's a long way. It's a long way to paddle. If you go from the outside all the way through the inside, it's a pretty long way. You spend almost 3 to 5 minutes to getting back out there. So you have to make sure you make the right calls and you choose the right waves. Otherwise, you can be in a weird position. Yeah, it's a beautiful, warm autumnal morning in Portugal for the Challenger Series at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro. We're checking out Zoe McDougall. She's checking in. She'll be paddling out soon. More live action from Portugal right after the break. Welcome back to Ribeira Dirhas Ericeira, home of EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. And the finest aspiring surfers from across the globe looking to step up to the championship tour. They're here duking it out for points at this penultimate stop on the Challengers. 4 results counting. Loads of scenarios to bring you throughout the week here as we crunch numbers. Right now, the opening round of 48 for women. It's all about staying alive, Philippe, and about coming back and looking to go deep in this event.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a very important event, second to last of the year. So you have to make sure you get those points up and to go up the rankings. We know that it's only 5 girls that actually qualify for the 2024 CT, and honestly, it's a very tough job. You have to be on those finals days pretty much every contest, and to make sure you get a result and you get a spot on the CT for the next year. So very important contest for all these girls, and it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, we can clinch some spots on these contests. So it's that important.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have those scenarios as they play out. Of course, when the top seeds come in, will be surfers at the moment inside those top spots, and the various permutations with results here, how deep they go in the event. I think fair to say everyone from the big seeds in that round looking to get a win here. Sally Fitzgibbons in the #1 spot where she wants to be. She's really deserved that with an incredible season from her.
She's that close. I think it's not official, but I know she just needs to make a 5th here. And she hasn't won a contest so far. She has been the most consistent of all the girls, but she hasn't won a contest so far. So I think it's going to be her goal for this contest, maybe the next one, just to make sure she puts that final stamp on it.
She gets herself into quarterfinals here. She's guaranteed, but I mean, very likely she'll get it done, whatever the result here. We'll watch how all that plays out. But just talking about surfers with the experience and surfers that have done it in the past on the CT, they're going to be backing themselves. They know what it feels like, how to sort of visualize and kind of manifest and make it happen. But really impressive to see young Sawyer Lindblad there sitting in 3rd, and hard up with fewer places that to be a rookie, to get yourself a spot on tour, a fresh surfer. But Sawyer in a great spot here. We'll keep an eye on her certainly at the moment. Keeping an eye on the likes of Solagare and Leilani McGonigal, still the lead here, so no scores or waves to bring you from during that break. We just lost a bit of time off the clock. Pauline Addo's first priority. She'll need to draw on her experience. She needs a number here, Philly.
Yeah, she does. She needs a 4.51, and she's out there just waiting for the best wave possible. And I know she has been competing here. She knows what she's looking for. We just need a little bit of a movement on the ocean.
So 4 best results counting on our Challenger Series. And a reminder, it is 5 women from the Challengers who will make it onto the championship tour. We talked in the morning show this morning about that new schedule for next year and how epic it is to see waves like Fiji coming back into it. That's the carrots for surfers who are able to get into those spots, as we're checking out Matsuoka, part of that strong Japanese generation.
That's exactly the board I would surf on these conditions if I had the opportunity, because that carbon fiber, just the whole board, it's about carbon, and you know it's not that powerful out there. She's gonna fly on these conditions, I think.
Quick vision there of Jessie Van Niekerk. She'll be coming up again in the next heat. It's just over 8 minutes time. Meanwhile, let's stay in the present, stay with Addo. Good looking wave for her. The classic Addo carve, and then in the pocket, and again just getting it on a rail. Beautiful lined up wave. This is exactly what she waited for. There's the snap, so showing the variety, and then now heading towards the finish. Pauline Addo, a really well put together wave, waiting a long time for it, and that decision will be very much validated by the way she rode that wave.
Yeah, she chose the right wave. She chose the wave that she wanted, and she had the first priority, and she idolized it. As we see here, look at this, so clean, it's so fun, so glassy, and as she just sets up that first carve, again, setting up because she knew the wave will wall up in front of her. Nice little snap, straight into that double up. She sees the finishing turn out the front, and she manages to get a strong finishing turn. It's hard to maintain, as I've been saying, it's hard to maintain the transition between those different sections or different parts of the wave, but she managed really well.
It's solid competitive surfing. She's not really pushing the innovation or anything like that, just surfing relatively safe by her own high standards, but making sure she brought it through to the inside. So the opening turn setting up out the back. Meanwhile, let's check out your heat leader again here. Whoa. And that's much more aggressive into the lip. And just with a little extra spark by comparison, and a lot of extra spark for a really strong finish. So let's see where Sol's number goes. Meanwhile, Vargas looking to get going here. Let's see what she's got. And a nice finish as she flicks that down out of the lip into the flats. And Pauline will go again. So a frenzy of activity after a bit of a lull in this heat. And Addo snapping, looking to get out of third spot. And with a bit more board speed loaded up here, this one will run wide and she'll look to keep in that critical section. Nice finish for Pauline. There we go. So numbers with our panel right now. Sawyer looked like she's got something of an extra gear in this one. And the finish was really strong. Also a good finish from Vargas and Addo, so a couple of numbers due to her. Judges got a bit of work to do. Let's have a look at Pauline's wave here.
Yeah, anything can change right now because pretty much all the girls, just Leilani, she didn't get any wave. As we see this is the second to last wave. Now this is actually the last wave of Pauline. It felt like she was off rhythm the whole wave, kind of off balance. She finished it off really well, but it felt like she didn't get that momentum in that connection with the wave, as we see here, the replay of the surfer, the Peruvian surfer. Nice first roundhouse cut back, another one, just waiting for the wave to wall up, another cut back, just waiting and waiting. You have to be really, really patient on this wave and finish that one off with a floater re-entry. So that might be one of, but this girl, probably one of the best waves of this hit so far, and one of their best waves, that's for sure. Hit off the lip, just a bit of a setup turn to hit this one, really strong. Those are the ones that you want, straight into a off the top again. These are the waves that you want, and she's looking down at the finishing turn, and look at this one, just pushing that back tail, just dropping the wallet a little bit there, and she was happy with that one. And she has reason to, because I think it's going to be her best score and maybe the best score of the heat.
Yeah, really
that was
impressive.
Really well served. Yeah.
Really, really impressive. The risk taking is what the judges want to see. Talk about degree of difficulty in technical surfing, and the safe move there would have been to offer the board up, let the wave do the work. But she's pushing, got those fins completely released, got the tail looking down the line, the nose pointing back towards the pocket. And able to do that with speed and just kind of skid that one out to a finish. Really, really nice. So previous for last for Addo, gets her in second at 4.53. We've got another number for her. Might come between her scores. Not sure it'll be as good as her second to last wave. So that puts Leilani McGonigal now in the uncomfortable position of moving to third. What she does have as priority, what she also has, Philippe, is a set here.
There's a few lines coming out the back because you see the scores, the total scores, they're all super close as we see here. Yeah, the last wave of Pauline just came through a 4.7, so best wave of Pauline. Even though she was a bit off timing and off balance throughout the whole wave, the judges really like, especially that last finishing turn. So as we're still waiting, because anything can change, because everything is, everyone is super close right now. So that spot, that fight for the second spot is going to be pretty strong between Leilani and Sol.
Pauline drawing on the experience to get herself not only up into second, but also to add a little more while she's paddling back out. Just turned up the heat a bit on Leilani McGonigal with priority in red, the Costa Rican. Not an enormous number, 4.13, but it needs to be a major improvement on her backup score. She does have that 5.1, but number in for Sawyer, and real quality being rewarded by the judges. Up in the very good part of the scale, 7-point ride for Sol, and really well earned.
Yeah, that's got to be the score that you want. That's the surf you want to do, and those, especially those are the waves that you want to catch. Because something that I've been learning throughout my whole life here in Ribeira d'Ilhas, it's probably even even if you're not the best surfer, if you in the heat, if you get the best waves of the 20-minute or 30-minute heat, you're gonna make it through. So you have to make sure you're on the right waves all the time, because if you do that throughout the whole contest, you're gonna win it.
Find the good ones, unleash when you get sections, what Sawyer has been doing. And a big total for her, 11.67. I think that's the highest total we've seen so far in this opening round of 48. This is Heat 5 on day 1 of our waiting period at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. Travis Logie looking at the swell first light this morning, realizing there's consistency in the sets. Conditions are dreamy. We pulled the trigger. We're underway here and swinging through this opening round of the women. 3 more heats to go in it after this one concludes. Right, McGonagall's going to need to use priority here, under 2 minutes. Here she goes, backhand from her. First one, quick snap. Oh, and the wave just gets short. So a combo, but it's a short combo. Not sure we saw the 4-1-3, and things could get tough here for Leilani.
Yeah, you can see her. You can see her repositioning herself. She's probably gonna go get away from all the surfers, because in Ribeirão you can always get some inside. Yeah, obviously she knows. Yeah, she knows what Leilani is doing, and you know, Leilani is actually being coached by a Portuguese coach, Manuel Gameiro, and that's why he's telling her just to come to the inside, because every once in a while you can get some opportunities down there, and you can make that distance, as we see from Pauline. He can buy her a little bit more time, but yeah, with 1 minute remaining, she needs something special. She only needs a 4.13, but she needs that one of those west swells set waves, and she has crossed fingers, and hopefully in 45 seconds she can find something, and hopefully Pauline, for her, she's going to close that gap and make sure she's on top of Leilani.
Yeah, looking to try and exert a bit of priority dominance is Pauline Addo. Just making sure where she is position-wise, staying close to McGonagall, trying to affect any opportunity that might come through. And Leilani's last place in the queue in terms of priorities, so it will be Pauline's wave if she wants to take it, assuming that Sol or Arena don't take one out the back. Sol Laguerre, dominant performance from her. Addo has managed to find something in this heat, and Leilani McGonagall was desperately trying to scratch onto this. I'm not sure. Let's see if this wave will get to her, actually. Possibly, ooh, an opportunity down on the inside, and that one won't let her in, and there's the frustration. But you've got to say, brilliant performance there from Sol Laguerre, and she absolutely ripped that heat. Really, really impressive. Even the score, she got the 4.03. That one turn looked really spicy. The mistake after that, and she didn't look too phased by it. Came back, brought the highest number of the day so far. Really impressive. A 7-point ride for Sol Laguerre. Good value to get through to the next round. We'll keep swinging with the round of the 48 from the women here at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro. We'll be right back.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Welcome back to Portugal on a beautiful morning at Ribeira del House, this famous reef playing host to some epic events down the years, and we're excited to open a brand new chapter on the Challengers in 2023. Let's check out Heat 6 featuring the Hawaiian Zoe McDougall, Kira Pinkerton of the USA, Anon Matsuoka from Japan, and Jessie van Niekerk from South Africa. Half an hour on the clock for these 4 women to post their 2 best numbers and get out of this round, come back for round of 24 and look to go deep into the event, put a solid campaign together. A lot can happen in this month of October as we wrap Challengers, as we finish up from Ericeira and head straight over to Saquarema, Brazil. And we'll know who we're sending to the championship tour. Let's check out the backhand work right now in live action with an opening vigorous couple of snaps from Matsuoka, keeping that board. Jervis liked the look of keeping it alive and light and sprightly as she goes real close to dry reef for a finish.
That's exactly what I thought the board was about to do when I saw her just speaking with her coach, and I saw that carbon. You can see there's not too much power out there, and you can definitely see how fast that board is going, and super sharp, super fast. I think that's a good call by Matsuoka.
Great read on this way for Van Niekerk, just swooping back and staying with the juicer. She keeps the speed up throughout. And a nice vicious snap from her. And just making sure she is right in the pocket. That wave a little softer. She couldn't have done much more with it though. So no real downtime from her. Really good the way she just made sure she was juicing all the velocity she could out of that ride and getting a start. Didn't want to sit out the back and kind of fester. Straight down to business. Meanwhile, McDougall has a look. Pinkerton behind her. We know all about how good Kira Pinkerton is in quality waves, in the barrel, in the juice. She's really good in this kind of surf too, as is Zoe McDougall, who's been very impressive at various venues around the world. Let's have a look at the replay here, the South African.
Yeah, a tricky little wave. You can see it's very hard to read, very hard to push those, because it felt like the wave didn't allow her, didn't offer anything special. But she managed to read it really well, as you see here. Look at the difference of the speed on that one. Look at this bottom turn. So fast, straight into the lip. So fast again. Even here, when the wave just absolutely disappears, the board just keeps on going. Look at this. That just shows her how good the board is, as we see the replay of Zoe McDougall. Just pumping down the line, trying to get over the accession. Nice little first floater straight into the lip, and nice finish. Not a finishing turn, but nice snap throughout the middle of the wave and finishing turn. So that's a really high quality wave. A lot of points on offer on that one, as we see her just up and down the lip, straight into a snap on the finishing turn. She goes over the section, and she managed to put one more out there. So very good wave by Zoe. Very well chosen wave, especially.
Yeah, surfed it really well, didn't she? Just squeezing all scoring potential out of it. The release on the tail on those turns is what stood out to me. And she's able just to tweak that tail late in the turn, which mixes up a bit of variety, degree of difficulty. Again, a reasonable number for a 4.5 to kick things off. It wasn't a great looking wave. I thought she surfed it really well, so well done to McDougall for opening up. There's some solid surfing to build herself something of a platform. Still with 24 minutes, bags of times to go. Van Niekerk, a modest number for her. We've got good lines coming through. A number to drop for Matsuoka, a 3.5 priority is with McDougall. Let's see where she puts herself. She'll like the look of the first one here. She'll be behind the opening section. Let's see what happens here as she goes, wow, committed carving snap in the pocket and staying right next to the white water, and then fading back a touch and letting it get steeper, just sort of S-ing her way patiently down the line, keeping an eye out for any kind of steepness. And she finds some here. Nice float from her. And again, just wrapping things up with a figure 8 all the way back to the juice. A couple of well-surfed waves for Zoe. Matsuoka with less room to move. Couple of swings, the combo from her on that lightweight equipment. All right, let's get a look at Kira Pinkerton here in live action. That wave just not really cooperating. Rather than offering her a lip, it was just some fluffy stuff. And not only did it kind of take away the impact of that turn, but it also made the wave go deep fat.
Yeah, it's an interesting exchange because you see Zoe just usually in Ribaredilhas you don't want to go on the first one because normally they're not the good ones. Even when the waves are bigger, you need that second one, a bit of a roll in, as we see here. This is the third wave of the set, as we see here. Kira, look at the wall on this wave. So nice rebound cutback straight into a nice carving. And she's looking down the line because of this section. She kind of mistimed it. She goes around the whitewash, and the wave just kind of disappears. So, as we see, this is the second wave of the heat, the second wave of the set. Sorry, as we see here, as we see the wall just standing up. Nice snap by the Japanese surfer straight into another one, and she's gonna go top to bottom. A little bit of a mistake there, but she finishes off really strong. So as you can see, the second wave of the set usually are better. As we see Zoe, she had the first really strong turn on the outside, and she actually manages to connect all the way through the inside. She's gonna go right now. She's looking down the line, just waiting the right moment to attack that leap, and she sees the section. She decides to go for a floater, and here a nice rebound cutback, roundhouse cutback, and the wave just disappears on her. So well served by Zoe. It's going to be a nice little backup score. She managed to bring the wave all the way from the outside through the inside. So very well read by Zoe, as we see the replay here with the drone view. This is very important. You need to maintain speed here just to make sure you can attack that section, and she finishes this one off with a nice rebound cutback. So very well served by Zoe, choosing some of the best waves, as we see the replay of another wave by the South African surfer here with a bit more of a steeper wall. As we see, she's going to finish this one off on the outside. Nice finishing turn. So nice combination of a few waves, a lot of action.
Yeah, I feel like these women are pushing it a bit harder in this heat, actually. It really feels like they're just taking a bit more risk with their turns, squeezing it a bit harder. It's a talented quartet in the water right now, and safety surfing is not going to get it done here. And just really bringing that little extra. It's been entertaining to see everyone pushing it. Saw it in that last heat as well, actually. Surfers like Sol again, just giving it a bit more and really putting their hand up to try and not only just advance, but do it with a little bit of dominance. And that makes for entertaining viewing. And it gives our judges some work to do, as they owe us numbers for everybody in the water right now. So everyone's going to improve, because it will be second waves and third waves for everyone in the water. McDougall got a similar order of magnitude to her opening effort. It comes in as a 4, flat 4 for her. She maintains, consolidates her lead. She's got priority as well. So that's her score. Done and dusted. Matsuoka pushing on the backhands with less room to swing around, so had to get the turns high impact in a relatively shorter wall. She did that. That's with the panel as well. Like Van Niekerk, what she did on hers, stuck with it. So we're going to get a small throwaway number for her, but then her last wave. And Kira Pinkerton carving out the back. Here she goes on the inside, the American. What she got for us? That wave just ran out of juice.
Yeah, a little bit of an in and out by Kira. I'm not sure she had the 4th priority, but if she hadn't the 4th priority, that was a bit of a mistake, because that wave was nothing. It offered anything. So she just needs to sit down and wait for a better one, because she's on a pretty bad spot right now in 4th place. Still waiting for the wave to drop, but still. She's in 4th place, so you need to get a good wave, and we know that they are out there. So with 18 minutes and a half remaining, there's plenty of time to choose a good one, as we see her up and riding on this one. Little insider.
Yeah, Pinkerton will go again here. So we still wait for her second wave, which will be her best for sure. She finds herself an opportunity on the inside and makes room by standing on the tail and then pushing off the rail, getting spray. And again, a snap from her, just displacing water, and a strong finish for Kira.
Oh, yeah, nice little insider. She probably just wants to stay active and make sure she has a rhythm, because sometimes you can get caught up in just on your priority and just waiting for those kind of waves that actually might not be able to show up. And a bit of an interesting strategy by Kira, staying active. And actually, I think she's going to improve on her situation because that was a really well served wave.
Down towards 17.5. Panel assigning numbers to a couple of waves for Kira. This is her last effort. Let's have another look.
Yeah, nice little cutback, just stomping on that back foot, waiting for the wave to wall up. Nice little snap, looking down the line. She's going to do one more setup turn, straight into that finishing turn, even though it's not. And this one, I really like that right direct to the left and that bit of a foam climb. And I don't think there's going to be much of a change on the score, but still surfing really good and still waiting for scores as we see the second to last. We're still waiting for one of the first waves of Kira. It's a 3.3, so now we're waiting for the last score. So it's might change something. It already changed. She went from 4th to 3rd. So
good number in for Matsuoka. Gets a 5-1. Someone to drop good numbers. Best number seen for the day. 7-point ride in the last heat. Sawyer. She's standing by for a chat with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I have with me down here on the beach the last heat winner, Sawyer. Sol, really slow heat at the start, but then you managed to get a 7-point ride at the end. Talk me through the heat.
Yeah, conditions are really slow, and I was able to get a 7 at the end. I'm very happy for that wave. And yeah, it's really hard, but it's still fun, so I'm happy to make it through, and yeah, let's go.
And your best result so far was on the US Open this year. Are you looking to break through that 17th position or 25th position on this event?
Yeah, of course, that's my main goal, make it to women round, and yeah, just focus on the moment, present, and keep doing my surfing, and hope I get good luck waves on the next heat, and I'm able to make it through, but just be in the moment.
And do you want to say anything in Spanish for your fans?
Sí, gracias a todos por vernos. Nada, contenta de pasar y vamos con todo para la próxima. Vamos Perú.
Vamos Perú. Back to you, boys. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Chico. Great surfer from Sawyer. She is entertaining in the water. She's looking to go deep into this event. Based on that performance, you'd back her to do it. Let's check a set and get caught up with where we are. Aside from a number for Matsuoka, who's in the lead right now, we're caught up. A couple of 3s for Kira, improved her total. She's still in 4th, though. A couple of 4s are locked in for McDougall, who sits with priority. Van Niekerk's score, a crucial one, a 4.67. So although she's still in 3rd, she's not a long way back. Let's have a look at Matsuoka here.
Yeah, just that board, the transitions and the flow. Look at that. She doesn't even have to move the board. As we see the finishing turn, nice little strong finishing off the top. But yeah, that board looks really good. It just feels like she doesn't have to do any effort for the board to go.
Live action, here she goes. So a couple of waves from her. Bang, there's a nice turn, pushing hard on the backhand. Whoa, that was a great turn. Look at the momentum she's building. She leans into that carve down, puts it back in the pocket and spanks it once again off the tail. So 2 scores to come in. Meanwhile, let's stick with live here. McDougall slicing, use that priority on this wave. Let's see if it's a good choice. She cruises through with the flow. Bang, that was really nice. Steep sections offering. She's basically playing whack-a-mole. Every time a bit stands up, she hits it, and she's so composed between the maneuvers. Just to say that, she makes her first real misstep in terms of on-wave surfing in the heat.
Yeah, but it felt like she did the main work on the outside, and she actually surfed really well. But you know, you have to finish those waves off. You know that the judges like a good finishing turn, as we see. Look at the size of this wave and the quality of the wave as well. She went right from the top. Nice first carve on the outside, just waiting for the momentum, and nice setup turn there, straight into the lip. A little bit stronger on that one. Just trying to stay with the momentum and make sure she reads off the wave really well. And another setup turn there, and then a bit of a stronger turn there, and the wave just kept on providing for her. She's just waiting for the wave to wall up, and unfortunately she didn't manage to get that last turn. But this girl, She's absolutely ripping. That board is looking really good. Look at this wave, just straight into the top. Nice snap, and look at that one. And again, a little bit more vertical on that turn. But yeah, just the connection in between turns. You can see that that board just goes really well. She did. She actually caught one of the best waves of this hit, definitely, because that wave just allowed her to go vertical on her backhand. That's one of the main things about being on a backhand when the waves are small here in Ribeira.
So numbers for 1 and 2 to come in, and anything this could do, just make it worse news for surface chasing. Van Niekerk, Pinkerton. Looks like the high score of this heat's dropping right now for our Japanese surfer in white. We're watching her from above on the drone. Putting that equipment to great use as our panel will award her a 6.5. So putting in excess of a whole point on the previous high score, which was hers as well. So a big total of 11.6 for Anon Matsuoka right now, who's in a commanding position with 12 on the clock in this heat. Matsuoka just turning up the pressure, turning the screw. We're going to get a number for McDougall soon. Let's see if she got an improvement. I just really think Zoe's flow is a great match for this wave. We've seen some surfers in the in-between sections get a little bit caught on the face and have to cut back, but she's always behind the section looking down the line. So as soon as it does steepen up, she's able to accelerate at it. And it's really impressive and stylish and composed from Zoe McDougall. While we wait for that number to come in, we'll take in beautiful scenes as we fly over the cliffs in the iconic surf town of Ericeira. More live action from the Challenger Series right after the break. Winners and grinners on the Challenger Series as we look back at statement performances and we look to the present with live action. From Ericeira, Portugal, it's Kira Pinkerton looking to get out of a tough spot, 4th place in this heat, not where she wants to be. And the numbers hefty, 7.93 the requirement. That's a great turn from her. Whoa. And another nice snap. She needs to go up real close to the excellent range right now. She's got her work cut out here. A long way for Kira, but she needs really to find herself some exceptional quality. Let's get another look at what she was able to do.
Yeah, she actually, the wave was kind of weird, but she read it really well. She set up this this main turn right here, the wave is gonna wall up right after this one. She gets on that double up, and as you see the wave walling up and just puts the board up there, pressing on that back foot and straight into another one. A little bit of a layback on that one, and yeah, very well surfed by Kira. She's trying to improve on that 3.17. So what are you thinking, Paul? As we see the replay of the surfer in South Africa on the wave behind Kira. A little bit of a bigger wave with a steeper wall. Nice snap. As you can see, the wave just this tide when he gets too low. Look at that wave. It just kept on providing for her a nice, stronger, bigger turn on the outside. She's gonna go and connect with the inside. Unfortunately, not. But yeah, as I was saying, with the low tide, sometimes the wave here in Ribeira goes like through moments.
Yeah.
It's hard to connect all the way from the outside to the inside.
Really enjoyable heat to watch this one. I just want to bring your attention that last score, previous to last for Zoe McDougall, the 6.73. I really like that number from the judges. Feels like we talked about flow at the top of the show as well, and how important that's going to be. And I feel like she's really getting rewarded not only for how crisp and aggressive her maneuvers are, but also the way she's linking it up, just making the whole thing look good.
Yeah, if you get the best waves, they will allow you to go through the motions and get those transitions in between turns, and allow you to go a bit faster than smaller waves. So definitely Zoe getting some of the best waves and surfing really well, obviously, because the judges like to see those transitions and go with the flow and all that.
What that's done is it's just made things real tough for surfers chasing Pinkerton and Van Niekerk. They need, well, Kira's brought her number down. Let's get another look at this wave. This was the 6.73 from Zoe McDougall.
Yeah, she started off really strong on the outside, and you know what? This is all about timing. As you see, she's just pressing on that back foot, just making sure she can connect through those turns and coming from behind the section and hitting the main parts of the wave with a bit more strength. And again, she's just waiting, just looking at down the line and make sure she takes advantage of every single moment that she can go actually with a bit more power and explode on those turns. And yeah, but as you said, the connections,
variety in the maneuvers as well, and no real downtime from her. She's just flowing over those sections, looks really composed, makes it look really good. We're surfing a point break here, so we're looking for surfers with that really natural, eye-pleasing surfing style to come to the fore. And it's McDougall, who's not a long way back in terms of her overall number from first place of Anon Matsuoka, but the Japanese goofy footer has surfed with spark and aggression. And after a couple of sort of abbreviated waves at the beginning of the heat for Anon, she just was able to open up with that wave. It just kept providing another section and another one. It's really hard to know when you paddle into a wave out the back what exactly is going to happen down the line. It's like on-wave decision making, and sometimes this wave just keeps providing.
Yeah, you know what? You're on the outside and you want those waves that it look like they're going to close out, but you don't want them to close out because you want them to go around that little inside, the little inside ball. So you're looking at those waves that stretch out that big line, but sometimes it's so hard, man. This is probably one of the trickiest places to compete, because sometimes you're thinking you're doing the right calls and you're choosing the best waves, and yeah, sometimes you're not. And we're gonna see people just getting through some heats with a lot of ease because they are on the right waves, and we're gonna see some scrappy ones because sometimes anything can change. You can stand up on a wave and out of nowhere it's a perfect little insider, and you can go on a bigger one, it's bad. So it's a tricky place to compete. You have to spend your time here, and you have to understand the connection with the ocean. It's something that I haven't done in 20 years. So
4 minutes to go in this heat number 6, round of 48 for the women. Let's check out the story of this one going down. A lot of quality out in the water, and this is your heat leader. She's been good value, Matsuoka.
Oh, definitely. That board just going top to bottom with non-stop flow. Look at this. Just top to bottom surfing. Some of the nicest, steepest waves we've seen so far this heat, and she's just going top to bottom. Look at that. Just no effort, no extra movement. She just goes flowing throughout the wave, as we see Zoe doing exactly the same, and that's why they have the point of difference throughout the whole rest of the surfers. As we see here, Zoe just looking at this setup turn straight into this strong turn out the back, and the judges will love that. But Also, very good board. Look at that. The board just doesn't stop at any moment. Another setup turn, and she's going to explode a little more on that one. And the wave just kept on providing. She's just going with the flow, waiting for the right time to attack the leap again. Unfortunately, a little bit of a mistake, but still a 6.73 on that one. And this is the surfing white best wave, I think, a 6.5. Just, again, top to bottom surfing. Look at this. Look, steeper walls, non-stop surfing, non-stop speed, just flowing throughout every single turn. Just, yeah, imagine if she had a finishing turn on that one. That probably would have been the best score of the day. Who knows? Because that wave just kept on providing top to bottom surfing.
Beautiful surfing there. Great flow from surfers who are good value for their advancing positions 1 and 2. Matsuoka, McDougall, 2:20 on the clock. Van Niekerk's task certainly not insurmountable. 6.57, she's more than capable of that. Pinkerton as well, looking for a 6.8. They will need waves. The bad news for them is you look at that priority and that number next to their names. Keren 3rd priority, Van Niekerk on your screen in green, 4th place priority. So they're going to have to be patient. They're also going to have to be a little bit lucky with just the way the sets fall.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they're both in 4th and 3rd priority, and they need the score. So you definitely need to choose the right wave, but also that's always a little bit of a luck factor.
So what they want is, we've seen these multiple wave sets come through. Some of our better sets, they've had 5, maybe even 6 waves. Meanwhile, here's your heat leader, who's still just blazing down here. Love the whip she's able to get. She just spanks it again, and she's got her eye in here. She's dialed in the conditions. You mentioned the board, even from the get-go, how much you like the look of it. It's all coming together for her. The board will do so much. You've got to find yourself the waves, and then you've got to surf them well, and it's been pretty much mistake-free from Anom. She just looks like she's actually enjoying herself. You can see the rapidity of the maneuvers as well. She's kind of like building up momentum on the wave. The turns are getting faster and faster as she surfs.
Yeah, you can definitely see the difference between her first wave and her last. And those turns, as we see on this one, she's pushing a lot stronger and a lot more power on those turns. See here, just pushing really hard on that back foot again. So combination of two really big turns, honestly. And as you said, she's gaining confidence and momentum, and she's pushing harder on those turns.
Time ticking away for surfers like Kira Pinkerton, 26 on the ranking. She is lurking and looking for a result here, and this will be bad news for her campaign to step up to the championship tour. Very highly rated American at the moment. She is, well, the good news is she's got 2nd priority now. This is Van Niekerk, the South African, though, with a good spring in her step for an opening clip down the line. And a little carving snap, just getting a bit of drift. Looking for 6.57. It's a softer wave. Didn't see anything like that order of magnitude in the scoring potential there for her. Looks like Pinkerton hasn't ridden a wave either, so that'll be bad news for surfers like Van Niekerk and surfers like Kira Pinkerton, as they'll be eliminated from competition straight in on the opening day to the round of 48. It is brutal. The heats go thick and fast. Kira Pinkerton surfed pretty well in that. She didn't do loads wrong in the heat. She just came up against a couple of surfers who found better ways and just surfed them really, really well, putting big scoreboard pressure on her from the beginning. So Pinkerton will come in and assess and maybe enjoy some surfing here in Portugal before she thinks about heading over to Brazil to wrap up the Challenger Series. But well done to Matsuoka and McDougall. Those two really entertaining, very impressive, and already with a good read on this wave. It's ominous for the rest of the draw. Looking forward to seeing them surfing again later on, as we're appreciating the backhand attack at Ribeira Deals. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring in Mundy and Palmateer. More live action from Portugal right after this.
And welcome back to Ericeira. My name is Ben Mundy. I have the pleasure of welcoming Flick Parmentier back in the booth. Evans and Jervis were good, don't get me wrong, but they lost a bit of energy. We thought to sub them out. They're going to have a coffee, have a swim, get their mojo back. We're bringing in the big guns. Flick, how do you feel? Talk me through the day so far.
Yeah, I guess it's been a little bit of a slow start, but, you know, there's been some good scores thrown down on the board in the last couple of heats, so things are starting maybe to turn a little bit, maybe getting a little bit more exciting, a little bit more consistent. So, yeah, excited to be back in the booth and calling a heat with you.
Yeah, well, it's a big, big heat as well. I've got some big names, probably some, like, real stars of the future, I would say, in this particular heat. We've got the two Japanese surfers, Amura Suzuki and Minamai Nanaka. We've got Francisca Vaselko, the world junior champion, the local hope, the European #1, and Laura Raup from Brazil, who was also only young, I think 17 years old, has had an incredible run on the Brazilian QS event. She's won, I think, 3 events already.
Wow.
She's only 17, and she won her first event when she was just 15, which the only other Brazilian to do that was a cert. I don't know if you've heard of this guy, Gabriel Medina. Have you heard of him before, Flick?
No, never heard of him.
He's quite a good surfer from Brazil, and he won when he was 15. And so, yeah, so big raps on Lara. She's only young, but she's got you know, a lot of talent. But it's the replay, Flick.
Yeah, here we go, looking at White's opening wave here. She was really deep on the peak where she took off there, and sort of a smaller one, but she's getting pretty busy, just stringing together a couple of little turns, feet in the wax. That was Minamai Nanaka. So that first wave locking in at a 3-point ride.
Yeah, and then live action here is Laura from Brazil, just waits the time, and here she goes. So starts the fang down the line. First turn, strong, gets the fins out. So one turn, but it was a solid one. Feet in the wax all important. First heat of the event. I mean, they're all important, aren't they? But just to get through this first heat, we talked about it a lot today, and we've got to keep mentioning it because they've travelled so far, they've put so much time and effort in, and you've just got to get through this heat to make it all worthwhile.
You do, you absolutely do. I mean, these women and men are spending so much money to come all this way, and only first and second are advancing from this heat, so you need to be in one of those spots. Really liked this approach. You can really see that she attacked that lip there with so much aggression, really like letting the fins free and getting a little bit of drift across the lip there.
Yeah, and live action. There's a nice top turn from Vaselko, the Portuguese surfer. She comes around the corner here. She surface waves so often, and then that's this type of style that she's got. I tell you what, she is so talented. She's a fierce competitor. She's been working really hard over the last 3 or 4 years, and every time I see her surf, she gets better, and she's still got a section to finish off and cracks it there. Doesn't quite finish, but the linking turns before that were really strong, and I'll get Fleet you to talk through that, but just smooth and powerful, right? She seemed to link her turns really well.
Oh, for sure. I think straight away what I noticed is her wave selection. That wave that she picked off was one of the better waves that I've seen all morning. It had a really nice bowl to it. The way that it hit the reef, it just made the wave stand up and really allowed her to get into the critical section of that wave at the beginning there. So she stringed together a nice few turns, so it'll be exciting to see the replay of Francisca's opening ride. Here we go. So nice carving maneuver there. You can just see this wave really standing up for her as she lays the board on rail there, just attacking this wave with a lot of aggression and a lot of flow as well.
Yeah, no sort of transition turn in between a turn. She was just keeping on rail. She wasn't wigging and zagging. I mean, she had to get through this flat section, but out the back where all the damage was done, yeah, as you said, she just linked the turn so well. And she would have been like to finish that off, but even still, I think she's going to post the numbers. There's a breakdown, and there's that last turn. The judges like that, and we'll just see that score too. Laura, a bit of a different one. We're just seeing these sort of waves looking really good right now. The tide's coming in, and here goes the Brazilian again. She just pulls off that one. Yeah, this wave kind of likes the mid-tide, so we've just gone on the other side of the low tide. The water's starting to fill over that reef. You get a bit of a push with that incoming tide, and it stands up a little bit closer to shore. So we're expecting over the course of the next 2 heats to, just see a little improvement in conditions. Then we'll reassess in terms of what we're going to do for the rest of the day. But I'll tell you what, it's clean, it's offshore, it's sunny. I mean, life doesn't get much better than this, Fleet.
Oh, it's so good, especially for me coming from Western Australia. Really cold weather.
Been through a long winter. Here goes Nanaka, the Japanese surfer. And just looking for a section here. Nice little cutback. And then another one. opening up nice. Nice little transition between turns, but none of that steep face that Vissla had. Been sort of watching the Japanese, especially the Japanese women surfers, Flick. They're real sort of powerhouse at the moment. So much young talent, and in every heat, they're really impressive.
Oh, for sure. Just before this heat, I was actually, here we go, we'll have a look at this replay. We've got White here, Nonaka up and riding, and a bit of a smaller wave, like you said, Ben, just not really allowing her to really get critical on this one, just a series of cutbacks. But yeah, prior to this heat, I was just doing a little bit of research, a little bit of snooping around, and I actually was checking out Nonaka's Instagram, and I had a look at the couple of the clips that she'd been putting up. Super impressive. There's a clip of her surfing Nicaragua, and she pulls into this barrel, and it is such a long barrel. So definitely a lot of talent there. She's been spending time in Indonesia as well, so putting in the reps all over the world, and really honing in on technique and skills in all sorts of waves.
Yeah, and here goes the Brazilian. Oh, digs a rail and somehow submerges, but comes out again and sort of digs in. So both a little bit off timing. Third one a bit cleaner, but she'll be a little disappointed that she didn't get those first two clean, but she's trying to get some end sections. First turn, she got a 4.24 for that one turn, and here goes live action again. The Portuguese surfer kicker coming around the corner. Just looking smooth. No sign of nerves so far. That sharp eye board looks good. I'm just trying to back up that first wave. We haven't got that score yet, but I think it's going to be a solid number. So Vissla just got the wild card into the Challenger Series events. She would have qualified for the European anyway, but she's yeah, such a talent, and trying to make the most of the local knowledge at this wave. This sort of wave is you know, she's surfed this so many times, and it shows, Flick.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look at how well that technique, well, she just laid that board so well on rail. Her technique is flawless there, and she looks really solid on her board. That's something I've also noticed. Doesn't really look, she looks on fire. I mean, that first score has just come through for her first wave, and she's locked in an 8.5. So that is the highest score of the whole morning. So nice flow, and you can really see the judges rewarding her wave selection and just the flow between all the turns that she put together.
Yeah, well, we have the EDP wave of the day, which we picked the highest scoring wave of the day so far. And I'll tell you what, Francisco, with that first wave at 8.5, it's going to be right in the running by some margin. Japanese surfer here just working way through, but yeah, that's a massive number. The first score I think we've seen all day in the excellent range.
Yeah, for sure.
It just shows if you're linking turns and getting the right waves, there's big numbers out there.
For sure. I mean, even though the conditions are quite challenging this morning, you know, it's been inconsistent with long lulls, there's opportunity out there to still get excellent scores. I mean, Francisca just showed us that. But yeah, best wave surfed all morning, and what a way to open up your own account with an 8.5. That's the dream start to a heat, isn't it?
Absolutely. And, you know, she would have come in. It's, you know, there's a bit of pressure. She's the local hope. Probably one of, well, definitely Portugal's, you know, biggest hope for a win. Also, you know, trying to get up into that all-important CT ranking. So she would have felt a bit of pressure, but she's come out and just blown that pressure apart. And speaking of someone that can handle pressure, Chico Alves, he's down there on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, boys, I have with me the winner of the last heat. You looked really good out there, really speedy and connected with this wave. Talk me through that heat.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was so fun out there, and then a little bit getting slow, like it's really low tide, but the waves, good waves coming, so yeah, so excited.
How good is that board? You looked really, really fast down the line, and you were saying when you came out that the board is really good. Talk me through that board.
Thank you. This is a Mayhem low surfboard, and then this is Sub Driver double that. Like it's like a EPS, and then so that's why it's so speedy, and then so commitment. Yeah, I love it.
You're looking amazing on it, and I hope you can keep going. Do you want to leave a message for your supporters in Japanese?
応援ありがとうございます。今エリセイラのチャレンジャーシリーズラウンド1勝ててすごく嬉しいです。この調子で次のラウンドも楽しみながら頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。Okay.
Okay, ありがとう。
Thank you. Thanks, Chico.
Thank you, boys.
Yeah, thank Matsuya. Yeah, what a smile on her face. How's your Japanese, Flick? Can you any translation there for me? Yeah.
I've got about as good as arigato gozaimasu.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Ben.
yeah. She was pretty thankful, and she was pretty smiley. Great to see that style. Okay, here we go again. So Suzuki, another one. The Japanese. We talk about that Japanese push. It's really strong in the women's. there's a real close-knit community. They're all sort of working and surfing and training together. And here's Suzuki, just can't find a open face to work with. But impressive so far. Just trying to get back out there. A slow start. She's had some CT experience. I think she had one of the first Japanese surfer to have a CT win at Margaret River. I think a couple of years ago she came up, and a female Japanese surfer hadn't won in, I think, 8 or 10 years. She came out, so she's had that experience on that top level, and just trying to get back up there. And it was massive as well from my memory. But here goes another Japanese surfer, Nanaka. 2 turns are good. Now she's opening up. That green wall ahead of her is always a good sign. Can she finish strong? Gets it up, tags it. Bit of flare. Not done yet as well. Sometimes a little bonus section down the line. Comes around. Nice little carve. And still looking for the last section. Waits for the bit and hits it. It's a good surfing from Nanaka. That'll be a complete. But that wave kept on giving. She kept on belting it.
Yeah, that was a way better wave from Nanaka. I think that was kind of what she was looking for. You could see that she was trying to get it going on the couple of waves she had beforehand, but they just weren't really standing up. That one was a lot better. Have a look at the replay now. You can really see that she was able to lay that board on rail for that first turn, up into the lip for the second one, comes around that section, carving again, and this turn here, able to sort of get the fins free, and she's not done yet. Just really wants to make the most of this wave here. But yeah, that was a better wave. Like we were saying, yeah, Amuro Suzuki actually, yeah, she's been on an absolute charge. I mean, she got a bronze medal at the first time that surfing was ever in the Olympics. So, yeah, the Japanese girls are really coming out in full force at the moment. I just feel like there's been a massive progression in their surfing as well. You can really see it on the Challenger Series as well. So it's good to see.
Yeah, and Amura's just a little bit older than some of the younger ones. She ran 23, 24. She's been around a while. That's a great finish. Sort of just comes from a little bit down here. And then Amuro, here she is. She's got that nice sort of low centre of gravity, hasn't she, Flick?
Yeah, low centre of gravity and, you know, maybe in smaller stature really helps in waves like this because when it's small like this, surfers are going to have to do a lot more work themselves mechanically with their body to make it through these fatter sections or these sections that don't have enough push through them. So, yeah, it really pays to have that good technique and sometimes, yeah, be of smaller stature when the waves are small, you know. It'd be hard work getting a big body going on waves like this.
I don't know if I mentioned the high centre of gravity, do they? They never really talk about that, do they?
Well, I think that sometimes to be taller, you could argue that you have more compression and extension, so you could get higher or like more elevation out of the lip, that sort of thing. Maybe that's where it could come in handy. And also maybe like bigger, more powerful waves for sure. But yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? The technique is all important. They spend so much time. I hold that thought. I'm going to come back on that. But yeah, just the work on the technique. I mean, it's so important now. You know, you can go out and you surf, you do your heat drills, but the way the body mechanics is, and it's improved so much in surfing in recent times, hasn't it?
Oh, for sure. And I think small wave surfing is super important to learn that body mechanics. I mean, a lot of these women are having to maneuver through really not so powerful sections, which all comes down to technique. So spending a lot of time surfing smaller waves, you know, often on the Challenger Series, you can come up against some challenging conditions. So yeah, really having to nail that small wave game.
And you, on the opposite end of the scale, you've done a lot of big wave surfing, and you've spent. I've seen you ride some big waves, Flick. Let's not, you can talk yourself up every now and again. But how is that with your technique as well? Because when you're riding those massive waves, it's still important, isn't it? How you manoeuvre those big boards around. Is it? Do you put a lot of work into the technique side of things as well as the fitness? Is that as important?
Well, I'd say if you can surf good in small waves, I feel like that there almost is like a direct correlation to surfing big waves as well, because having good ocean awareness and where you place your board on a small wave, you can you've got a lot more room to play with on a big wave. Obviously, we're riding big boards if you're paddling in, but I really think like the best big wave surfers in the world have a good understanding of how to surf small waves as well. They generally are. You think about your Kai Lennies, you think about your Ian Walshes, like they're great small wave surfers as well. I mean, Kai's amazing across so many different disciplines. But yeah, I just think it comes down to time spent in the ocean, a lot of different ways to skin a cat as well. So
that's right. You're watching those guys, Shumbinho, Lucas Shianka. You mentioned Walshy. Yeah, Kyleni. You watch them surf 3-foot. They're just great to watch, aren't they? And then, then you see them packing like 50-foot barrels, and it's the same sort of style, isn't it?
Well, a lot more room to play with and a lot more, sometimes, time to think about where you're going to place your board on that wave. So, yeah, I think there is a direct correlation between surfing small waves very well and big waves.
Yeah, I work on my small wave act a lot these days. We see Laura up, the Brazilian, just coming around the corner. There's a nice first turn. She's got good technique. We're talking about that technique and that body extension. She saw her move her arms around. Now she just waits patiently, coming down the line and just trying to finish off this. And we talk about the push from the Japanese service. Here comes the Brazilian as a nice little finish. She was needing a 3.84. So we'll just see. She was pushing it with 12 minutes to go. I talked to Chico about this, and we saw Sofia Medina get through her heat earlier on, but Brazilians just behind the men's in terms of their achievements and the amount of well, definitely there's no CT Brazilians on there at the moment. So do you think we can see girls like Laura? Is there going to be a Brazilian push come from the Brazilian women, do you think?
Well, you've got Tati on tour at the moment, who's Brazilian, and I think you've also got Luana Silva, who was on tour, and she's on the Challenger Series, and trying to get back on tour now. And I think, Tati's amazing. She's incredible, She's, to me, is one of the women, when it gets big and, consequential, she's always someone that's going to have a crack. But then you've got your women who were on tour for a really long time, like Silvana Lima. And she was kind of leading the charge with that sort of progressive surfing. So I think, all these younger women that are on the Challenger Series now, like your Laura's, are looking up to those women that are on there now. So there is a bit of representation, but I think, the future's bright with people like Sofia Medina coming up.
Yeah, and a flurry of activity out the back we saw there from Suzuki. Just coming around the corner. Doesn't quite get the wave she needs. But I suppose, and that's the beauty of the Challenger Series, the new format where there's each region gets a certain amount of surfers. 10 for the men and 6 for the women from Brazil, from Japan. And you get to see, it's a real opportunity for those, lower rated Brazilian surfers to come up and match themselves against the best in the world on the Challenger Series.
Oh, for sure. And some Challenger Series, like we saw, there is a few World Tour surfers on the men's side that will be competing in this event. So you get competition practice with the best in the world. We've got Leia Fivaranti here, we've got Kanoa, Matthew McGilvray, Miguel Pupo. So that's 4 big names that have been on the tour for a while. And, coming up against one of those names in a Challenger Series event, if you've never had that experience, you're either going to thrive or it's going to be super stressful. So it's a good test for these surfers.
Yeah, exactly. And there's Eva Wong, speaking of some up-and-coming talent from Hawaii. Hawaiian's really, really strong. The Otter, also now based in Maui, so the Hawaiian push is coming. And Erin Brooks, well, an absolute phenom. Really interesting surfer. And we'll talk a lot. I've got a lot of chat about Erin Brooks. I'm really interested to see it live in the competitive scene. I've seen a lot of her action on the web and seen her surf. She's a real big talent. She's up next, so it's keep them coming. Here goes Suzuki, though. Live action, a smaller wave, but she's got some zip. And now 2 little turns, and you can see by her body language, it just fades it around that corner. We saw Vaselko out with priority, and a set came. She paddled for it. She missed it. Probably the first mistake we've seen from her in this heat so far.
Yeah, look, definitely a mistake. However, when you're sitting out there with that heat total on 8.5 and backing it up with a 4.2, and that 4.2 is, stacking up against the other women's highest wave scores, okay, yes, mistake, of course. However, she can kind of afford it because she's got that 8.5.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got that in the bank, and you can, she's not going to. She always doesn't look happy at all with that, and she won't be thinking about that. But yeah, you're so right. She's earned the ability to make a mistake and not let it pay. And this wave just didn't quite. I mean, she looks sharp, doesn't she? But it's just a lack of wave face.
Yeah, she looks great. I feel if she gets the opportunity with one of those waves that hits the reef right, it stands up, it's a bit bigger, and she's looking like she's that board surfing really well. It's just about opportunity and putting yourself in the position to have that opportunity in a heat like this. And I think a lot of it comes down to heat strategy and how you play your priority as well,
Yeah, it's important. It's probably not often 4 waves in a set out here, and the sets are, probably 5-6 minutes apart. So, you only get a crack every 10 minutes, and you really got to make it count. You know, and you just really can't afford to make too many mistakes with that priority. You get punished quite heavily at this break. But looks like Vissla is back in the action. Suzuki just keeps throwing the dice. It's a different approach. Staying busy, hoping that that won, and that didn't work out for her. So back to the drawing board. She's chasing a 5.04, not a big number. I think she's got 8 minutes. You know what? Okay, hold that thought as we see out the back. Oh, I've got so many questions for you, Flick. Nanaka, here she goes. She's chasing a 3.34. 2 turns out the back. She's got an end section, and she didn't play it safe there, Flick. She actually went for it, which I liked. Is it a 3.34? That's my question for you.
Mate, I'm sitting here in the booth calling heats. I don't know. I've put my foot in it a lot over the years, so I don't know. We'll wait and see. But what I did like is I liked the way she finished that wave. It was super exciting. It's kind of like an exclamation point at the end of that wave. 2 nice turns and then finished it off really nice and strong. So, yeah, sitting in third, needing a 3.34. Here we go. Look at the replay.
Yeah, it's all about this last turn, isn't it, I think? Because at this moment, I thought, OK, she's doing all right. You know, she's working hard, but no big money. But this, she kind of goes for it. Flick.
Absolutely nails that section there.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to say she's got the score. You just avoided my question there. I noted that. It's going in the report. But we'll see what the judges say about it after this replay again. So, yeah, the judges looking at the same replay, no doubt. They get the ability to go through each wave and benchmark it against the other ones. Her last wave was a 3.13. They're going to take their time on that. It's an important score. While they do that, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia, right after this. Okay, back to live action here in Ericeira, Ribeira de Ilash. And I'll tell you what, we're talking about that score. Was it enough? Well, we can confirm that that last wave came in for Nanaka. So she is up into second place. So we've got Nanaka with a 4.30. So that strong finish moves her up into second. That leaves Laura Rupp, the Brazilian surfer, in third place with priority, chasing a 4.96. Suzuki, our Japanese surfer, needing a 6. 5 minutes on the clock. Smooth conditions, and it's all set up nicely for a big finish, Flick.
Yeah, it is. A little bit of a pressure cooker here for Laura and Amuro. They both, look, Amuro needs a 6, so that's actually a bigger score for today. But having a look at Portuguese surfer there, Teresa Bombolo.
Look at, she knows this wave inside out. She's been here before a lot. She's yeah, such a great surfer. Had a bit of so close to getting on the CT last year. Surfed a few this year and acquitted herself well, but she's a real CT talent. So look forward to seeing her in the next round when that comes up. The two serves out here desperately trying to get into that next round. Here now, Suzuki, she's going those insiders. So we'll see how we got here. Sort of started off with Vissla, well, with the best wave of the event so far. And Flick, what a wave it was.
Perfect wave selection. You can just look at this wave here, just absolutely standing up for her, and she lays the board on rail there. really surfing with assertiveness and almost a bit of aggression, and I absolutely love this wave. Best wave so far of the day, an 8.5, and backed it up with a 4.2. So she's looking the goods right now, sitting out in that first place position in this heat. She wasn't even done on that 8-point run, took it all the way through to the inside there. So this is her backup wave. This is that 4.2, really just burying the rail of that board there. And she's looking great.
So important after you get that really excellent wave, isn't it? I mean, we've seen it before. You get an 8 or a 7, you can't back it up. But yeah, Francisca did that very well. And Nanaka, she's fought back.
Yeah, she has. She's looking really good. Strung together a couple of 4-point rides. She's got a 4.83 and backed it up with that 4.3 that we just saw before. So yeah, she's surfing well. I think if she gets another opportunity on a bigger wave, I'm really looking forward to seeing more of her surfing. But yeah, just super low center of gravity, like a lot of those Japanese surfers. But yeah, in second place.
Yeah, got up there into the all-important second place, 2.5 minutes on the clock. So surfer from Brazil, Lara, needing a 4.96. And Suzuki, the Japanese surfer, one of the better sort of top seeds, she needs a score as well. There's some sets approaching. You can see the Brazilian, she needs a 5-point ride, and you see those lines starting to stack up. This is where wave selection is really, really crucial. Most of the surfers tend to ignore that first wave of the set. The second ones here at Ribeira tend to be a little bit better. But gee, it's a tough decision to make that when that set's coming in. Do you go to the first one? Do you go to the second one? And probably some of the bigger waves we've seen. And you can get caught out here, so they're scrabbling for position. Raup is in priority. She looks like she's in a good spot here on this bowl. She just readjusts. And she's going to get on this wave if she can. Here she goes. So live action. This is probably a last throw at the dice for the Brazilian. I sort of cut back from that first turn, hoping for a steeper face. Another little check turn. No big points as yet. Looking for a finish here and get through to the tail. And just trying to get a little bonus section on the inside. Nice swooping cut back. She's got good technique. She's really strong as well. Zipping, S-turning through the last bit here, and then she finishes it off. So she likes it. Needing a 4.96. It's going to be one of those ones that's there or thereabouts, but a really tough decision for the judges. She ate up a lot of real estate, but the outside section didn't sort of allow her some big turns, but then she kept getting stronger and stronger. So under pressure, well surfed. That was a clutch moment, and she surfed it well.
Yeah, she did. Nice bigger set wave here. Start of this wave was a little bit slow. Couple of carving maneuvers, but I like what you said, Ben, just really good technique. Throws it up into the lip there for that third turn, releases the fins, gets around this section. Another couple of carving maneuvers here, and she knows that she needs to make the most out of this wave. It's literally her last roll of the dice here, so yeah, I love it. I love it when I see that passion, emotion.
You know what? She couldn't have rode that wave much better, could she? Every second she got, when she had a bit of a lip to work with, she did throw a bit of flair. She didn't play it too safe. That one there, a nice bit of tail waft. See out the back there, another wave, as we see these sets lining up on the reef. And that was Fitzgibbons fanging down the line with a layback snap. So we'll see what she did. But yeah, every sort of manoeuvre that came her way, she made, and she liked it. 4.96. is what she's chasing. So, and then Fitzgibbons, looks like one big turn here, Fleek.
Yeah, one big turn. You can see she's gaining speed here. Eyes up this oncoming section. Nice layback into the lip there. She's looking good.
Yeah, she's a big, real big chance of this event. I know there's some incredible surfers surfing the Challenger Series, but Fitzgibbons, she knows this wave. And she knows her strengths. She's going to be very, very difficult. I think some of those top seeds should be worried. And if you can see a Portuguese winner, that'll be amazing. But right now, it's all about that battle for second. And it looks like Raup's got a 6.33. So she was right. She pumped herself up and she got the score and some. And that's clutch surfing. She's only 17, such young. To have the technique, but the temperament is it's an incredible feat.
Yeah, really good stuff by Laura. Making it happen on the last wave, last exchange. Super impressive from the young Brazilian.
See the smile. That makes me smile. She's so happy. It means so much, and well deserved to take off on a wave. a set wave with a minute to go and get the score. Well, that's really, really impressive competitive surfing for Laura. But we've got more live action. We're going to go through to the next heat of the women's, the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro. We'll be right back right after this.
Puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
Able to navigate that tube into the barrel.
Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, drains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Bongia, the crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
Coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals.
This is what it's all about, winner take all.
This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
Welcome back to live action from Portugal. We are here in the last heat of today, the heat of 8, the round of 48. We are progressing through, but we're going to wrap it after this. Just had a look at that schedule there. I'm joined by Felicity Palmetier, and I tell you what, there's a lot of good waves on that tour, isn't there?
Oh, just a couple of good waves.
If you had to pick 3 dream days, where would you go?
Oh, wow. Okay. 3 tour stops. Where do I want to go? I want to go to the tropics. Yep. I want to go to Tahiti. I want to go to Fiji.
Yep.
And I want to go to Hawaii.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
However,
I'll tell you what I like about that schedule is that start. Pipe and Sunset off the bat, especially for the girls that get to surf both those waves now. I think it's such a strong start to the year. And it really just, like you've got to prove yourself in Hawaii. And what a place to start off the schedule.
Oh, for sure. It's always been one of those places. We'll get back to that in a second, but...
Yeah, speaking of Hawaiians, it's Eva Wong. And Eva just clicking off the top there. She's a really young, promising surfer from Hawaii. Real proud Hawaiian, speaks Hawaiian language. She's a real scholar of the ancient ways, which is great to see these young kids learning the proud Polynesian history and passing it on. And she rips as well. You spent a fair bit of time over there in Hawaii, Flick, during the winter months, and how many of these young girls are just coming? I mean, the conveyor belt of talent in those islands is off the scale right now.
Oh, completely. It's amazing to see all the young talent coming up in Hawaii. I spent 3 months there last year, December, and then this year, January and February, and I'd go for a surf out at Rocky Point, and it was awesome just to see the lineup, every day filled with these women and you know, not just surfing Rocky Point, but we're talking all the waves. We're talking Pipe, Sunset, and these are girls as young as, you know, 14, 15 years old out there. And I think one of the great things about WSL, you know, having these joint events with men and women, both at each World Tour stop, is, you know, it's inspiring this next generation to be like, okay, well, if I want to be on the World Tour, I've got to be surfing these waves and proving myself there. So it's super exciting to see.
Yeah, and that first turn from Wong was such a carve, and a really strong finish. So, yeah, you're right. And it also forces all the competitors to go and free surf it, doesn't it, and put some time at Sunset, because that's not an easy wave. And so, yeah, just each year they get more and more comfortable. But those young Hawaiians who just grew up with it, yeah, there's so much talent and so many good waves. We've got Erin Brooks, speaking at talent, so she's got a good backstory and she's got a good backhand as well. And Brooks, just first turn is good. It's a bigger wave. Clicks up the top, that's a third one, and a fourth one. And still going the old school flames on the board. So Texan born out the back again. And that's Liotta. So she's moved to Hawaii when she was about 10. Only started surfing when she was, you know, 10 or 12 when she moved to Maui. We talked about Ian Walsh. She had the first event that he's Grom comp that Ian runs there. And so Nora proudly representing Hawaii now and from Maui Islands. Another one of that push. But we saw Erin Brooks. Yeah, Texas born. I think Dad's got German heritage and also Canadian. But this is Liotta. What do you like about this flick?
Not like opening wave, nice couple of turns there. Just gets a bit caught up there. I'm not sure if that was something happened there, a little bit of wobble on the board. This wave here from Erin, I mean, this was a gift, this wave. I mean, she was actually wider than a couple of the other girls, but they sort of let her go, and she just went to town on this one. Just tagging turn after turn on her backhand, but just comes unstuck there. I mean, she's going to be kicking herself because that is a great opening wave. It was a bigger set wave, and just like this angle here, you can really just see her just go to town on her backhand. Really like the spray on that board. Old school flames.
It
like
really is, isn't it? Yeah. They used to have Martin Potter, Matt Hoy back in the day, for those people of my generation. As we see Erin, she's scrubbing this one late. Takeoff gets down it. Yeah, and that's a nice zippy first turn. She's just almost 16. You can see the style she's got. As we said, you know, Texan born, but spends a lot of time in Hawaii now as well. She goes to Indo for 3 months of the year, and sort of surfs Kandui a lot of the time. And we're sitting in the pool, dropping these clips. She's getting barreled. I think last year she surfed in Padang and made the final against the guys. So, I mean, she's one of the great sort of, you know, up-and-comers of our sport. She's got such potential.
Oh, for sure. Amazing, bright future ahead of her. I really loved that last wave. Those two turns, for me, were really impressive. Like, just as a single wave, I liked watching that more as opposed to her first wave. They were more dynamic, those two turns for me, and you could just see that she just looks ready. When she gets on her board, it's like she's just waiting to attack it. You know, you just see that, just this anticipation as soon as she stood up. So, yeah, that wave allowing her to go a little bit more vertical and get a little more critical in the pocket. But yeah, like you were saying, Ben, I mean, God, what a life that she's living at the moment, just getting to go to all these amazing places and wave pools and spending time in Indonesia and just really honing in on her skills. It's
makes
insane.
my blood boil, to be honest. People with bright futures. But anyway, enough about me. Tell you someone with a bright future, and that's Vasselco, the winner of the last heat, the Portuguese hope, down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
That's right. First wave, and you got one of the highest scores of the day so far. You looked super focused, super confident. Did you feel that way inside?
Yeah, well, the first heat's always a little bit nerve-wracking, but I've been practicing out here. I live in Cascais, and I come here a lot to train. It's a really hard wave. Yeah, it was a slow start, but once I got that wave, it just connected all the way through, and I got a good score, yeah.
And what kind of training have you been putting in for this event and Ericeira? Anything specific for Ericeira in particular?
Well, to start off, this new board, this model is really good out here. There's been 2 winners with it, so I try to change a little bit and just did this board. You know, just keeping focused. Been coming here every day, training twice a day, doing some Pilates, eating healthy, and keeping myself well and ready, yeah.
Well, it's definitely paying off. Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Olá a todos, estou super contente de ter passado o primeiro round. Estão altas ondas, demora um bocadinho, mas quando vêm entram boas. Estou super contente de ter feito um 8,5 e de avançar para o próximo round. Obrigada.
There you go. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. And thanks, kick out. Yeah, I mean, she's pretty focused, isn't she? You can tell she's got real steely determination. And yeah, she's really well prepped. And speaking of starting off strong as well, we've seen those 2 scores come in for those 2 ways, a 5.10 and a 5.73. It's the Portuguese flag there. Just veering around from the offshore breeze we've had sort of all morning. It tends to do this, a bit of an onshore breeze coming in. It won't be too strong, and this wave handles all sorts of wind, but it's another reason why we're going to just call it quits after this particular heat. The high tide will also affect this wave and start to swallow it up. So instead of running a half a round or not even a half a round, we'll decide to come in fresh, hopefully tomorrow, and see what happens. But there's still waves out here, and Wong, here she goes. Nice first turn, and then a second one. It's a 2-turn combo. Trying to back up to 4.5 on her first wave. Staying in the game. But yeah, Erin Brooks, for those 2 ways, you know, 5.1 for that longer backhand one she fell, and then that 2-turn combo, as you said, Flick, sort of solid numbers.
Yeah, well, I agree with the judges, kind of what I was thinking. You know, I liked Erin's 2 turns as opposed to that longer wave. The 2 turns that she had, she was able to get a lot more critical in the lip, and that's why she's got that 5.73. So the judges obviously saying, hey, we want to see you get super critical and tight in the pocket. You know, I think that surfing that Erin did on the first wave was a little bit more horizontal. Yes, she got more turns. However, it was way more horizontal compared to her 5.73. So we saw Eve just do 2 turns here, and scores starting to come through for her 2 turns. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it didn't have quite the sort of, well, nowhere near the verticalness of Erin's waves. So 4.23, so a good 1.5 below. But not, you know, a good backup. Puts herself right in the game. They're all waiting there. And you know, Erin as well, she's so young, as we see this wave from Wong, so it's not quite the criticalness of Erin's waves.
Yeah, well, that first turn, I mean, she sort of got a little bit stuck on that first turn, and then kind of had to pump a couple of times to get around it, whereas Erin kind of had that really nice flow and connection between both of her tunes. But Eve just making the most of that wave that she had, and she's sitting up in 2nd position right now, so Nora needing a 3.5, and Zoe yet to open up her account.
Yeah, Zoe's spent 12 minutes. She's obviously paddled for something and missed it. It hasn't got priority, so she's out there, the Floridian, just waiting to get a start on this. See Nora, the surfer in green with priority. She's looking at this one, and she's going to utilise it. So the Otter comes around the corner, little first turn off the lip, gets caught behind the section. Almost gets a board to the body, but just misses up. So that wave won't be one of her counters. Meanwhile, Wong, without priority, just a nice slash in the face of her opponent, which always feels good, I'd imagine. Oh, and there's a big turn. Can she hang on? She almost does. You can see the frustration. She sort of mouthed the issue. She knew she was underwave, and you can see the frustration on her body language. Out the back, Brooks, live action. The Canadian from Texas, and there you go again. They get right at each other's grill. I like to see this. And comes around. You can see her hopping so much that the fins were popping out. I'll tell you what, this is her first time she surfed this break in a contest jersey. And you would not know it, wouldn't it? A 15-year-old young surfer, first time surfing this particular wave in a jersey, and she just looks so confident.
Yeah, she's looking really confident. I mean, we'll have a look at the replay from that last wave, but she pretty much did her first turn on the top of Nora's head. So there's no love lost between these two. Here we go, looking at the replay. Erin takes off, and wow, just no regard for her competitor. Just, hey, I'm on this wave. It's my right of way. I'm going whether you're there or not. So, yeah, looking extremely confident for a really young surfer coming up against, you know, probably some more seasoned competitors that have been on the Challenger Series for a bit longer.
Yeah, that big spray there. She comes around, that spray, classic surfboard spray, and then you see her hopping through that section and just finishes off nice. Bit of fin drift. So everything working for young Brooks. Yeah, she's represented Canada, potentially. We see at the back, so Zoe Benedito, she is finally up and running. She needs to make this count. Oh, and a nice fin release on the first turn, and a nice swooping turn on that second one. And there's a third. So she is absolutely winding up. Nice little cutback, and then can she finish it on the inside? Another swooping cutback, waiting for the finish, doesn't get it. But she done some damage out the back. I can tell by Flick's face that you like that. I'm going to get you to replay this. I'm going to ask you what you liked about it, because there's a lot to like.
Wow, I really liked this wave. It was great. Like you said, my facial expression said it all. But that first turn there, just really releasing the fins. I really like the way her style, as she brings that board around, she's got this little like sort of compression that she does over her back leg, which really releases the fins. And yeah, just a bit of a different style, and really attacking the lip, which is really good to see.
Also, like we said, she's waited a long time for that wave, but had to count. And, you know, a lot of surfers may have played a little bit safe just to get that score on the board, but she attacked it from the start. So real confidence to back your ability, and sort of surf the wave, not the sort of heat sort of position. And she's going to get rewarded appropriately. So, yeah, she's going to be right back in this heat. One wave can change a game, and she's done that. So really impressive from Zoe. And she's back out there. She'll be a lot more calmer now, knowing that she's got a score on the board. We'll see where it points. She needed an 8.73 to get up for second, only because this will be her first scoring wave, so she'll need to back it up pretty quick. But really impressive under pressure, and got herself right back in it. Brooks still waiting on her score as well, so some few sort of solid numbers going to pop in. Erin Brooks, we said, she's surfing Canada. She's actually just waiting on her citizenship to come through. So she's got her grandparents are Canadian, and she's elected to surf for the country to try and get in the Olympics, and her heritage. She's just waiting on some official paperwork to come through, so that'll all be sort of rubber stamped. So we could potentially see Erin in the Olympics next year in Chopu, and surfing on the Canadian flag, which would be incredible, because she's already shown herself to be able to ride some big left-hand tubes. Kendui, she's proved herself Padang. So you'd think with that type of sort of pedigree, she's going to be dangerous if she gets to Chopu, and spends a bit of time there.
For sure, for sure. I mean, it's exciting to even think someone so young can get a chance at possibly winning an Olympic gold, you know. And but you know, the wave itself is super consequential. It's not an easy wave to learn, and you know, you get at waves like that, you get specialists. You know, we've seen that time and time again. Waves like Pipeline, waves like Te Hopo. She's coming up against some really hard competition. She's obviously got people like Vahina Fierro, who's surfing in this Challenger Series event, who has qualified for Tahiti, and she did some damage this year. She got a wild card into the Championship Tour event, took down Carissa Moore, finished semi-final finish in a World Tour event. So, yeah, look, if Erin does get in, she's got a tough job ahead of her, because there's some women that have put some serious time into that wave and serious time into barrel riding.
Yeah, but sort of, you know, even the fact that she's 15, you're talking about her having the potential to go to Chopu and do well, is an indication of what she's got. Like, these young surfers are so well-rounded, aren't they? I mean, they just travel so well, and they're in all sorts of conditions at such a young age to have that experience. You know, she's kind of a freak. She's going to be one of those surfers that push women surfing to the new realm. But, you know, she's so well-rounded at such a young age. It's really exciting to watch. It's a bit of a gap in proceedings now, though. 12 minutes on the clock. We only got 12 minutes left of today, and we'll get back to the post-show. But while we assess, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Welcome to the shores of Ericeira. We are at Ribeira de Ilhas on the western facing coast of Portugal. There is waves coming through. You can just see that surfer as you zoom in over the rocks. And that's Nora Liotta, the Hawaiian surfer, trying to get back in the game, hitting a 4.18, and there's a big finish. She might get a bonus, she doesn't. So Liotta, meanwhile Brooks, the only goofy footer in this particular heat. She's been really impressive so far. Good wave selection, and then just that really whippy technique. Throwing spray as well. She's sort of only small because she's young, but you can see the amount of water she's throwing around, and the wave selection's been incredible as well. That's what, 6, 7 turns. I've lost count, and there's another. Maybe lacking a little bit of variety, but I tell you what, she couldn't have done much more on that wave. And we saw some big numbers drop in. We're waiting for that first wave of Zoe, and it's a big number there, Flick.
Oh, isn't it ever? 8.5. Massive number. She waited 15 minutes to open up her account, and to do it and open up with an 8.5 is pretty amazing. You know, she's sitting there for 15 minutes of that heat, hadn't called a wave. All the other competitors are doing it, and opens up with an 8.5. It's pretty impressive. So you look at the replay here from Erin's wave. Nice snap out of the top there for that second turn. And wave getting a little bit fat here, but she's working that board really hard, just staying with it, trying to maximize the most out of this wave here. And she really wants to cement that first place position. She's up there now with first. She's got a 5.73 and a 5.1. So she's trying to improve on that 5.1 here. And I'm going to say that she's probably done it.
Yeah, well, you could do 400 turns. You'd hope so, wouldn't you? She, and those first two, you're right, there's a real steep section. She just has that ability of the best surfers out here to delay that bottom end turn, because she got to surf to the pace of the wave, and she's done that despite, you know, she hadn't spent a lot of time out here, but you wouldn't know it. This first heat just kept going. So Erin Brooks looking really strong, but Zoe now's in that position. She's got that 8.5, but she's got to back it up, and sometimes that can be, I mean, you want to be there. And Liotta as well. Surf this wave really strong as well, Fleet.
Yeah, her board almost caught that outside rail there on that first turn. Throws it up for the second one, straight up into the lip. Nose kind of picked under there a little bit, and jams it in the pocket for a third turn. Brings it through to the inside, and this turn here, that was so great. Really through the fins there, kind of a little bit of a layback jam as well. So getting a little bit more variety in there. But yeah, it was interesting, like those first couple of maneuvers to me, I was like, oof, is she almost going to fall? But she managed to make it. So. And
that's what's going to cost her, isn't it? Because if she'd done those 2 clean turns out the back and had those last 2, she was on her way to a really good score. The judges don't like when the rails dig or where it's just a little bit iffy, and you get punished for, you know, not having that real clean surfing. But she finished off strong. To her credit, she didn't let those sort of bog rails get her down, did she? She kept, you know, she fought back even on that base of the wave.
For sure, for sure. I think just to echo what you were saying before, you know, that sort of clean surfing, that's what we talk about flow, you know, and having nice flow on the wave is something that the judges are looking for today. It was in the notes. So we're going to see if that's going to factor into Nora's score at all.
Okay, Eva Wong, so she needs a score. She had priority. She's pulled the trigger. Really nice style, nice and calm. Now she's banging down the line. Roundhouse cut back to try and generate some speed for the inside section. Another one, a little squirt of the fins. That wave just not standing up, not offering either an end section or a steep section. Just a bit of the body language. She's disappointed, didn't need a big score. All her 3 opponents have got numbers to come in. But Zoe out there now with priority, trying to back up that 8.5. Right now, though, we're going to see what's going on officially. We've got Joanna Garnell down with the Travis Logie. What's happening, guys?
Yeah, that's right. Travis, what's happening? Why are we stopping?
Hey, Joanna. Yeah, I mean, they're still super fun waves, but the consistency definitely is dissipating slowly but surely, as the forecast said it would, and with the tide coming in. My gut tells me that we probably have enough time for maybe another 2 or 3 more heats, so it's not worth the risk getting a whole nother round started. We've had 8 great heats today, so happy with that. So we're off after this heat, and we're off again tomorrow.
What are the conditions for tomorrow for putting it off early?
Yeah, it drops even further tomorrow. On the forecast, it looks like the worst day of the entire window. And then Tuesday looks like possibly the best day of the entire window. So we'll be back bright and early on Tuesday morning. Check it out.
So we're comfortable at the moment.
Very comfortable. It looks like a great week ahead, actually.
Well, excited to see that. Back to you guys.
Yeah, wow, lots to unpack there. I always kind of feel like when Travis comes and says, oh, okay, it's under control. Travis got this. He's got the glass. He's got the top gun. He's just got, look, I've got this, guys. Don't worry about it. Completely under control. He said, look, tomorrow off. And then he's going to come back Tuesday and say, yeah, we've got the last heat. And we've got a day to, wow, go surfing. Let's be honest, Flick. I mean, let's not beat around the bush. It's kind of good news for us. And we're going to wait for the good waves on Tuesday and come back strong. Saw a wave there from Zoe as well. So there's numbers still to drop in for Erin. The leader's still 5 minutes, the last 5 minutes of the day before we go to the post-show. The guys will go through what's been a pretty strong start. 8 heats, some big numbers, and a big number coming through here for Erin. 6.77 for that multiple turns on a backhand.
Yeah.
And Zoe still only a 0.83. So Zoe now with an 8.5 in a locker still hasn't backed it up. Does that start to play in your mind at this stage?
Look, for sure, because she's just dropped down to 3rd position, and with Nora scoring a 7-point ride for those 3 turns. So Nora's jumped up into 2nd position now. Zoe's dropped down to 3rd. She's got an 8.5, the highest wave of the heat, and she's sitting out there with 2nd priority. There's 4.5 minutes left. She really needs to get a score. She only needs a 3.73. So, you know, it's nervous times for everyone, because if you're Nora right now, you're like, okay, well, here we go. We're just looking at this replay of Erin's last wave, the 6.77 right now, and you can just see why they judges scored her that. Those first 2 turns so dynamic, bringing it through the inside here and just, yeah, tagging section after section. So really well surfed wave here for Erin Brooks. And yeah, solidifying that 1st place.
Yeah, those first 2 turns were so sharp, right in the pocket, really steep section. She's whaled it. And that's got her a commanding heat lead, 12.5. So she's sort of got a strong grasp on this heat, but it's all battle for 2nd. And this is Leotta. The judges like these last 2 turns in particular. Bit of variety, didn't she? She laid back and then she put a bit of extra spice in the end bit. So strong surfing at a 7 and backed up with a 5.23. So suddenly the Maui surfer jumps up to that all-important 2nd spot. And as we say, Benedetto only needing a 3.73. Eva Wong needing a really solid number. Sets approaching, 3.5 minutes on the clock. This could be the last exchange of this particular heat, knowing the way these heats, these lulls in between sets tend to be sort of more than 3 minutes. And we've got priority with the heat leader Brooks, so she can pick and choose her wave. They're all so tightly bunched there, aren't they?
Oh, it's also nervous times for Erin, right? Because Erin's sitting in 1st place, but she hasn't got one of those 7s or 8.5s. Nora has a 7. Zoe has an 8.5. So if there's an exchange that comes through and Nora and Zoe both get a wave, it's nervous times for Erin. Good thing for Erin, though, is that she's sitting at the back with priority, so she does have the pick of the wave. But just, you know, when the surfers have those high scores and they're not in those advancing positions, you are scared,
yeah,
you know?
Good point. Yeah, exactly. They've got, you know, they don't have to back up too much, and suddenly in the blink of 2 waves go from 1st to 3rd pretty quickly. And she'll know that. She'll just try and hold on to that priority and try and improve on her heat total if she can. You can see Eva Wong, she's just waiting down there. She's 3rd with priority. 2 minutes 14 on the clock. I'm going to hope we see some fireworks. You really hope for Zoe that she gets an opportunity. She's earned it through that 8.5. You know, the best scoring, equal best scoring wave of the day. She's going to go into the factor, the EDP wave of the day. But that's going to mean absolutely 0 if she doesn't get through this heat.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you got packing your bags if you're in 3rd place. There's no repecharge round. There's no second chances. So 1:50 on the clock. She's sitting out there with 2nd priority. She is praying right now to the surf gods, and it looks like there might be something coming. So 1 more exchange, maybe.
Yeah, she doesn't need a big number, but she needs a wave. And you see these little lumps. She's going to have to make a decision sort of shortly whether she just pulls the trigger on anything that comes her way with 90 seconds on the clock. She's looking at this one. She's gonna have to go. So she's up and riding. Zoe, this is a wave she needs, a 4 to get through to the next round. A big turn. It's a nice turn. It's a strong turn. It was a small wave, so it's gonna be, I mean, she surfed it great. She only had one section. She made the most of it. I might get you to break it down for me, Flick, but is it enough? We'll have to see.
One turn and a smaller wave. Wow, okay. I mean, hard task ahead of her. Great turn. Fantastic turn. I absolutely loved it. But, I mean, right about now, she's probably got to be thinking and assessing about her whole heat, right? She sat there for 15 minutes without catching a wave, and she essentially surfed a 15-minute heat. From the moment she stood up, she did get the 8.5. She waited for a great wave, but, you know, right now she's probably thinking, wow, like, phew, I could have got a backup wave at least in that first 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there's all the what ifs and whatevers every time you lose a heat, but when you lose a heat with an 8.5 in your locker, it becomes even more difficult to swallow.
Hindsight is the perfect science. We can sit here right now and say, wow, she should have caught a wave in that first 15 minutes, but this is just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But it looks like maybe one more little
we
push.
might get one last blast. We've got 10 seconds of the day left of the first day here, and we've got Erin Brooks, so she's got priority, not afraid to use it. So she just sees out the heat. That's smart as well. Kicks the fins out. She's been very, very impressive. She's going to win that heat. It looks like Zoe waiting on a score to come through. That last score needing a 3.73. The judges deliberating on that one turn. Even on that last turn, you think she could have maybe tried to go a little bit more radical, just to, you know, it wasn't a massive section. She surfed it really well, but she's waiting there, and you can see she looks disappointed. I don't think she thinks she's got the score, but it's still waiting. And you see Nora, well, she's the one in the firing line potentially. They'll be both here listening to it, and this is what it all comes down to, the little margins, tiny, tiny margins, points here or there. She's talking to Nora, trying to assess if she got through or not. So really, really tight here. We're not going to have any more surfing, but we still have the last heat still in the balance.
Really thinking about it, aren't they?
They are thinking about it, all 5 of them, and they're looking at this last turn. I mean, it's radical, it's exciting, that's a small wave, and is it enough? Well, I'm not going to even ask you, Flick, because it's not your job, but she's made it. You know, at least she's made the judges think about it.
She definitely has. I mean, they're analysing this replay. They're looking at it. It was pretty radical. She released the fins. Only was one turn. It was a smaller wave. Probably stacking it up against some of the other individual turns that were done in this heat. So judges got the work cut out for them. So still deliberating on this score.
Yeah, they are. Or maybe they get time and a half after 12 o'clock and they're just sort of trying to hang on. But the scores, it's going to be really, really tight. And Zoe has got a 4.00. So she has got the score and she can breathe a sigh of relief. You know what? She deserves that. That 8.5 was so well surfed under pressure, under clutch. What do you reckon, Flick? That is clutch surfing.
Wowzers. What nervous moments for Zoe Benedito there at the end. I think the look on her face, she wasn't really convinced either. So, wow. I mean, she really surfed a 15-minute heat. It was impressive. Nerves are still 8.5 and backed it up with a 4.0 on that last one turn.
She's actually end up winning the heat with that 4-point ride. So, and you've got to feel for Nora, who surfed really well, got a solid heat total, but unfortunately, it's those fine margins that happen. Anyway, that's a wrap for today. We're going to come back with the Estrella Galicia post-show. We're going to go through all the live action, all the replays. Paul Evans is going to come in and bring you home. Right now, I'm going to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with the post-show after this.
And a very warm welcome to the Estrella Galicia post show on a beautiful hot day in Ribeira Diras. It is the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia. And we kick things off this morning with a fun round of action for the women's round of 48. We've wrapped that up. We've made a call right now just to let it sit there. And we've got loads of big talking points throughout. A really fun day. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Felicity Parmentier and Chico Alves. Good early afternoon, folks.
I have been pretty blown away with the level of surfing today. The waves were pretty challenging at some points, but the women really stepped up to the plate, and we saw a couple of excellent scores this morning. So,
Chico, what about that last heat, mate? That thing was fire.
Yeah, it was fire. A good way to end up this round. I think early morning, really clean faces today, and it was great to get the rhythm going on this comp.
All right, loads of cool talking points throughout the morning, but just speaking of that last heat and how entertaining it was, someone that ripped it apart was Zoe Benedetto, and she's standing by for a chat with Joanna.
Yeah, that's right, Paul. I mean, this is the last heat of the day, big scores and a very dramatic finish right there. How are you feeling throughout the heat and in those last final seconds?
I kind of had an interesting heat for me. Kind of had a rough start. But just, had to pull myself together. Got on one good one. Was just sinking my feet into the wax, and then kind of made a few more mistakes. It was definitely heat with mistakes for me. But yeah, lucky to have one last little opportunity at the end to push me through. Yeah, definitely need to work on some things.
And what are you taking from this heat to improve on your the next round?
Yeah, I just want to work on my surfing, try to surf my best, try to push my surfing. And yeah, I'm excited. It's close heats like this that make you want to work harder. I know all these girls. Norleo was actually one of my best friends, so kind of going against that, it's just hard. But yeah, it's just keep going.
Well, congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Well done, Zoe. Yeah, what a dramatic finish to that one. Felicity, no one wants to go out of any heat, but when you got an 8.5, you definitely want to be eliminated. And she managed just to get it done at the end there.
Oh, she did. She waited 15 minutes for that 8.5, which was pretty impressive to stand up and get an excellent score straight off the bat. But like she said in that post-heat interview, knocking out one of her best mates, I mean, that's really tough. But, she's got to get the job done here because you ain't going anywhere with the third place.
Chico, quite long lulls out here at Ribeira. And amazing to see how well she just kept her head in the game and just smashed that 4 out at the end there, Zoe.
Yeah, she's looking really good with that 8.5, as Felicity said, but I think she needs to work on that backup. Score here in Ribeira Dilas can play against you a lot of the times. So yeah, the backup is so important to make heat. So dodging that bullet there, but maybe trying to work on that on the next round.
Right, bunch of big talking points from the day. Of course, first day of competition, you can't win the event, but what you can do is get eliminated, and surfers going well, definitely not wanting to do that. And something of an upset with the very highly rated Yolanda Hopkins. The second heat of the day goes out of competition here, guys.
Yeah, really big upset for Yolanda. I mean, coming into this, you've got to think that she's got to be the favourite, right? I mean, she was 64% favourite on the fan picks to win this heat, but yeah, Natasha Van Grunen just absolutely going to town. 4.5 for one turn and backed it up with a 3.77. It was really tricky conditions this morning, and Yolanda just sort of on the wrong side of priority, and yeah, a bit unlucky in the heat because there wasn't that much scoring opportunity.
Daniela Rosas looked really sprightly on this board, Chico. How'd you like the way she attacked the waves here this morning?
Yeah, Daniela looks really good in Ribeira last year. She looked really good also. I think her surfing fits the wave well. I think it's a good rhythm. She has the rhythm and she has the speed to kind of connect all the dots in this wave. And yeah, unfortunately for Yolanda, coming up short on this one. But I feel like Ribeira is the place where you can have a shocker or a beautiful lead. So Yolanda there having a shocker. So trying to work on that for sure for the next year.
Yeah, Hopkins will be back angry and strong at Saquarema. You can guarantee that. But an upset here, the surfer that shone so brightly on the championship tour up in Peniche in March with a wildcard performance up there. It goes out of competition. And that's the way things go down on the challenges. It's brutal from the get-go. And only taking 2 surfers through to the next round. It was Van Gruenen and Rosas from that one. But yeah, already getting things underway with some spicy heat, some entertaining action, some big upsets. Also a chance to, well, not only advance, but put together statement performances. I'm thinking about 2 surfers that were able to do that, Matsuoka and McDougall. Both surfing with so much flow here, Felicity.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, today, we've already said it. It was really, really challenging. It was challenging conditions. And you just sort of had to be on the right side of priority. But, yeah, these 2 women definitely were. I loved watching her on her backhand here. Her board, I think one of you guys were mentioning it in this heat, just looked so spicy, for lack of a better word. I mean, we say it all the time, but she just looked on fire. She was carrying a lot of speed throughout her turns. And, yeah, scoring a 6.5 and a 5.23.
Yeah, as you said, I think she looked really good. The board was impeccable. One of the best boards we've seen today. And Zoe here with a comeback wave on this heat with a really good wave, well ridden and surfing tight in the pocket and with a lot of speed as well. Yeah, today I think it was all about generating enough speed to connect a few big turns, and you were on your way to a good score. So a really complete wave by Zoe here and a long one.
The surfers have waited a long time since the US Open to compete here in Ericeira and straight into it. And if you get on the receiving end of surfing like this, we talk about that backhand attack. Got an all goofy panel here. How's some of these backhand hits, Chico?
Yeah, I really enjoy the pace where she's surfing. She's always behind it, and it's good because she's always eating the leap every time.
Akira Pinkerton coming in here, lurking in the 2024. She'll be bitterly disappointed, Flick.
Oh, for sure. This is definitely an upset. You've got to think that Akira Pinkerton would have been a favourite going into this heat, but yeah, Anon just absolutely going to town on those 2 waves. Zoe getting that 6.73. So hard job for Kira today, and it's going to be a really tough loss. You know, she's going to have to pack up her things and sort of reset that mindset going into Saquarema now.
Well, it wasn't all bad news for Portugal from this morning's action. Let's turn our attentions now to the EDP Wave of the Day, and one of the very highly rated European and Portuguese surfers out of this part of the world, Kika Veselko, smashed out a massive number, an excellent number, 8.5 for Francisca Veselko.
Yeah, had the pleasure of calling this heat, and yeah, her wave selection, I've just got to put it down to that. She said that she's been training here a lot, spending a lot of time here, but you can just see the way that this wave stood up and what it enabled her to be able to do, really just put the board on rail here. She had a couple of nice variety as well on this wave and just throwing up there for that last turn. So yeah, great surfing.
Yeah, I just feel like having so many years competing here on the nationals can give you a bit of an edge in terms of wave selection, as you said. And yeah, our wave selection was impeccable, and this wave was probably the best wave we've seen today.
The other cool thing about the EDP Wave of the Day this time around, that score translating to a month's energy supply for a private social solidarity institution. That's good news. I like it. Flick, you like looking forward. Let's look at the forecast, shall we? Shall we have a look? What's coming up?
Let's have a look. So tomorrow we know that we're off. Travis said it. But however, turn our heads to later on in the week. Tuesday, Wednesday is looking so nice. You can see it here on the forecast. 4 to 6 foot on Tuesday, but side offshore, and then backing it up on the Wednesday with 3 to 4 foot. And yeah, with a nice swell direction too. With a bit more west in that swell, it's going to be standing up and should see some really fun waves.
Chico, local expert, are you confident about getting some fun conditions for the rest of the week?
Yeah, hopefully we have a bit more size, and direction is great. So you can see a bit more steep sections, and yeah, can't wait to watch it.
All right, well, that's going to wrap things up for a fun opening day here in Ericeira. We've run that opening round for the women, some entertaining stuff, loads more action yet to come, and big talking points as well. We might even go for surf this afternoon. Ways of fun. It's really hot. We are off tomorrow, so down tools, a chance for a breather. Looking to come back on Tuesday for an early call in the morning. We're going to send you out with some highlights. We'll see you on Tuesday. Part of the world to be really excited about what's set to unfold here in Ericeira, Portugal, as we welcome you to the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia.
Kobe Enright just absolutely going to town. Her strength is these powerhouse cards.